All right, we're back with the continuation of Casey Anthony's trial, finishing up day 13, moving on to day 14, 15, see how fast we can get through the rest of the trial. So we are marathoning our way through this. Here we go, where we left off. Thank you all for joining us back here.
Yes.
Okay. And what is that exactly?
32308. The URL states themorningnews.org/archives/opinions/Kevin Fanning's home security basics.
So do you know what that site's about?
I have
other than home security basics?
I have no idea.
Kevin Fanning.
No, sir.
Okay. You didn't take a look at that.
That is correct.
And then the next one is?
So it starts with blogger.com.
Correct. Does that reference preparing for zombie invasions?
Well, there's reference to those words. Zombies are coming. It's a very long URL. Hope you don't want me to.
And nobody told you zombies had anything to do with this case?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, all of these searches and all of this activity appears to be surfing rather quickly through the web. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, again, it depends specifically on the type of URL and the syntax of the URL as far as what's taking place. There's what you see in front of you taking place, and there's stuff that happens in the background. In order to attempt to compare these results and speak to this with some sense as to what's happening when and how, I might try to duplicate this step through. Unfortunately, being almost 3 years later, I doubt we'd have much success. But I couldn't assume that the one regarding morning news is, if I could repeat that, the morning news may very well be something that the user accessed, and the similar timestamp could be something that was made available on the website as a clickable option based on a cookie. Given the unique syntax of this, I don't know the defendant, but I couldn't know if that was selected or not. It could be something that was auto-inserted. And I base that answer on the fact that the two timestamps and the one following it are identical, as well as the one that follows that.
So what you're saying is basically there's only limited things you can tell from this information.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, if you go to 3, 25, and 37 seconds, that would take you to funny.com.
Funny.co.uk.
And that would be funny household weapons?
That's how that is completed, that URL, yes.
And then subsequent to that, it looks like there might be some banner ads.
Yes.
Correct. And then you've got the neck breaking at that time on 3/26/24.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And how long is someone on that website before or after that query before they click fightingarts.com?
One minute and 54 seconds.
That's a kung fu website, right?
I wouldn't know. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I can only speculate.
Did you look at fightingarts.com?
No, sir, I wasn't asked to.
And all of these searches revolve around funny household weapons, using household weapons, self-defense, and fighting arts. That's all within the same sitting. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, with what we covered so far, I would agree with that.
And then after that, you have the word shovel, correct?
Yes, Wikipedia.
Okay. Are you familiar with the movie Shovel?
No.
Are you familiar with any terms other than the literal meaning of shovel, right? Any other terms that is used for?
No.
Okay. Now, when talking about all these, you were hired in 2009?
I was not hired.
You were consulted in 2009?
Yes.
And that was only a few months after this case came about, correct?
Apparently so. Well, excuse me.
I could tie it up.
Overrule it this time.
A lot of these websites would have still been active at the time, so you could you can actually go to the links and give a clear understanding to the jury exactly what's on these websites, right?
I don't have any knowledge of when the computer was seized, but if it was any time within reason of the dates that we're looking at here today, I would agree with that.
Okay. So wouldn't the better evidence be when you're looking at household weapons, funny household weapons, making chloroform and things like that, wouldn't the better evidence be to show a jury the actual page as opposed to a link?
Sustain.
The link only gives you so much information, doesn't it, sir?
Yes, correct.
And in fact, the link doesn't tell you anything that was on that website.
That's correct.
And in fact, these websites could be, as some indicate, jokes.
Yes.
And some could be having to do with self-defense.
Yes.
And some could be with kung fu.
Yes.
And some could be having to do with chemistry.
Yes.
Some medical facts like the internal bleeding, hypovolemia, and things like that.
Yes, I would agree with that.
So there's a whole array of what these things could mean, or actually, let me rephrase that. There's a whole array of what these things could actually be that the reader is looking at, correct?
Yes.
And you can't even testify as to whether the user is even looking at this stuff.
That's correct.
Because sometimes people are texting while they're on the computer.
Sustain this for the last question.
A computer examiner can never testify that a person is actually reading what's on the page, right?
Not without a security camera watching over them, that is correct.
And A computer examiner can never testify as to whether a person got a phone call during any of these searches and directed their attention.
Sustained.
At the end of the day, sir, the information that could be gleaned from these is very little without the actual pages. Wouldn't you agree?
I think that the information that can be gleaned from here can have great context depending on the circumstances and the information by the person reviewing the information.
Let's talk about context for a moment. You have 7 seconds, 1 second, 17 seconds, 2 minutes and 25 seconds, and 21 seconds total for chloroform, correct?
Well, those are the times that were seeded in the computer. I can't explain how often, or excuse me, how much time was actually spent reviewing the page.
But before the next page was selected.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, let's also keep in mind that we're talking about Firefox, and I have no knowledge about any other browsers or other programs that may be on the computer.
I'm sorry?
I have no other knowledge about other other cache or history analysis, other browsers. Windows, for instance, comes by default with Internet Explorer. Many people in my experience have used more than one browser. We're talking about Firefox all by itself.
I understand. So what you're saying is that someone could be, of course, looking at multiple browsers, and that would even lessen the time that we're talking about.
Yes, there's many explanations.
And we're really talking just a little bit over 3 minutes of time before well, in total, are we not?
Yes, I would agree with that.
And you were only given the computer, well, let me ask you this. As far as how many months were you asked to look at as far as the computer is concerned?
I was only asked to try and decode it, and in that process, I did my own attempts to validate a cursory review that everything was at least properly decoded. I went so far as to confirm that chloroform did exist, and that process I had other items of interest that came to the forefront. Beyond that, I was not asked to do any continual review or experiments or so forth.
So the only dates range that you're looking at is the month of March?
Me looking at the month of March?
Yes.
I
Or
never
you
looked
weren't
at
even given the whole,
I didn't look at the month of March.
Okay.
I looked at the data, December 2009, and in preparation for my testimony this week, I have since reviewed what I disclosed to the Orange County Sheriff's Office through Sergeant Stenger.
so you weren't even given the full month of March as to all of the computer activity to look at.
That is correct. All I have is what I work with.
And so you can't even testify to this jury, out of this 3 minutes, how much time was actually used on that computer on the internet.
That is correct.
So if there's 50 hours or 250 hours, you can't really put into context how much that 3 minutes is in relation to how often not only one user, but multiple users were on the internet.
I think that is incorrect. I think what the history represents is a chronology of events that took place with the Firefox browser, period. Some items appear to be definitively a user-generated action. Some appear to be stuff that's happened in the background. To that extent, I can't disagree that this did not happen. Beyond that, I can't say how much time was spent using Firefox to look at an item any more than I can say whether other evidence exists in the case that I have not been privy to.
No one's saying that this didn't happen. What I'm saying is that if you take into consideration Firefox, Internet Explorer, Netscape, and the Safari browsers that were on this computer, you can't put into context how this 3 minutes is in compared to how many hours were on the computer during the month of March.
That's correct.
And in fact, this could be a very minuscule period of time compared to how much internet activity was actually done on this computer during the month of March.
Sustained.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. Appreciate it.
You need to redirect?
Right, Mr. Bradley, starting off with the beginning of your cross-examination, the issue that Sergeant Stenger ran into was with decoding the deleted history from the Firefox browser, correct?
Yes, correct.
All right. Why was he unable to complete that decoding, in your opinion?
There was scarce documentation available, and there was no tools in the industry available to do that.
So when you were provided with this information, you were able to utilize the tool that you had already developed and add whatever other knowledge you had to complete the decoding of the entire history.
That's correct.
Is that correct? Okay. And you said that this event where you worked till 3 in the morning to complete that decoding took place in December of 2009.
I believe so, yes.
Were you familiar with the fact that the events in question took place in June and July of 2008?
I don't recall the date parameters, except that it happened quite some time ago.
You had indicated that a lot of websites are dynamic, they're not static, they change very rapidly over time.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Would you include an 18-month time span within that time frame of having websites change dramatically?
Yes, websites will change in that time period.
Now, when Mr. Baez was going through the amount of time spent at each site, 7 seconds may be all it takes to type the word chloroform into the Google search engine.
Well, yes, that's possible, but I think in the context of Mr. Baez's suggestion, the search had already been committed, and the results were 7 seconds later.
Okay. So you type in the word, you hit search, and then it returns a result within a certain brief period of time.
Yes, correct.
And you have options, do you not, whenever you put a search term into Google?
Yes,
And then the user selects options based on what Google returns.
that's correct.
Would it be fair to characterize this block of history, of internet history, as surfing the web for information about weapons and chloroform, how to make chloroform, those types of things.
Yes?
And when someone types in to a search engine how to make chloroform, maybe they're trying to figure out how to make chloroform.
Objection, Judge. False for speculation and leading.
Sustain.
Excuse me.
Now, when you're dealing with Wikipedia, all of the, I think you called them hyperlinks,
Yes?
don't necessarily keep you on the Wikipedia page, do they?
They tend to, but not always.
Can it redirect you to another page if you click on a link and Wikipedia might not have that information, but another website might have it?
Yes, absolutely.
And certainly you cannot tell from the internet history that you examined whether or not items were printed off of the internet for later review.
That's correct.
Can the content of any of the websites be derived from the internet history data that you discovered?
Can you rephrase or repeat the question, please?
There was some inquiry about what was actually displayed on the website at the time the search was made.
Right.
You said the passage of time affects how that appears,
Yes?
how the website would appear. Can you tell from the internet history exactly what would have appeared on the website when you're looking at that history 18 months later?
No, I cannot.
Were you asked only to review this deleted history to decode it
Yes?
and to tell us, and ultimately the jury, what searches were performed for a particular time frame?
Yes, but I wasn't given any time parameters. I was just simply instructed to decode the entire file with some emphasis on a particular keyword.
The searches on 321 as a whole, from the first one that you mentioned to the last one that we talked about dealing with weapons and things like that, that whole time frame encompassed an hour, correct?
I believe so.
And if I may have
Excuse me.
entry number 3, the www.scipot.com chemistry. How many times was that site visited?
According to the Times?
Thank you, that's all I had, Your Honor.
Recross as to those issues and those issues alone. You may.
Would you be looking for this as well, sir?
I might be. May I proceed, sir?
You may.
Excuse me.
I'd like to show you your, actually, is that that's a copy of a report you submitted in this case, sir?
This is not a report that I submitted, but it's a report that appears to be created by somebody else.
And the site for scipot.com. How many times does it show that it was visited?
Could you assist me, please, in locating this?
Somebody else's
It
report.
appears to be someone else's, Your Honor.
Objection sustained.
So-
This appear to be attached by report.
Yes, sir.
And there are only one visit to scipot.com.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, the time is now approximately 7 minutes before is Sergeant Stinger still in the building? He's needed in Judge LeBlanc's courtroom. Verify if he's still in the building, please.
All right, let's move
Okay,
on.
ladies and gentlemen, the jury, the time is now approximately 7 minutes to hour 5. We will recess for the evening. I'm going to ask that you not to discuss this case. Okay, let me recommend the fact that the defendant is present along with counsel, the defendant, assistant state attorney. Both sides.
Thank you, David Ord, on that.
Okay, I believe Mr. Baez was just about beginning his recross. All right, let's return to jury. and have. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Did you heed all of my previous admonitions during your recess? Okay, state recognized persons, jury, defense. Okay, the witness may resume the witness stand. You may begin your recross.
Please court. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Mr. Bradley, we left off yesterday discussing the internet history that you were researching. And I want to kind of catch up so I can pick up where Mr. Burdick left off. Now, you had testified that you had the headers and footers of the entire history. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what that means for us non-computer people is that you believe you captured the whole thing.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So the entire history, internet history from March 1st, was it?
I don't recall the start date of the actual history.
Basically the month of March.
I believe I recall mostly March being part of that.
And you were asked to do this because Orange County had run a net analysis. I don't believe it's outside the scope.
Overruled at this point.
Orange County had run a net analysis on that. That's a different software, right?
Yes, and my understanding is that it was not able to parse the file.
And your software that you developed is a competing software to that one, right?
In so far as the history component is, that could be perceived as the case, yes.
And were you given the 8,877 files in individual internet history records from the net analysis?
I'm not aware. It's the first time I'm hearing about quantities related to history files.
But
I'm
sorry,
I was only provided one file, which was the deleted Firefox 2 history.
and you were only able to find 8,557. Is that correct?
If that's the number you have, I'm not going to disagree with it.
Do you have your report? I want to make sure.
I do not have a report here with me.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of your report, would that help you refresh your recollection?
I believe so. Is it
May I-
authored by me?
May I approach the witness, Sir?
Oh, I see. Thank you.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Now, yesterday when you mentioned the 84 visits to the scipot.com, you don't have 84 URLs in your internet history, do you, sir?
That's correct.
So what you only have are the two that was mentioned in your printout,
The two,
the two scipot.com.
I'm confused as to which report you're referring to.
Your internet history, the report admitted into evidence.
We were looking at two reports yesterday, so
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor, I'd like to show him the state's evidence 166.
You may.
I show you, sir, the report for March 21st.
first, and this report was created by someone else on June 3rd. I agree that it is a report by my software, but I did not create that report.
So you didn't perform this report at all?
That's correct.
And you can't make any representation as to the validity of a report that you did not prepare.
Well, that would be correct. I can only speak to so far as what the format appears. I recognize the report format.
And as far as what you saw in this internet history, all that you have testified to, or all that you can testify to, are the actual URL links that you have viewed as a result of the work you did,
That's correct.
which do not include 84 hits to the SciSpot for chloroform, which do not include 84 URL visits to the SciSpot.com.
I should explain that history keeps track of how many times you visit in the form of a counter. You would not expect to find 84 separate instances of a URL or web record. Each record contains its own counter. Does that answer the question?
But you would see if it was visited on March 2nd, correct?
It only maintains the last visit timestamp. So there could be a number of times a particular website was visited, and it only maintains the last time it was visited and increments the counter for each time it's visited.
And each time the page refreshes,
That is correct.
it would hit again, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you don't know how often this page refreshes itself, do you, sir?
I could speculate.
We don't want you to speculate, sir. You can't testify to that, can you, sir?
That's correct.
And that would, of course, depend on the page itself and what is set up by the website, correct?
That's correct.
Now, Ms. Drain had brought up to you about the pages not being shown to the jury because you had gotten the file much later, correct?
When you refer to files, can you
The
clarify?
internet history files. You were brought in 9 months later.
Yes, insofar as what they represented, that's correct.
But you're aware that Ms. Anthony voluntarily gave her computer on July 16, 2008, are you not, sir?
Outside the scope of direct
Sustained.
relevant.
Judge, I don't believe it's outside the scope of the brought up.
Sustained.
Now, there are no other internet searches that have anything to do with chloroform in April 2008, May 2008, June 2008, or July 2008.
Redirect.
Overruled.
Insofar as the data that I looked at, I don't recall anything outside the month of March.
So all of those months, there's not a thing having to do with chloroform.
Correct.
And Ms. Drain-Burdick had also mentioned that there is nothing preventing, well, let me rephrase that. Mr. A had mentioned to you about printing out pages. Do you recall that line of question?
I do recall the question.
But you can't speculate as to whether a person printed out any of these pages, correct?
That is correct.
In fact, you have no evidence that any pages were printed out,
That's true.
unless, of course, the printer leaves an artifact on the computer, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And none of that was recovered. There's no artifacts on the computer having to do with any printing from chloroform, correct?
I can't speak to what was found or not found on the computer. My scope in this matter relates to strictly the data.
Understood. And Orange County, when they consulted with you on this case, never told you that during multiple searches that they did of the house, that they never recovered any pages having anything to do with chloroform, did they, sir?
Outside the scope of direct irrelevant based on hearsay
It's
information.
sustained.
May I respond, Judge? It's not outside the scope.
Sustained. That's the hearsay.
When you were given the data for this case, did it include any printed out pages having to do with chloroform
No,
on the
sir.
Anthony computer?
No, sir.
And as part of the file that you were given, or that you're aware of, there are no pages of having to do with anything to do with chloroform, are there, sir?
Well, this is a history file, so I wouldn't expect something tangible to relate to data. In this case here, I only had a historical record of what transpired.
I'm referring to any materials given to you by law enforcement.
That's correct. I had no other information but the data file.
Thank you very much, sir.
Any additional questions, Mr. Burdick? You may.
Mr. Bradley, the data file that you were given encompassed a period of time from March 6th through March 21st, correct?
Yes,
And that's all that you were asked to look at.
that's correct.
On the issue of the tabs, will the counter only refresh if the tab is active, meaning that it's being viewed or it's open on the computer?
There are a couple of things that impact how a page is refreshed. Number one, is there something within the actual file or the page? There's sometimes code written inside that'll say, please refresh me. For the most part, the page is not refreshed unless the user deliberately asks it to be refreshed.
And as far as the time sequences that were just alluded to, if somebody is on the computer and the tab is active, even if another window is open, will the internet history show the next window and then the one tab will remain active?
Yes, that's correct. You can visit a page on the internet on one tab, and if you select a hyperlink or an option on that page, in Firefox 2, it will default to a new tab while keeping the other tab open until such time that it is actually closed.
So any succession on the internet history does not necessarily mean that the first tab was closed and a new tab opened.
That is correct.
Thank you.
As long as it deals with those areas, tabs.
The site that we're talking about is a blog, isn't it, sir?
I don't know what site we're talking about.
The one that Mr. Burdick had just mentioned about the side spot. I don't believe so, Judge.
Sustained.
Anyone can write a blog, can't they, sir?
Sustained.
No further questions.
May the witness be excused. Thank you, sir. You may be excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. State may call the next witness. Yes. Yes, you can approach. I don't need the court reporter. State may call the next witness.
Anthony?
Lee Anthony, L-E-E-A-N-T-H-O-N-Y.
You may proceed, Mr. Thorpe.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Anthony, on July 15th or July 16th of 2008, were you on your family's home computer?
Yes, I was.
What were you doing on the computer?
Doing some internet searching, trying to figure out where Sawgrass Apartments and some other keywords were.
During that time, did you ever delete any of the internet history or the records that were on that computer?
No.
Sir, I want to direct your attention to August of 2008. Was there a time that your sister Casey returned back to the house on Holy Springs Drive?
Yes.
During that time, did you have the opportunity to have private conversations with her?
Yes, I did.
During one of these conversations, did your sister tell you a different version of how Kaylee was taken from her?
Yes, she did.
Can you please tell the jury what she told you during this conversation?
She told me that she met Zanny, who was her nanny, as well as Zanny's sister and her children at J. Blanchard Park, which is here in Orlando. And during that meeting, Zanny held Casey down and told her that she was taking Kaylee from her. And she did that with the help of her sister.
Did your sister describe to you how she was held down?
Yeah, from what I recall, she was held like on her wrists. And she was held down. They were both supposedly sitting on like a park bench or something like that, and she was held down.
Did your sister tell you why Kaylee was taken from
I believe she did. I don't recall exactly what she told me.
Do you recall giving a deposition back on July 30th of 2009?
Yes.
Do you remember being asked the circumstances surrounding the taking and being asked that particular question?
Yes.
Do you remember what your response was?
Not exactly, no.
Okay. Court counsel, I'm referring to the deposition of July 30th, 2009, page 279, lines 1 through 25.
Lines what?
I'm sorry, lines 1 through 25, Judge.
Okay. You have it, Mr. Knight?
Your Honor, I'm bringing it up on the screen now for the witness and for the. Specifically, I'm going to be referring to lines 17 through 25, and on page 280, which I'll put up in a minute, lines 1 through 4. Mr. Anthony, if you would take a look at lines 17 through 25. Just let me know when you're done.
I'm finished with that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Again, sir, I'll ask you to read lines 1 through 3. Okay. All right. Mr. Anthony, what was, does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. What did your sister tell you the reason for Kaylee being taken was?
In Zani's opinion, Casey was not being a good mother to Kaylee, or wouldn't be a good mother for Kaylee. And she was taking Kaylee from her to teach her a lesson, and also told her not to go to the police or anything like that.
Did she also give you a description, a detailed description of what Zenaida Gonzalez looked like?
Yes, she did. She was kind of normal height, about 5'8", 5'10"-ish. Good complexion, long hair, Spanish. That's about what I recall.
Just to be clear, do you recall being asked that question and giving an answer during that same deposition?
Yes,
With looking at that answer, the answer that you gave back in July 2009, refresh your memory?
absolutely.
Thank you. Can we bring up, for court and counsel, and I'll be bringing up, I'm referring to page 280, lines 15 to 21. Take a look at that, Mr.
Okay.
I believe you touched on some of those things, but you recall saying giving some other description, or your sister giving you some other descriptions of what this Zenaida person.
I believe the witnesses said that this is refreshed his recollection or not.
Excuse me. After reading that, Mr. Anthony, has your memory been refreshed as to all of the details that your sister gave you in terms of a description of Zenaida?
All the details that I said there, yes.
Okay. What did she tell you?
What I missed there was she was approximately 100 pounds, and that she would keep it darker complexion, like tanning or something like that.
Now, did your sister also tell you what she was doing or what she saw as Kaylee was being taken from her?
I don't recall exactly what I said now.
Do you recall giving another deposition on February 27th of 2009?
Yes.
Do you recall that question being asked of you, your sister's reaction to Kaylee being taken away, and what your response was?
I don't remember what my response was.
If I showed you that, would that refresh your memory?
Yes, it would.
Okay. For court and counsel, I'll be putting it up on the screen. I'm referring to the deposition taken on February 27th of 2009. I'm specifically referring to page 101, lines 1 through, I'm sorry, page 104, lines 15 through 19. Okay. Have you had a chance to read that, Mr.
Yes, I did.
Did that refresh your memory as to what your sister told you about her reaction to her daughter being taken from her?
Her reaction, maybe you'd ask what she saw.
Okay. What was that?
What you saw?
Her reaction.
Her reaction for that was that she couldn't believe it was happening, and it felt kind of like surreal to her.
Did she indicate that she did anything to stop Zenaida from taking her daughter?
She did not.
Did she tell you why she didn't do anything?
That she was scared and she didn't know what to do.
After Kaylee was taken from her, did your sister indicate to you that this Zenaida person was controlling her movements or telling her what to do?
She did tell me that, yes.
Any more specific than that? In what way?
Specifically through MySpace at the time, that she had Casey's password and would send her, like you can kind of send yourself a message or post something so only you can see it on your account. She would do things like that to kind of instruct her on what to do, where to go, things like that.
And did she indicate that she would go to these places that Zenaida told her to go?
She did.
Did she tell you why she did that?
To hope to see Kaylee, to hope to fulfill whatever obligations were being set upon her.
You had mentioned during your last response about MySpace and also Facebook.
I don't remember Facebook specifically. I know MySpace was just bigger at the time.
Do you know what Timer 55 is?
It was a password that Casey had specifically for MySpace.
Did you ask her what Timer 55 meant?
I did.
Do you recall what her explanation of what Timer 55 meant?
Well, her first explanation was she did not create the password, but her feeling expressed to me on what it was. Her explanation was that from the date Kaylee was taken from her until Kaylee's birthday on August 9th, that there were 55 calendar days within that period of time, and it was her understanding that, or maybe her hope and belief that she was going to get her back on that date. That's all she really had to share with me.
All right, so day 1 would be June 16th, and
Correct.
day 55 would be August 9th.
Correct.
You indicated in your answer that she told you that she did not create this password.
That is what she told me. Yes.
Did she tell you who did create this password?
She told me that Zenaida did.
Did she tell you how Zenaida was able to change her old password to her new one?
I would imagine she would have had her old one.
But you don't know how.
I don't know. I don't know the specifics.
Okay. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Morning, Mr. Anthony.
Good morning.
So if I understand your testimony correctly, your sister told you another story about the imaginary Zanny the nanny,
Yes, she told me another story about Zanny the nanny. Yes.
and she told you that that Zanny the nanny would contact her through MySpace,
Yes, she did.
and that she would tell her what to do, how to control her, so she didn't call the police,
Correct.
and maybe like go places,
Correct.
so maybe she could see Kaylee.
Sure. Yes.
And was this like going to phone booths and things like that, or different locations to be able to try and find Zanny the nanny, or was there any more detail other than that?
I don't believe we got into detail on exactly where she would go, but I would imagine it was like stores and places like that.
And she would go to these stores and do what?
Outside the scope and cause for speculation.
If Mr. Anthony knows based upon what his sister said, objection overruled.
Look for Kaylee, walk around.
And none of these MySpace, imaginary MySpace posts to find this imaginary Zanny ever panned out for her, did it?
It goes beyond the witness's knowledge and cause for speculation.
Overruled unless that was told to you by Ms. Anthony. You're not to guess about what you think, but only what she told you about that limited subject.
Casey was never successful in finding Kaylee in any of those experiences.
And Zanny the nanny never materialized.
To this day, no.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, witness may be excused. Thank you, sir. State may call the next witness.
I have made an inquiry of counsel, and they're asking me for a,
Pardon?
I made an inquiry of counsel as to the next event to occur, and they wanted 2 or 3 minutes to discuss it.
Zanny the nanny.
Okay.
Zanny
Okay,
the
ladies and
nanny.
gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a 5-minute recess at this time. I'm going to ask you not to discuss this case among yourselves. We'll be in recess for 5 minutes. Okay, both sides ready to proceed? All right, let's return to jury. Okay, state recognized person of jury. Defense. Okay, members of the jury, my apologies. It was one of those occasions where 5 minutes can sometimes turn into 15, 20 minutes. State may proceed.
The state defense entered into a stipulation as relates to the next piece of evidence, and at this point, I would seek to introduce state's ON for identification into evidence.
Okay, what says the defense? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I will read you the following stipulation between the state and the defense. On December 11, 2008, the Orange County utility dispatcher made a recorded call to 911 that was received by the Orange County Sheriff's Office at 9:31.02 hours. The recording is a true and accurate representation of the call. The parties have agreed to this fact, and it should be considered as true in your deliberations. You may proceed. You may publish.
Yes, this is Orange County Utility Emergency Dispatch. We found a human skull.
Oh my gosh.
I know. We got just an immediately. Yes. I'm going to speak right now with the representative from our field services. This is Benny with Orange County Utilities.
Hey, Benny.
Hi. I'm going to speak with Rusty Spare, and everything is recorded. Here he is. How are you doing?
Hey, Rusty.
One of my meter readers supposedly has found a skull of a if you believe it's human.
What's the location,
And
please?
it's right off of Suburban and Chickasaw in the Kelly Anthony area, right by the
Oh, do you have a specific address for me or
No,
not?
it's right by the school. If you take it,
You are.
Yeah,
Suburban and Goldenwood?
well, Suburban and Chickasaw.
Chickasaw, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and the school is right there. I can't think of the name of the school. Just go right straight down and dead ends right into the woods. It'll be on the east side of Chickasaw, Suburban.
East side of Chickasaw. And what is your party's name that we're going to meet with?
His name's Roy, R-O-Y, Kronk, K-R-O-N-K.
He's not touching this, I hope.
No,
K-R-O-N-K. And he's a
He's a meter reader.
meter reader?
Yeah, and I'll just tell him to stay at that location and just stay away from everything.
Okay. And if you can, try to stress to him to please not draw attention to the area.
Okay.
And that would be great, just in case it is something that may be nothing, but just in case.
Mr. Kronk enters the trial.
And you're from what department?
Utilities Customer Service.
Utilities.
And if you need any information, my phone number is 407-254-9751.
9751?
Yes.
Okay, Rusty, I'm going to go ahead and send a call up for a deputy to meet with him.
Okay.
And we'll see you there very shortly. What type of vehicle is he going to be in?
Probably a Colorado, small Colorado, white.
White?
Orange County. It'll have Orange County insignia on it.
Okay, white Colorado
Chevy
truck.
Colorado. Yes.
And with Orange County markings.
Yes.
Orange County markings. Okay, we'll see you there very shortly, okay?
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye.
You may continue.
Your Honor, the next witness is Edward Turso.
Edward Turso. Last name is T-U-R-S-O.
You may proceed.
Thank you. How are you employed, sir?
With the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
In what capacity?
Deputy.
Are you assigned to a patrol division?
Yes, Sector 2.
Were you assigned to the patrol division in Sector 2 back on December 11th, 2008?
I was.
On that date, did you respond to a call that was received by the Orange County Sheriff on Suburban Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall, or do the records of the Orange County Sheriff reflect the time of your arrival at that location?
I don't recall the time, but off the top of my head, it was very early in the morning.
You may.
Thank you.
How would you recognize the document that I've just shown you?
Yes, it's my supplement. My report.
That is something authored by you?
Yes.
At or near the time of the event that we're discussing?
Yes.
Does
There's
that refresh your recollection as to the time that you responded to this call on Suburban Drive on December 11th of 2008?
Yes, 9:32.
9:32 a.m.?
Yes.
Describe this location if you would.
It was an intersection. To the right was a very wooded area.
Did you meet there with an individual that was identified to you as Roy Kronk?
Yes, I did.
Did Mr. Kronk take you anywhere?
Yes, he took me into the woods.
How did that happen? Tell the members of the jury what happened
What I
once
did
you
was-
arrived.
I identified myself with Mr. Trump. I asked him how could I help him. He had previously called 911. He told me he had to go relieve himself in the woods and found what he believed was a skull.
Did you go into the woods with him then?
Yes, I asked him, show me.
Okay. Did he go in first?
He led me in, yes.
Did you follow?
Yes, I was right behind him, following him all the way to we actually passed the bag and skull.
Okay. Were you able to backtrack and locate the item that he had called about?
Yes, once we passed it, I would say 5-10 feet, stopped. He looked around, wondered what had happened. He looks over my shoulder, and there is the site that he was referring to.
Okay. What did you do at that point?
I walked over to it. I stood over the skull, looked at it, and we left the area right away.
Did you touch it in any fashion?
Not at all.
Did Mr. Kronk touch it in your presence?
Not at all.
What action did you take once you left the woods?
Once we left the woods, I had him go back to his car. I called my sergeant. I started Mr. Crump on a statement of what had happened, and we roped off the area with crime scene tape.
Did you stay there until the arrival of other deputies and supervisors who then took over control of that scene?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no other questions of the witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Did Mr. Kronk advise you that he had called 3 times in August?
No, he did not.
Sustain.
Were you made aware of any prior calls by this individual in August of 2008?
Sustain.
Did you have any conversations with Mr. Kronk about where you advised him that he should not say anything about calling 3 times in August of 2008?
Sustain. Move to another line of questioning. Copy hearsay answers.
If I can have just a moment.
Yes, you may.
Sir, how far did you go into the woods?
Ballpark, 20 feet or so.
And that's when you passed where the skull was, correct?
No, I'd say it was about 20 feet. I mean, I'm just going off the top of my head. I didn't measure it out or anything like that.
Okay. 20 feet from the street?
More or less.
Okay. And there's also a weed line, is there not?
What do you mean a weed line?
I knew that was going to be a tough question to answer. What I mean is there's grass that you mowed before you get into the area that's wooded, correct?
I don't think there was. All I remember is a wooded area. I don't remember seeing a mowed section previously.
You just don't recall, or you're certain that there
I
was?
don't remember if there was a cleared path prior to the woods.
Okay. And when you came back, how far did you pass into the woods before you came back?
When we passed the site,
Yes.
I'd say we passed it by probably about 5 feet or so. When he turned around, he was looking a little bit confused, like, where'd he go? And then he turned and looked at me and pretty much over my shoulder said, oh, there it is.
And next to the skull, there was a fallen tree, correct?
There was a lot of vegetation. I can't tell you exactly if there was a fallen tree right next to the skull.
And there was also a white bag.
A white bag?
Do you recall seeing a white canvas bag?
No.
Do you recall seeing a bright red bag?
I focused on the skull and the garbage bag that was next to it.
Okay. I can have just one moment.
You may. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy Terso, you directed Mr. Kronk to his car,
Correct.
and then you directed him to write a statement.
Yes.
Did you give him any other directions other than those two things?
I don't believe so. I'm not sure what you're asking me. Did I ask him? I told him, here's a statement form. Tell me, write down what you told me, write it down.
But did you give him any other instructions as a police officer as what to do or what not to do?
And that's coming to mind now.
Thank you, sir.
May the deputy be excused for today, but not excused from his subpoena. Okay. All right, deputy.
Thanks, sir.
Okay, who's the state's next witness?
Jennifer Welch.
Okay, members of the jury, we're going to take a 10-minute recess to 10:30 at this time. I'm going to ask you not to discuss this case among yourselves. We'll be in recess to 10:30. Okay, members of the audience, the next witness that will testify concerning certain crime scene photographs, which will be displayed. For those of you who may have queasiness or uneasiness about viewing these type of photographs, where you may have facial reactions or cannot control your emotions, I ask you to leave. So I just wanted to give you fair warning that if you cannot control your emotions, this will be a good time to exit until after this witness testifies. So please govern yourselves accordingly. If you can't, the court deputies will be assisting you out of the courtroom if you show any reactions. Okay, we'll be in recess to 10:30. Okay, the pool camera is hereby instructed to blur or pixelate the portion of any photograph that contains skull. And that is also the same instruction for the pool photographer. So if you can blur it out, pixelate it, then that's fine. No one else, including any journalist, will use a cell phone or any other electronic device to try to capture a photograph. The other rules about no one else pulling from the general audience, pulling out cell phones, cameras, or anything, those will be immediately confiscated by the court deputies. All right, let's return to jury. Okay, state recognized present jury.
Yes, sir.
Defense,
Yes, sir, we do.
statement calling next witness.
Last name W-E-L-C-H.
You may proceed.
Thank you. How are you employed, ma'am?
I'm employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office in the Forensics Unit.
How long have you been with the Orange County Sheriff?
I've been with the Orange County Sheriff's Office for just over 5 years.
What is your assignment within the forensics unit?
Within the Forensics Unit, I'm a crime scene investigator.
Did you hold that position back on December 11th of 2008?
Yes, I did.
On that date, were you called to a location on Suburban Drive?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall, or do the records of the Orange County Sheriff reflect the address, as specific as it can be, of the location on Suburban to which you responded?
Yes, it was the 8900 block of Suburban Drive.
Do you recall what time you arrived?
Yes, on December 11th, I arrived at approximately 11:25 hours.
When you got there, what was the condition of the scene?
When I arrived, it was raining out on scene, and there were several law enforcement personnel present, and it was dense vegetation throughout the area.
You said there were several law enforcement personnel present. Were any of those individuals in the woods?
No, they were not.
Where were they stationed?
They were stationed actually on the street to the north of the actual wooded area.
Do you recall whether or not a crime scene area had been cordoned off or taped off in any fashion at that point?
Yes, I do recall that there was crime scene tape up.
Did you see any individuals within the boundaries of the crime scene tape when you arrived?
The crime scene tape that I recall was set up further down the street, so yes, they were along the street, but not within the wooded area.
Is part of your job as a crime scene investigator to take initial photographs of the condition of a scene prior to the recovery of any potential item of evidence?
Yes,
In this case, did you take photographs of the scene as you found it upon your arrival on December 11th of 2008?
yes, I did.
If I may have what has been marked as FF for identification. Ma'am, can you see FF for identification?
Yes, I can.
Is that photograph a true and accurate representation of the condition of a portion of the crime scene?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce FF for identification into evidence.
What says the defense? It will be received in evidence. The state's numbered.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
Investigator Welch, can you tell the members of the jury what they are looking at in this photograph?
Yes, this is a section of the wooded area showing the dense vegetation present.
If I may have FG for identification. Do you see FG?
Yes, I do.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of a portion of the woods as you observed them that morning?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce FG for identification.
What says the defense?
No objections, Your Honor.
Be received in evidence and states numbered.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may publish.
Investigator Welch, what is it that you are preserving through the use of photography with this exhibit?
This photograph shows another section of the wooded area, and in this photograph is also the beginning of a path that led into the wooded area.
Right. The screen that you have available to you is also a telestrator. You can touch it and indicate if you're talking about a particular item within the photograph. You said that there's the beginning of a path.
Yes, there is.
All right. Can you show the members of the jury where that is on the photograph? Let me have FH for identification. Can you see FH?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Does that photograph fairly and accurately represent the portion of the exterior of the wooded area that you were trying to capture?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce FH for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
Objections.
Be received in evidence and states numbered.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
Investigator Welch, what is this that we're looking at?
This is another photograph of the wooded area. In this photograph, it also shows the beginning of the path that led down into the wooded area.
Can you show us on this photograph where that is? Would it be fair to say that this series of photographs were taken from a panoramic perspective from your right, then moving to your left?
Yes, this series is.
If I may have FI for identification. Is that photograph a fair and accurate representation of the next section of woods as you found them that morning?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce FI for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections, Your Honor.
Be received in evidence and states numbered.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
What is it that we're seeing in this photograph?
This is a photograph of another section of wooded area.
In relation to the path that you had indicated on the prior exhibit, where is this?
I can't tell in this photograph where it is in relation to the path.
If I may have FJ for identification. Is that photograph a fair and accurate representation of another portion of the exterior of the woods as you found them on the morning of December 11th?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce FJ for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections, Your Honor.
Be received in evidence and states numbered.
May we publish?
You may publish.
Ms. Welch, in relation to the path, excuse me, that you had discussed earlier, what is the vantage point of this photograph?
This photograph would show the area to the left if facing the woods or to the east.
Is the beginning of the path shown in this photograph?
No, it's not.
Where would it be in relation to this photo?
It would be out of the picture to the right.
Okay, over here.
Yes, that's correct.
The item at the edge of the photograph on the left side, can you see that?
Yes,
What is that?
it appears to be crime scene paper.
If I may have FK for identification. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This is a photograph showing the wooded area and the actual street.
Is that photograph fair and accurate representation of the conditions of that area on December 11th of 2008?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce FK for identification into evidence.
No objections, Your Honor.
Be received in evidence and states numbered.
Permission to publish that item.
You may publish.
Investigator Welch, is this the vantage point looking almost directly to the left?
Yes, to the east.
This is the crime scene tape that we saw at the end of the last photograph?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And these are these sheriff's office vehicles?
Yes, that's correct.
If I may have FL for identification? Can you see that item?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
I recognize this to be a photograph of the wooded area showing the path that went down into the wooded area.
Is this photograph fair and accurate representation of the conditions of the woods as you found them upon arrival?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce FL for identification into evidence.
No objections.
Be received in evidence as states numbered.
Permission to publish?
You may publish.
Can you use the telestrator to show the members of the jury the pathway that you've designated? What is this item that appears in the pathway? Do you recall?
That item is a sign that is advertising for kindercare daycare.
Can you tell from this photograph, or can you demonstrate on this photograph, the path on the ground?
Yes.
May I have FM for identification? Does this photograph fairly and accurately represent a continuation of the pathway?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce FM for identification into evidence.
It will be received in evidence. The state's numbered.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
There are a few artifacts on this photograph. What are those?
I believe those to be raindrops.
I may have FN for identification. Investigator Welch, do you see what's displayed in FN?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of the condition of the woods as you move further into the path?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce FN for identification into evidence.
We received in evidence. The state's numbered.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
Can you indicate on the photograph how the path goes through this wooded area?
Yes.
If I could have FO for identification. Is this a fair and accurate representation of the section of the woods as, again, you move further along the path?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce FO for identification into evidence.
No objections.
We received in evidence. The state's numbered.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
Can you indicate on this photograph how the path makes its way through the woods?
Yes.
What are these items along the red illustration that I've added to the photo?
Those are vine vegetation.
Is this all hanging off of trees?
Yes, it is.
May I have FP for identification? Do you see FP for identification?
Yes, I do.
Is that photograph a fair and accurate representation of the portion of the floor of the woods?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I would seek to introduce FP for identification into evidence.
No objections.
We received in evidence. The state's numbered.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
Ms. Welch, did the Office of the Medical Examiner, with you present, ultimately recover a skull from this area?
Yes, it did.
Is the skull shown in this photograph?
Yes, it is.
Can you show the members of the jury, if you can circle it, where the skull is? May I have FQ for identification? Is FQ a fair and accurate representation of a close-up of the skull as it was found by you and members of the Office of the Medical Examiner?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce FQ for identification into evidence.
No objections.
We received in evidence. The state's numbered.
Permission to publish this item, Your Honor.
You may publish.
Ms. Welch, what portion of the skull is this?
This would be the top, and you can see part of the right side of the skull.
If I may have FR for identification? Is that photograph a fair and accurate representation of the location of the skull, pulled a little further back for orientation purposes?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce FR for identification into evidence.
What's this defense?
No objections.
We received in evidence. State's numbered.
Permission to publish this item.
You may publish.
Ms. Welch, where is the skull found within this photograph? Oh. Let me get rid of that
Oh,
line.
sorry.
Go ahead.
It's located to the west of the log.
May I have FS for identification? Is that photograph a fair and accurate depiction of the view looking back out towards the road?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce FS for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections.
We received in evidence. The state's numbered.
And permission to publish.
You may publish.
Ms. Welch, Investigator Welch, what is your position when this photograph is taken relative to the skull?
I would be standing near the skull looking west. I don't recall exactly where in this photo.
And what is this item, just for clarification, in the photograph?
That's a light pole.
Is that light pole on Suburban Drive?
Yes, it is.
May I have FT for identification? Do you see FT?
Yes, I do.
Is this another angle that shows additional evidence items that were ultimately collected by the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, it is.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the skull with other items associated with it?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce FT for identification into evidence.
What's that, defense? No objections. You're receiving evidence that states numbered.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
Investigator Welch, can you identify in the photograph the other items of evidence and then orient us to the skull as well?
Yes, I can. The skull is located to the west, the northwest area of the log. Directly northwest of the skull is a black plastic bag. On top of the black plastic bag, at the northwest corner area, is a off-white canvas bag. To the west of the skull is a plastic Disney bag. And that's all I'm able to observe in this photo.
Yes, ma'am. If I may have FU for identification. Does this photograph fairly and accurately represent the scene as you found it with other items of evidence that were ultimately collected?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce FU for identification into evidence.
What's that, defense?
No objections, sir.
You're receiving evidence that states numbered.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
Investigator Welch, can you orient us to the various items in the photograph in relation to where the skull is?
Yes. This would be the log. This is the off-white canvas bag, the black plastic bag, and the black plastic bag and off-white canvas bag would be to the northwest of the skull, which I can't really see in this photo, but it would be in this direction.
May I have FV for identification? Can you see FV?
Yes, I can.
Does FV fairly and accurately depict the condition that you found the skull in on December 11th?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I would seek to introduce FV for identification into evidence.
No objections.
It will be receiving evidence that states numbered.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may publish.
Investigator Welch, where are you standing when this photograph was taken?
I'm standing to the northwest of the skull amongst the vegetation that's located along the west side.
Did this vegetation on the west side obscure your view of the skull to a certain degree?
Yes.
Can you show us where the skull is and which portion of the skull we are viewing in this picture?
Yes. This photograph shows the skull and the front of the skull at that location.
May I have FW for identification? Does this photograph fairly and accurately depict another section near where the skull was located?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I'd seek to introduce FW for identification into evidence.
No objections.
It will be receiving evidence that states numbered.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
Investigator Welch, you had earlier mentioned a log in your testimony. Is that log shown in FW or 185 in evidence?
Yes, it is.
Okay. If you could just illustrate on there which log you're referring to.
Yes.
And where are the other evidence items that you made reference to as it relates to this log?
They're located on the west side of the log, which would be on this side.
There is an item that is red, right? Not the one that I made, but next to it. What is that?
That is the plastic Disney bag.
And what other, let me clear it. What other evidence items are visible in this photograph?
Visible in this photograph is the black plastic bag and off-white canvas bag.
May I have FX for identification? Does FX represent, fairly and accurately represent a view of the evidence items under the log?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I'd seek to introduce FX for identification into evidence.
What's that, defense?
No objections.
You're receiving evidence as.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
Investigator West, can you show us where the log is in this photograph in relation to other items other items that were ultimately taken as evidence?
Yes, the log is right here. And in relation to the items of evidence, it's a black plastic bag there, the skull. And in this photograph, you can see a pair of shorts.
May I have FY for identification? Can you see FY?
Yes, I can.
Does it fairly and accurately depict a different vantage point of those evidence items that you just described?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce FY for identification into evidence.
No objections.
Will be receiving evidence that states numbered.
Permission to publish.
You may publish.
Again, if you could orient us to the various evidence items in this photograph.
Yes. That's the skull. In this photograph, you can see a pair of shorts and the black plastic bag. And barely visible is the red plastic Disney bag.
May I have FZ for identification? Does FZ fairly and accurately represent a close-up image of the skull as you found it?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd seek to introduce FZ for identification into evidence.
No objection.
It will be received in evidence. The state's numbered.
Permission to publish?
You may publish.
Can you orient us to the items that are depicted in 188?
Yes, I can. The skull is in that location, and this photograph shows also the black plastic bag.
May I have GA? Do you see GA?
Yes, I do.
Does GA fairly and accurately represent another angle of evidence items ultimately collected in this case?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I'd seek to introduce GA for identification into evidence.
No objections.
It will be received in evidence. The state's numbered.
Permission to publish?
You may publish.
Investigator Welch, can you orient us to evidence items in the photograph?
Yes, I can. Black plastic bag, and in this photograph, you can see a pair of shorts.
May I have GB for identification? Investigator Welch, can you determine if there are evidence items in GB?
Yes, there is.
Does this fairly and accurately depict those items?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce GB for identification into evidence.
No objections.
Be received in evidence. The state's numbered.
Permission to publish?
You may publish.
Investigator, what evidence item appears in this photograph?
In this photograph, you can see a small section of a beer bottle that was found on scene, and barely visible in the top corner is the black plastic bag.
May I have GC for identification? Do you see GC?
Yes, I do.
What is represented in this photograph?
In this photograph is a view of the skull as well as items of evidence.
And does this photograph fairly and accurately depict what you are attempting to capture through photography?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce GC for identification into evidence.
No objections.
Be received in evidence. The state's numbered.
Permission to publish?
You may publish.
Can you orient us to the other items of evidence that you made reference to?
Yes. Barely visible in the photograph is the black plastic bag, and also in this photograph is clothing remnants.
How would you describe that piece of clothing remnant?
It is a collar with a tag still present.
Where would the front portion of the skull be in relation to these items?
The front of the skull would be located right there.
May I have GD for identification? Does this photograph fairly and accurately depict one of the evidence items that you just described?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I would seek to introduce GD for identification.
No objections.
Be received in evidence. The state's numbered.
Permission to publish?
You may publish.
Which evidence item have you taken a close-up picture of in this case?
This
In
is
this
a
photograph, I'm sorry.
This is a close-up photograph of the clothing remnants, which I previously described as the collar with remaining tag.
Can you show us where that is?
Yes. The tag by the arrow.
What is this item at the bottom of the photograph?
That would be the front of the skull with duct tape.
May I have GE for identification? Does GE fairly and accurately depict evidence items ultimately collected by the Orange County Sheriff?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce GE for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections.
It will be received in evidence. The state's numbered.
Permission to publish?
You may publish.
Investigator Welch, can you orient us to the various items shown in this photograph?
Yes. This would be the off-white canvas bag. This large black item is the black plastic bag. And in this photograph, you can also see the skull.
Prior to collection, could you tell whether or not any of the items were contained inside each other? For example, was any portion of the black plastic within the white canvas?
Not that I can tell.
Let me have GF for identification. Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict items of evidence in the condition in which they were found?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce GF for identification into evidence.
No objections.
Be received in evidence. The state's numbered.
Permission to publish?
You may publish.
What is your vantage point when you took this photograph?
I would have been standing to the east of the black plastic bag, which would have been northeast of the skull.
Does this photograph show vegetation that obscured these evidence items from the vantage point you just described?
Yes, it does.
And which items are shown in the photo?
In this photo is the off-white canvas bag and the black plastic bag.
Is the skull in the photo at all?
I can't tell from this photo.
Can I direct your attention to an item in the corner? Can you see that?
Yes,
What is that?
that appears to be duct tape.
Was that duct tape free on the scene, or was it the duct tape that you had earlier described as being with the skull?
It was the duct tape that I had earlier described as being on the skull.
May I have GG for identification? Does this photograph fairly and accurately represent the evidence items that were ultimately collected from a different vantage point?
Yes, it does.
And at this point, I would seek to introduce GG for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections.
The receiving evidence, the state's numbered.
Permission to publish this item?
You may publish.
Investigator Welch, can you tell us what your vantage point is when taking this photograph?
Yes, I would have been standing partially over the log to the southeast of the skull,
Is the log shown in the photograph anywhere?
barely along the bottom.
Did you have to lean over the log to take this photo?
Yes,
Can you show us what items of evidence are within the photograph?
yes. The black plastic bag, barely visible, is the off-white canvas bag. The red plastic Disney bag, and that would be the skull.
May I have GH for identification? Investigator Welch, do you see GH?
Yes, I do.
Does GH fairly and accurately represent a close-up of items of evidence that you've described?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce GH for identification into evidence.
No objections.
We receiving evidence, the state's numbered.
Permission to publish?
You may publish.
Investigator Welch, what are we looking at in 196 in evidence?
This is a close-up photograph of duct tape that was on the front of the skull, and in the photograph you can also see the clothing remnants.
Is that this item
Yes, that's the clothing remnants.
with the tag in this direction?
Yes, that's correct.
May I have GI for identification? Is this another angle of the same evidence item?
Yes, it is.
Is there another item that can be seen in the photograph as I've marked with red line?
Yes,
Does this photograph fairly and accurately depict the condition of the items as you found them?
yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce GI for identification into evidence.
No objections.
We receiving evidence, the state's numbered.
May I publish?
You may publish.
Investigator Welch, I had made a mark with a red line before the item was published. What is it that is shown in that photograph?
On scene, it appeared to be a white towel, but I was later advised that it was a blanket.
May I have GJ for identification? Do you see GJ?
Yes, I do.
Does that fairly and accurately depict another vantage point?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd seek to introduce GJ for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections.
We receiving evidence, state's numbered.
Permission to publish?
You may publish.
Investigator Welch, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is a view standing near the black plastic bag and off-white canvas bag, showing a view towards Suburban Drive.
Does this fairly and accurately represent the scene as you found it that morning?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce GJ for identification into evidence. Oh, I already did that. Sorry. All right. What is the evidence item that you made reference to?
In this photograph, you can see the off-white canvas bag.
Let me then move to GK for identification. Do you recognize the photograph?
Yes, I do.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the condition of the scene as the medical examiner arrived and began to remove the remains?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce GK for identification into evidence
No objections.
We received state's numbered.
and permission to publish this item.
You may publish.
Can you orient us to the items in the photograph and tell us what is happening at this juncture?
Yes. In this photograph, it's the black plastic bag, the red plastic Disney bag. In this photograph is the skull with duct tape present. And in this photograph, the chief medical legal investigator, Stephen Hansen, is picking up the skull to remove it from the scene.
Thank you, Ms. Welch. Your Honor, at this point, I have no other questions of the witness on these particular issues.
Cross-examination.
Please report. Investigator Welsh, good morning.
Good morning.
I wanted to talk to you about your position.
Okay.
As a crime scene investigator, one of the first and most important things that you do is try to document the scene.
Yes, that's correct.
And your job is incredibly important because you want to try and show as best you possibly can the jurors what that scene looked like when you first arrived.
Yes, that is correct.
And you were trained extensively on how to do this.
Yes, that would be correct.
And part of that reason, well, the main reason for that is that you never get a second chance at an actual crime scene.
Yes, it is rare.
And the importance of having a scene preserved is because once people come in, it would get contaminated.
Yes.
And the more people that come in and observe the scene, the more contamination happens, correct?
Yes, that's true.
And if there is a body or remains that have been tampered with, that would affect everyone's ability to do their job, correct?
Yes.
It would affect investigators to be able to determine what happened at that location.
Yes.
It could affect as well the medical examiner in determining what may or may not have happened. To a
Yes,
limited extent, right?
it could.
And some of the things you also look for is to see if a scene is staged, do you not?
Yes.
And it is very common when you have scenes to be careful and to observe and look for these things of what may be a staged scene, right?
Yes.
And that's because sometimes there are people who try to conceal certain items of evidence. You may answer.
I'm sorry, can you repeat it?
Sure. And that's because sometimes people try to conceal certain items of evidence.
They may.
And then there are those staged scenes where people try to make the scene look like something else happened there.
Yes, they could.
And that is why it is paramount, to the utmost important, that the scene be preserved and that the scene not be tampered with in any way.
Yes, that would be correct.
May I publish state's evidence GE?
What's the evidence number?
93? 193.
You may.
Can you all see that? Now I'd like to draw your attention to. I'm sorry. That wouldn't be fair. Investigator West, can you see it now, ma'am?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to the duct tape area. Can you draw a circle around the duct tape? Now, is it fair to say, Investigator Welch, that the duct tape is somewhat in the air on this photograph?
It appears it could be.
Okay. And you can see almost the entire width of the duct tape, can you not?
Yes, it appears you can.
And it is, would this area be classified as the front of the skull?
Yes.
And the end portion of the duct tape would be right there, would it not?
Yes, if that is the duct tape, yes.
So as you see it now, it is flat on the ground, pointed at, I guess what could best be described as 1 o'clock, correct? In that direction?
I can't tell if it's flat on the ground, but it does appear to be pointed in that direction.
Can I see GF? Okay. May I publish state's evidence 194?
You may.
Can you see that photograph, Investigator Welsh?
Yes, I can.
Can the jury see it as well? Now, here you do not see, I'm going to draw a circle around the duct tape if that's okay. Can you see that there?
Yes,
Okay. Here you see the duct tape, but not the skull, correct?
it appears to be the duct tape, yes.
And it is also lying, or appears to be lying, flat on the surface.
I can't tell if it's laying flat.
You can almost see the entire width of it, correct?
Yes,
And there appears to be an end piece right about there,
if that is the duct tape, yes.
and then the other end piece would be down here. I may have drawn over. Let me clear that. Down there.
Yes, it appears to be.
I have G. May I publish, Your Honor, 196?
You may.
Can you see that, Investigator Welsh?
Yes, I can.
Can the ladies and gentlemen of the jury see it? Now, this is a close-up of the duct tape, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, here you can see pretty much the entire width of the tape. Can you not? Right there, through there.
Yes.
And here, you actually see the end of the duct tape, do you not?
Yes, it appears to be the end.
Where it would be the cutted edge or something to that effect.
I can't tell if it's cut, but it appears to be an end.
You can see that, right? It's an uneven edge. Can you not?
Yes, I can.
And that would appear to be the end of that piece of duct tape, correct?
It does appear to be.
Can I have GI? Your Honor, may I publish State's Evidence 197?
You may.
Investigator Welch, can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Now, what we're looking at, again, is almost the width of the entire duct tape from here to there.
Yes.
And this area here appears to be the edge of the duct tape, or the ending.
It appears to be a section of the ending.
Can I have the last? May I show Your Honor the jury State's Evidence 199?
You may.
Investigator Welch, can you see that?
Yes, I can.
Now, this is Investigator Hansen, correct?
Yes.
And he is currently collecting the skull at this time.
Yes.
And he is also at the same time collecting the duct tape, is he not?
Yes.
And in order to collect all of them, do you notice that he has to apply some force to lift all those items together?
He would have to apply force to lift it, just like you would have to lift anything.
And he's also including extra, I guess, foliage, where I've just drawn. Can you see that?
It does appear that he is also grabbing vegetation.
That's a better word, I think. And also, he is also applying pressure in this area, is he not, as he's collecting it?
I can't tell.
He would have to in order to lift it.
In order to lift the skull,
And he's not wearing any protective footwear, is he?
not other than boots.
And the person next to him is also not wearing any protective footing, are they?
No.
And it appears his other leg is also stepping on other items of evidence that would be collected. Is that correct?
They could be.
I have just one moment.
You may.
Thank you, Investigator Welch. I have no further questions at this time.
Read ready? Investigator Welch, you may be excused.
Thank you.
Subject to resolve. Attorney's approach, I don't need a court report. Statement call the next witness.
Steve Hansen.
I did.
My name is Stephen Hansen, Hanson. I'm the Chief Investigator for the District 9 Medical Examiner's Office.
Mr. Hansen, how long have you worked for the medical examiner's office?
Here, almost 7 years.
And who is the medical examiner for the District 9?
The Chief Medical Examiner is Dr. Jan Garavaglia.
Prior to working with the medical examiner in District 9, where have you worked before that?
For about 18 months prior to coming here, I was a crime scene manager for the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. For 11 years prior to that, I was the Chief Investigator for the Bexar County Medical Examiner's Office in San Antonio, Texas.
Now, what are the responsibilities that you have in your present position?
As the Chief Investigator, I supervise and do the scheduling for all of the investigators assigned, but I also go ahead and work cases myself.
Is one of your responsibilities the collection of human remains for later examination by the forensic pathologists that work for the District 9 Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes, it is.
On or about, or on the 11th day of December of 2008, did you receive notification of the location of, or believed to be human remains in Erie, North County, Florida?
Yes, I did.
Approximately what time did you receive that
It was
notification?
around 11 o'clock in the morning.
And pardon me, did you then travel to a location in one of your medical examiner's vehicles?
I traveled to Suburban Drive in Orlando.
And when you arrived there, did you take photographs of the scene in general and various items of evidence that were collected?
As part of my entire investigation of the area, yes, I did.
Let me, if I may have the witness shown, State's Exhibit for Identification BV. Do you recognize State's Exhibit BV?
Yes, I do.
And what does it show?
This is, it looks like it's the south side of Suburban Drive in Orlando.
Would this have been a photograph you took when you first arrived before actually entering
Yes, it is.
the scene? Does it fairly accurately depict the scene as it was when you arrived?
Indeed.
When you arrived, was it raining?
Yes, it was.
At this time, you ought to move down to State's Exhibit B for identification.
What's that, defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
You received an evidence that states number.
And then publish.
You may publish.
I just described sort of what we're looking at as we look at this photograph.
When I do a scene investigation, I take photographs of the area surrounding the scene specifically, and this is the road, Suburban Drive, and specifically a portion of the area that was in question. Further inside the woods is where the actual scene was at the time.
All right. If I could have states BW. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
This photograph that you took on the date we've been discussing.
Indeed.
Does it fairly accurately depict the scene as you saw it?
Yes, it does.
This time, State moved evidence states exhibit BW.
No objection, Your Honor. Be received in evidence. The state's numbered.
May I publish?
You may publish.
All right. Tell us what we're looking at in this photograph.
This is the south side of Suburban Drive, and as you can see up towards the center top, it looks like there's a little bit of an opening in the growth, and that would be kind of the path that led into where the remains were found.
The monitor you have in front of you is a telestrator. If you'll touch the screen, you can make a line or circle,
okay.
kind of circle the entrance.
Okay. This is kind of the...
That area right there. Thank you. May have states exhibit BX. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And does it fairly accurately depict the scene as you found it?
Yes.
Moving further into the
Yes,
woods?
it does.
This time, I'm going to move evidence states exhibit BX.
Be received in evidence. The state's numbered.
May I publish?
You may publish.
All right. Take us through again what this is showing us about your path as it continues into the woods.
During the course of a scene investigation, you take various photographs and you go from a larger area into a smaller area, and this is a photograph in that series moving into the area where the remains were found.
There's an item that appears in the photograph here. Was that a advertising sign for something?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, sir.
Was that an advertising sign for something?
There was an advertising sign that was there. I'm not exactly sure if that was it. It's a little far off. It could well have been.
All right. If I could have the next photograph be Y. And again, is this another photograph a little bit farther down the back?
Yes, it is. And in this one, you can see, I think, the item that you're referring to over here, and that was some sort of a plastic advertisement that has the little metal stands on it that stick into the ground.
And does this fairly accurately depict the scene?
Yes, it does.
State moved evidence states exhibit BY.
Okay. Be received in evidence. The state's numbered.
Request published?
Publish.
All right, so just you've circled an item, that's the little sign going in. Kind of give us a line as to how you would have to continue on this path to get to the area of concern.
Oh, I'm not very good at that. Things like that.
Slightly curving to the right.
Exactly.
United States exhibit BZ. You recognize that as a fair and accurate photograph of a continuation of the path?
Yes, I do.
State moved evidence states exhibit BZ.
No objection, Your Honor. Be received in evidence. The state's numbered.
May I publish?
You may publish.
All right, again, if you show us sort of where is the continued path to the area that we're most interested in. Very good. Could I have states exhibit CA, please? You recognize states exhibit CA?
Yes, it's further into the area in question.
And again, this is fairly accurate to depict the scene as you found it.
It is.
This time, I'm going to state moved evidence states exhibit CA.
No objection, Your Honor. Be received in evidence. The state's numbered.
May I publish?
You may publish.
Now, in this photograph, do we see the first hint of the area that we're going to be talking about?
Yes, we do.
Could you just circle it so we get that perspective from this photograph? And would that item be a fallen log?
Yes, it is.
And the area of concern is just after that?
That's correct.
Could I have states exhibit CB? Can you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
It's fairly accurate to depict the scene.
Yes, it does.
Okay, moving evidence states exhibit CB.
No objection, Your Honor. Be received in evidence. The state's numbered.
May I publish?
You may publish.
All right, again, this is getting us a little bit farther in. Can you, for orientation, just put a line around the area of concern as we're now approaching it?
Right around there.
Now, was this photograph you recall taken with flash?
Yes, it was.
Right. Now, obviously this photograph is assisted with flash. Does it fairly and accurately depict the difficulty in seeing items in that area, or is it better because of the flash?
The entire area was heavily overgrown, as you can see. It was dark and raining. The flash didn't really help that much. It was a good camera. Having looked back on it, I think some of the pictures were better than what I was able to see at the scene with my glasses getting water drops on them.
Okay. Again, because it was still raining the whole time you were there.
Indeed, yes, and cold.
Your Honor, this might be a good time for lunch.
I never adjourn 1 minute before the hour of noon. I'm going to ask that you not discuss this case among yourselves. Okay, you may be seated. Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorney. Both sides ready to proceed. All right, let's return the witness to the stand, and after he's back on the stand, we'll bring the jury in. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Did you heed all of my previous admonition during the noon recess? All right, state and the defense both recognize the presence of the jury.
Yes, sir.
You may continue, Mr. Ashton.
Mr. Hanson, I believe where we left off before lunch, you were making your way back to the area of interest. When you arrived at the area where the remains were, can you kind of describe the area? In other words, in terms of its vegetation, things of that sort.
Yes, sir. It was heavily overgrown and undergrown with There was a rotten log. There was a lot of vines. There was a lot of undergrowth. It took me, even when I got to the area and Detective Miller tried to point out the things that were pertinent, it took me a while to orient it, to pick them up. The photos that you showed going in were photos of the area, but I hadn't noticed until we got in there looking. So it was very difficult to see. Once you picked it up, then it was much easier. But initially, it was very difficult to discern.
What, did someone have to point it out to you, the skull?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If I may show the witness states exhibit CH for identification.
Right.
Let me just make sure. Yes. Can you see that photograph?
Yes, I can.
Was this one of the initial photographs you took upon being shown where the remains were, but before major clearing had occurred?
No, it isn't. This was after some clearing had been done, taken from the opposites. I take that back. Some of the area had been cleared a little bit, but this was maybe the second or third photograph that was taken.
So within the process of clearing of it?
Indeed.
All right. And does it fairly accurately depict what it shows?
Yes, it is.
This time, Your Honor, moving down to states exhibit CH.
No objection. We received an evidence that states number.
I publish.
You may publish.
All right. Now, from what perspective is this photograph taken, Mr. Hanson?
I'm standing, if you look at the lower portion of the photograph, there's what looks to be a rotten log. I'm on the other side of that, and we're looking across. I'm not 100% sure what the direction was. The orientation was a little tough in there, but we were looking across so that what looked like to be the skull was on the left-hand side, and then the plastic bags and some of the other things were over on the right.
The little line here, this is the log you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Or just
Indeed.
The line. All right. And are you essentially directly above the skull or approximately?
Just a little bit behind it, but very close.
Right. Can you see in this photograph was there duct tape underneath the skull?
I'm not sure that I was able to appreciate the duct tape right at that point. These were, again, a series of photographs that we take as we go in so that we have orientation and background. So I was more interested in making sure that I got everything in there than doing a close examination of the scene itself.
Now, after that, this photograph, of course, you did have a chance to examine it more thoroughly. And
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there duct tape underneath the skull?
It appeared to be duct tape from what I could see, yes.
Can you point out on this photograph where that is?
I would think that it's kind of right around in this area.
So this bit of gray we see just above the skull in the photograph?
Actually, it's not above the skull. It's in front of the skull.
In the photograph?
Oh, yes, sir.
The upper part
Right,
of the photograph.
indeed, yes.
Top. Okay. And all right, let's go on. Excuse me. Now, once this photograph was taken, did you, with the assistance of the crime scene investigators, clear all of the vegetation above the skull and the other items associated with it?
Not right away. Additional photographs were taken, but at some point then we went ahead and started to clear it out so that we could see it better.
How long were you actually at the scene between arrival and when you left with the remains?
I'd have to say it was 3 or 4 hours.
So we're condensing 3 or 4 hours.
Yes, we are.
Short period of time. All right. May I have State's Exhibit CI? Right. Can you see State's Exhibit CI?
Yes.
Is that a photograph of the scene with the vines cleared away to appreciate everything on the ground in relation to each other?
The vines are cleared away, and you can see that the log that was down there has been removed.
And does it fairly depict the scene with those alterations?
Yes, sir, it does.
This time, Your Honor, move that to State's Exhibit CI.
No objection, Your Honor. We received an evidence that states number.
May I publish?
You may publish.
Now, I believe you indicated before we published this, you put a blue light at the bottom. Is that approximately where the log was?
Yes, sir.
But the log had been removed.
Yes, it was moved over to the side.
And again, you indicated that some vines had been removed.
Yes, sir.
Was anything cleared at this point from ground level, or was it all the stuff above?
No, it was just things that were above it that were hindering our ability to visualize what was down there.
So with respect to the things that are on the ground, is everything in the same position it was when you got there?
Yes, sir.
We can move on to State's Exhibit CJ. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what is, let me clear that annotation. What is this a photograph of?
This is a close-up of the skull.
Now, is this taken after the vines have been cleared away, the log has been removed?
Yes, sir.
But has any of the ground material been disturbed? In any way?
Not at all. It was just a close-up of the area after it had been cleared up a little bit, but nothing had been moved.
This time, Your Honor, moved it. And does it fairly accurately depict the scene?
Yes, it does.
This time, Your Honor, moved evidence, State's Exhibit C.
No objection, Your Honor. It will be received an evidence that states numbered.
May I publish?
You may publish.
Now, tell me, if you will, sort of describe the angle at which you took this photograph or what you were attempting to do.
This photograph was taken from the opposite side of where the other ones were. We moved from, for discussion's sake, the one side where the log was, we moved outside of the area and came into it from another point so that we could visualize the other side without having to step over anything or disturb anything. So now this photograph was taken from the other side, the other perspective, where you couldn't see the front of the skull from that other vantage point. We moved so that you could visualize the skull without having to move anything.
Now, at what height is the camera when this is taken?
It probably wasn't 2.5 feet off the ground.
And how did you accomplish that?
The camera we have is a digital camera, and it has a screen in the back that you can flip out and rotate so that you don't have to stay behind the camera as you're watching it the whole time. So we were able to, or I was able to go ahead and bring that camera down and rotate the screen up so that I could still see what the camera was seeing without having to get down onto the ground at the same level. So that's how it's.
So you're actually standing up, but you're holding the camera.
Well, I was bending down, but I was not. My face was not behind the camera because of the arrangement of the screen on the back of the camera.
Now, in this photograph, can you see the duct tape?
Yes, sir.
Now, from your observation of it at this point, could you determine whether it was appeared to be more than one piece of duct tape?
No, not at that point.
Could you circle the duct tape for us? Now, obviously, this is a two-dimensional photograph, but the tape itself, as it was sitting there, was it flat on the ground? Was it perpendicular? Was it at an angle? Could you give us that additional dimension to this photograph?
It was difficult to tell because of the hair mat and the undergrowth, the plant material that was there. To the best of my knowledge, the people that were processing the scene, including myself, had not moved anything. So that is exactly how we saw it, and we hadn't moved anything. So it was difficult to tell exactly where it was.
All right. So there was a great deal of leaf debris sort of around it.
Still.
Right. Now, we see in the photograph a portion of the duct tape. Is there a portion of the duct tape that is under the leaf debris?
We didn't know that at the time.
Okay.
But subsequently, upon moving, when you do these, you photograph everything as you find it. You want to record it exactly as it was found. And after you've done that, then you're in a position where you can go ahead and start to make some changes. But you want to always be able to photograph something exactly how it was found. And then, as we're doing now, then we explain that. And so any subsequent photographs, we can say that we had to clear some of that undergrowth and what have you away so we could see.
Now, you mentioned a hair mat. Can you show the jury in this photograph the hair mat you're talking about?
There's
Let me clear the tape annotation first of all.
Okay.
So you can make a new one if you like.
Okay. There, it appeared, and it's what it appeared at the scene, and was subsequently learned to be true, that this area here and around here and some back here was probably hair.
And did it appear that way to you at the time?
It did.
Did it appear also that the matter on top of the skull here, sort of these strands appeared to be hair also?
Correct.
Let me go on to State's Exhibit CK, I believe is the next one. And do you see State's Exhibit CK?
Yes, I do.
And does that fairly accurately depict the relationship of the skull, the tape, and the bags that appear in the photograph?
Yes, it does.
This time, the Honorable State's Exhibit CK.
What's the answer to defense? You received an evidence and states numbered.
May publish.
You may publish.
Now, these particular items we see in the photograph, let me just ask you, when you, as the crime scene investigator for the medical examiner's office, do you have a responsibility that's slightly different than the responsibility of the crime scene investigators or the police agency?
Yes, sir. We investigate death scenes, and we are responsible for providing the information to the medical examiner regarding the way the scene looks and how it is related to the remains. The majority of times it's a full set of remains, occasionally decomposed, or in this case, skeletonized. So we need to go ahead and try and put into perspective those things that we believe are pertinent to understanding the scene and the circumstances. So we focus more on the scene itself as it relates with the remains than a lot of the broad photographs that the regular crime scene folks would take.
In terms of custody of the remains and items related to the remains, what is the protocol for that?
Okay. The Florida statute gives the medical examiner's office the authority over the remains. We work hand in hand with law enforcement. They own and control the crime scene, but we have the remains. In this particular case, one of the things that we were thinking was that there were probably remains in the bag. And we were, I'll be honest, hoping that most of the remains were in that bag because it would have made it a much simpler case rather than having to go search all over a field, or in this case, a wooded area. So we considered this potentially, these bags having contained additional remains. So we looked at that as part of our jurisdiction.
So you would have, in effect, been in custody, if you will, or control over not just the skull, but the bags as well.
After discussion with law enforcement, they agreed that that's probably the way it should be handled in this particular case.
Now, let's move on to State's Exhibit CL, please. You recognize State's Exhibit CL?
Yes, sir.
Is this an additional photograph of the skull showing the duct tape and its relationship to the bag?
Yes, sir, it is. The one plastic bag.
The one plastic bag. And does it fairly accurately depict the scene as you saw it?
Yes, it does.
At this time, I'll move down to State's Exhibit CL.
It will be receiving evidence and states numbered.
May I publish?
You may publish.
Now, this photograph, I want to discuss with you a little bit about the skull, its position. Was the skull, portions of the skull, beneath the level of the leaf litter or ground around it?
I'm not sure about dirt, but I can tell you that it seemed to be embedded in the vines. You can see there are vines and leaves and other ground debris, and it seemed to be embedded in that debris.
Now, it appears from the photograph that at least the front, the debris was up to about the mid-eye socket level. Is that?
It does, yes.
Is that how it was actually?
This is an accurate representation of what we saw.
And then if you can kind of demonstrate, if you can, sort of where the debris line would have been around the skull, and you can feel free to use your own.
Well, I can kind of do my own skull, or I can draw the line. It's kind of right where.
Show me on your skull,
okay,
so we can see what.
It's kind of like right about there, without the glasses. Okay, just below, or just a little bit below, or touching a little bit above the eye socket.
Okay, so it's from the eye socket, and did it go around the head?
Oh, yeah, the
circumference.
Yeah, the entire.
You cannot talk at the same time.
Oh, yes, Court Reporter. If you could just give me a demonstration of the total circumference.
It was circumferential around the skull.
Was the skull sitting essentially in its, let me rephrase, when we say anatomical position, we mean as if someone were standing straight up. All right, so from that purpose, was the skull completely straight up, or was it a slight angle one way or the other?
I believe it was angled. It was not straight up.
Angled so the back was low, or do you recall?
It was very difficult to tell because of the orientation of the ground around it.
Fair enough. Now, did you come up with a method of trying to remove the skull and the tape together as a group?
Yeah. We the crime scene people, Welsh, Investigator Welsh, and the supervisor Susan Mears were out there, and we talked about it. And my suggestion was that we go ahead and I would remove as large an area from the side and under the skull and lift it up and place it into a paper bag. At this point in time, we were most interested in recovering everything that was there without making any substantial changes in its orientation, because we realized that the duct tape and the hair mat were important exactly the way they were. And we weren't exactly sure what else was in that area of vegetation and debris around it. So I reached, or we decided the best way to do it would be to try and collect a large portion of that area, just not lift the skull up. So we plan to go ahead and lift an area to include the skull and the debris, and then put it into a paper bag for transport.
Let me show you State's Exhibit GK. I believe this is in evidence as State's Exhibit 199 for the record. Let me clear the annotation. May I publish? This is in evidence as State's 199.
You may.
Is this, though obviously you didn't take this photograph, is this a photograph taken of you attempting in the middle of removing the skull?
That's correct. It looks like I had already reached down and gotten the outer areas, and my hands were coming together under the skull to lift it up. One of the crime scene investigators was holding a bag open so that I could just reach over and then place this entire pile of debris and skull into the bag for security and transport.
Do you have a recollection of approximately how far out from the skull you went in terms of your initial penetration of the ground?
From about 6 to 8 inches from around the skull. The skull is here in the center. I put my hand 6 to 8 inches out to the side, and then gone down until I hit something pretty solid, and then tried to scoop it up and then lift everything that was there to deposit in a large brown paper bag.
Okay, looking at State's Exhibit 199, there appears to be a slightly darker area around here. Is that sort of where you had removed debris? Is that?
It would appear to be that way, yes.
And did you attempt, as best you could, to keep the tape in the same position in reference to the skull as it was on the ground?
The hair mat and the tape both, yes.
Just so clear, was it possible to keep it in precisely exactly the same position?
I seriously doubt it, but we certainly made the best effort that we possibly could.
And when you said that was collected and was placed in a paper bag?
Correct.
And did you collect other items from the scene there that morning?
Yes, we did.
What other items were collected from the scene that morning?
We collected the plastic bag and the canvas bag that was next to it because we felt that may have had additional remains in it. And there were also some other long bones that were in the area of the skull, in the proximity, which would again be part of our responsibility as the medical examiner's office. So while they weren't part of the large area that we collected with the skull or from the bags, they were also collected and placed in the bag for transport back to the medical examiner's office.
So you said the bag, you're talking about the trash bag or the canvas bag or both?
The trash bag and the canvas bag were collected again as one unit so that we could get everything that was in that area. Again, same thing, going down from the outside of it around and scooping it up and then putting it onto a plastic shroud and then putting that into a body bag.
And was that taken then as a large?
As a unit.
As a unit. Did you also collect some items of possible clothing? I think a pair of shorts.
There was. There. I didn't know at the time that they were shorts, but there were some items of cloth that may have been clothing, but those were also collected because we considered as part of that scene.
Was there anything else you took from the scene that first morning? You said the skull, the bag, the shorts, the long bone, anything else?
That's pretty much it. There was something besides the shorts. There was a large piece of cloth. Later learned to be, it was some sort of a blanket, I think. But those things that were of that ilk, that were with each other, they were all picked up and transported back.
To the medical examiner's office?
Indeed, yes.
And when you arrived at the medical examiner's office, did you turn all that material over to one of the forensic pathologists at the
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Who was that?
It was Dr. Gary Utz, the deputy chief medical examiner.
Over the next number of days, did you continue to transport evidence or remains from that scene on Suburban to the medical examiner's office?
One of my roles was to go ahead and go back and forth between the scene, confer with Dr. Schultz, with the crime scene people so that we kind of knew what was going on. And as they were collecting things that they believed to be bones or part of that scene that were possibly human remains, okay, those would be collected and cataloged by the crime scene people, and that included the people from the sheriff's office and the other agencies that were assisting, but under the supervision of the sheriff's office. They would collect those things, and then I would sign for them out there on most occasions, transport them back to the medical examiner's office for security and examination by the medical examiners that were working on the case. There were 1 or 2 instances where one of the crime scene people may have transported it from the scene into our office, but for the most part, I was the one that was going back and forth, bringing the things that had been collected during the extensive search that they did of the area back to the medical examiner's office.
You indicated your first trip, obviously we just talked about, was December 11th. What was the date of your last trip? And if you need to refer to your quick refresher recollection, that's fine.
I think the 17th of December was the last time I went out there.
And was the purpose of that to collect?
Again, to do the same thing, to gather whatever remains or things that they thought might be remains. There were a number of things that were collected that Dr. Schultz was going to have to look at to see if in fact they were bones, or if they were human bones, or if they may have been some other sort of wood debris.
You mentioned that Dr. Schultz. Who is Dr. Schultz?
Dr. John Schultz is an anthropologist. He is our primary anthropology consultant at the District 9 Medical Examiner's Office, and he was working with us. As a matter of fact, I called him probably before I went to the scene on the 11th, just to give him a heads up, to let him know what was going on, to see if he would be able to join us out there.
And did he show up at the scene?
Not on the 11th, but he did show up at the medical examiner's office that afternoon, and I'm not sure whether he was there when I got back or shortly thereafter, but he was there that afternoon of the 11th at the medical examiner's office.
And the area that we've been discussing where the remains were found, is that here in Orange County, Florida?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Good afternoon.
Mr. Mason?
It's the only time I ever want to see you.
Yes, sir.
I saw in the photographs that you identified, and I'll tell court and counsel in just a second which one it was. I believe it's exhibit number 201. Did I see 201? You see that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
May we publish this, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did that work? Okay. Could you tell us what that is lying there in the grass or the right away?
Which thing?
Well,
Point out which one, because there are two things that are standing out there.
okay, you point to one, tell me what it is. I don't know how to work this machine. I
Okay.
know what I see. You tell me what you see.
Okay, this thing right over here looks like a machete that was stuck into the ground.
And beside it,
And beside it is, I don't know, I just noticed it when we were reviewing photographs later. It looks like an arrow, but I didn't pay attention or notice that. Certainly wasn't anything that I put there.
well, did you use the machete?
No,
Do you know who used the machete?
no, I don't. I didn't even notice the machete until I started looking at the pictures a lot closer.
Well, from the pictures you did look at when you were reviewing, it was clear that there had been, no pun intended, but some clearing of all of the woods there before you got there, wasn't there? I'm sorry? Go ahead, sir.
It looks like somebody cut a path through some of the underbrush. If you look at the center of that screen, kind of like here, it looks like somebody had cleared that a little bit, but that's how I found it, so I don't know who did it.
Did you, in your review of the photographs, look at a long series of photographs taken by Ms. Welch from CSI?
No, I just reviewed mine.
Just her own photographs?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so by the time you got there, how many law enforcement and or CSI people had been on the scene? Do you know?
No, I don't, but there were several,
A bunch.
a lot.
And was the media there also by the time you got there?
Not at the area of the scene. They were behind the yellow tape a block or so away,
All of them down the road?
pretty much.
So you don't know how many people had preceded you in that area to clear debris and move things around?
No, I don't.
You've told us in a couple, at least 3 times, I guess, you mentioned a log, a rotted log.
Excuse me?
A log, a rotted
Oh,
log?
yes, sir, a rotted log, yes, sir.
And was that there laying in the area of or over the remains when you got there?
It was not over the remains, it was beside the remains, and yes, it was.
And do you know who moved that log?
Yes, sir, it was me.
Okay. And after you moved it, what did you find?
After I photographed it,
And then what did you find, sir?
I found a better visualization of the remains in the bags.
Now, I want to direct your attention specifically also now to exhibit number 209 in evidence. Oh, we have to do this stuff here. I don't know how you take this off here. Do what? No, I won't take this one. But okay. Mm-hmm. You just have pictures, hold them up and take them up. Thank you. Then you stay right here.
No, I don't work for you.
Well, they don't mind. Thank you very much. Now give me number 209, please. Oh, there it is.
Sir, doesn't make
May
any
I
difference what
publish
number
that
it is, I can't see anything.
You can't see?
No, sir. Yes, sir.
May I publish this to the jury? If I know how? Y'all tell me if I push the right button. Got it? Mr. Hanson, I'm seeing duct tape laying flat on the surface of the ground there.
Opinion
Well,
of
go
the
ahead.
photograph. Your Honor, can we approach?
May I ask the question, please? Thank you, sir. You say that duct tape looks like it's laying flat on the ground. Is that correct?
His opinion, photograph speaks for itself.
What was the question?
It looks like it's laying flat on the ground. Is that correct, sir?
There is a portion of the duct tape that looks like it's laying on the ground, yes.
All right, sir. And is there also an edge of that you can see? It appears to be torn.
Yes.
And that'd be like the end of the tape.
I'm not sure whether that was the end of the tape or the fact that the duct tape itself had started to break down and the silver had come away from the fibrous reinforcement.
And that piece of duct tape as it's lying there, sir, was it measured there at the scene?
Was it?
Measured?
No.
Were
At least
there?
it was not measured by
sorry.
it was not measured by me.
You know. And when you took these photographs, were there any scales used to go with the photographs, like a ruler put down beside it or anything?
No, sir.
I believe you told Mr. Ashton that this skull appeared to be somewhat embedded. Is that your word?
Yes.
And how deep was whatever it was embedded in, you know?
No, I don't. There was the ground clutter, which consisted of vegetation. I don't believe it was embedded in dirt per se. I think it was just embedded in the vegetation.
When you were asked to come there and look at this scene, do your job, did you know that did you know if anybody had moved that skull in any way before you got there?
The initial information that I received was that the person that found it may have kicked it, but that was
Hearsay. Move to strike.
So,
I motion to strike, Judge. And that's the jury disregard upon.
on your watch, for what you did, then you don't have any firsthand knowledge about whether somebody had moved it before.
that is correct.
And then what you do is you gather it up, and as Mr. Ashton was showing us, republishing number 199. Can we have 199 now? Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
May I show it to the jury again, Your Honor? Do you know who all those other feet belong to?
Well, 2 of them are mine. I'm not 100% sure who the other folks were. I was concentrating. Excuse me?
You'd be officials, right?
Oh, yes, there was no one that wasn't authorized there.
And so what were the reasons you had for digging down, trying to gather as much of the material around the skull as you could?
The primary reason was to make sure that, 1, I collected everything that was around it, and 2, that I didn't move anything that was important, such as the duct tape and the hair mat.
So if the duct tape were positioned flat, as we saw a moment ago with pictures,
Fact not in evidence in counsel's opinion.
if the duct tape were in the position that was revealed in the photos we saw just a few moments ago, Would you agree, sir, that when you lifted it all up, the duct tape would have changed position?
It could have.
And by the way, you mentioned some names. Dr. Utz was the on-call medical examiner that caught this case originally,
I don't know if he was on call, but he was the medical examiner that stayed to receive the remains when I got back to the medical examiner's office.
and that was on the 11th of December, 2008.
Correct.
Ultimately, or a day or so later, if I read your report correctly, Dr. Garavaglia came in. Is that correct?
Came in as,
Through the process.
yes,
And she took over.
it seemed that way. That was where I was no longer involved. That was doctor stuff.
Well, now you went out there several days in a row.
Right.
You went out there repeatedly to pick up evidence that had been found by the various CSI folks, right?
I was involved with the transportation, but not the analysis.
Right. But I mean, you went out there and you got whatever they had from that day's sifting work.
Sifting or searching of the area, yes,
Took it back to the medical examiner's office.
correct,
And somebody put it together.
obviously. Yes.
But what you,
No, sir.
but did you observe it?
Did I observe it? There were occasions when I was in the same room when they were doing some of the work, but
Assembling, I'm sorry.
I wasn't there to observe what they were doing. I was doing my job.
And what was being done with these items that you brought back from this scene? Or somebody was assembling the skeleton.
There were a number of things that were being done as part of the process, and obviously reconstructing it was part of it, yes.
And was that process photographed?
Not by me.
We have just a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Me too.
I'm here for you.
The log that you raised your hand, you said you moved it?
Yes, sir.
Did you photograph the whole thing before you moved it?
No.
Anybody photograph you moving it?
I don't
You know
know. I couldn't while I was moving it, so I don't know if they were.
Okay, so what did you do with it?
Pushed it off to the left side in an area that we didn't believe would interfere with anything.
Completely away from the evidence field, or so you thought?
Yes.
All right. Listen, I have one more.
You may.
The ones that I took?
Yes.
Yes,
Have you seen, you already told me you didn't see all the ones that other people took.
that's correct.
Do you have any knowledge about a whiteboard, like a possible 2x4 or 1x6 laying across that log?
No, I don't.
Never saw anything like that in your,
No,
when
I
you got there, while you were there?
If it had been there when I got there, I would have photographed it because it shouldn't have been moved once I got there.
All right, I have no problem.
Get a redirect? Okay, may Investigator Hanson be excused? Yes, sir. Thank you, Investigator. You may be excused.
Thank you, sir.
State may call the next witness.
So we've heard a lot about the skull today.
Gary Lee Utz, UTZ.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us, please, how you're presently employed?
I'm the Chief Deputy Medical Examiner for Orange County
How long have you had that job?
since April of 2008.
Can you tell us what type of educational background you have that's qualified you for that position?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology and an MD, both from the University of Cincinnati, and training in anatomic and clinical pathology, and also a year of training in surgical pathology, fellowship year of training in forensic pathology, and I'm board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology, and licensed to practice medicine in Florida and Ohio.
What is the primary focus of your present practice?
Forensic pathology,
And for how long a period of time has that been the primary focus of your practice?
since 1997.
Now, are you, pardon me, were you involved in some aspect of the medical examiner's investigation of the death of Kaylee Anthony?
I was.
How did you first, prior to the remains being found, were you aware of Kaylee Anthony? Had you heard of her?
Yes, we were all aware of the missing child.
Now, how did you first become aware that something had been found that might relate to her and might involve your office?
I was in a deposition at the office involving a criminal case which I had performed an autopsy when I was employed in Cincinnati. And Dr. Garavaglia interrupted the deposition and told me that skeletal remains had been found. There was a suspicion, of course, that this might be Kaylee Anthony. And she was leaving town and asked me to take charge of the case until she returned.
Do you remember approximately what time of the day this was on December 11th?
I think it was before noon. It was late morning.
Now, did you dispatch Investigator Hanson to the scene, or was that something that Dr. Garavaglia did before she came to you?
I believe Dr. Garavaglia did that before.
So when is the next time that you had to do something involving this case?
Well, I had contact with Investigator Hanson while he was at the scene, and he reported to me in general what he'd found, and that he would be bringing back some of the items that had been found. And I was prepared to receive them in the morgue and examine them preliminarily and provide some of the items to the FBI agent who was to transport them back to the FBI lab.
Is that one of the reasons that Dr. Garavaglia asked you to temporarily be involved to coordinate that evidence transfer issue?
Yes.
Now, so what was the first thing that you saw related to this case, Kaylee Anthony's remains?
Well, there came in
several bags, but one of them was a large a bag that contained another bag in which there were the garbage bags and the fabric laundry bag, along with the leaf litter and some other remains, small bones and fabric. And there also was another bag which contained the skull along with the scalp hair and tape.
Did you, during your examination of these various items, did you direct the photographs be taken or take them yourselves of the appearance of various items?
Yes.
This time, Your Honor, I'd like to show the witness states CM for identification. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I believe this is the first photograph in the series of photographs after Investigator Hansen returned with the items.
And is this photograph that either you took or was taken in your direction?
It was taken at my direction.
And does it fairly accurately depict the appearance of the particular item that it shows?
It does.
This time, Your Honor, the evidence states exhibit CM.
Just a second. We received an evidence that states numbered.
May I publish?
You may publish.
All right, Doctor, as soon as this comes up. Now, can you just tell us, just from looking into this, what you see and what we should take note of?
Well, there are, I don't know if you can tell from this photograph, but there are two plastic garbage type bags with yellow handle ties. They're partially torn, and they're sort of admixed with leaf litter and debris, and laying right on top is a long bone, a leg bone. Investigator Hansen told me that was near the bag, and he just placed it on top of there.
Let me just ask Mr. Perez to zoom in on the portion I've just indicated so the jury can see it a little bit better, and I'll remove the annotation. Is this the what you refer to as a long bone?
That's correct.
When you say long bone, what is that a description of?
Yeah, this is actually a bone of the leg.
The white object that we go back to the photograph, please. You said you talked about a black garbage bag. Is there also a sort of a white off-white object in there as well?
Yes, there is a laundry bag, a fabric laundry bag that is there, sort of mixed in with the garbage bags and the leaf litter.
Eventually, were each of these items removed and photographed separately?
They were.
Okay, we'll get to that later. Let me go to CN. Oh, I'm sorry. Apologize. I forgot to unpublish. Do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
What do you recognize this photograph to be?
This is the skull with the hair and tape, along with some leaf litter and other debris that was received at the same time as the other specimens.
And is this the appearance of the items that Investigator Hansen brought to the office once the paper bag is ripped away?
Yes.
And is it very accurate to depict its appearance when that was done?
It is.
This time, you're moving Devon States Exhibit CN.
What says the defense? We received an evidence that states numbered.
May I properly publish, Your Honor?
You may publish.
Now, tell us just kind of what we're looking at in this photograph.
You're looking at a human skull that is facing the observer, and it is upright. And in front, in the lower portion of the skull, over the jaw and lower portion of the facial bones, are several pieces of silver or gray-colored tape. There is also hair that you can see that is extending over the top of the skull.
Let me, let's go on to the next photograph, which would be CO. Is this? Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, this is the skull again, and it's in the same position. It has not been moved, but now that it is photographed from directly above.
And does it fairly accurately depict the appearance of what it shows?
It is.
This time, the state moved evidence, States Exhibit CO.
What says the defense? We received an evidence that states numbered.
May I publish?
You may publish.
All right, so this is a photograph of the same object you said from above.
Correct.
The items that appear to flow down on the skull, what are those?
Those are strands of hair.
All right. And can you point out to the jury where you said that there was a hair mat? Can that be seen somewhat in this photograph?
Partially. It's down at the bottom on the
That would be
right here.
I don't know how that happened. That's colorful. That would be this area down here.
Correct.
Okay. I think that might have done sometime. All right. If we could go on to the next photograph, please, which would be CP. Do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
And does it fairly accurately depict the appearance of the skull from the side?
It does.
This time, you have to move Devon States Exhibit CP.
What says the defense? It will be received an evidence that states numbered.
May I publish?
You may publish.
Right, Doctor, can you just describe to the jury what we're looking at here?
We're looking at the right side and back of the skull, and in this photo, you can see the multiple strands of hair that go over the top of the skull, as well as a pretty good picture of the mat of the hair that is now at the bottom of the skull, and then toward the front on the right side of the picture, you can see the tape.
Now, just for reference, would the eye sockets be in this direction?
Correct.
And the tape appears to come around to the side. Is that correct?
Yes.
We can go on to the next photograph, please. States Exhibit CQ. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And what does that photograph fairly accurately depict on the scene as you saw it?
It does.
This time, you have to move to States Exhibit CQ.
You received an evidence that states numbered.
May I publish?
You may publish.
Now, what are we looking at here?
We're looking at the skull again. At this time, it's more of from the rear and the left side, and there's several adherent leaves and some twigs that are sort of obscuring the view of the skull. But you can see that there is you can see the hair mat that is on the right side of the skull, partially obscured by that large leaf.
Now, your screen is also a telestrator, so if you want to put your finger on the screen, you can circle the hair mat that you're referring
You can
to.
see that the hair mat is here.
Now, there seems to be some thicker objects within the hair mat. What are those?
Those are appear to be plant roots. That's what might be my opinion.
On to the next photograph, please. And it's photograph CR for identification. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And does that fairly accurately depict the appearance of the skull? In this photograph, is someone tilting the skull in some respect?
Yes, that is either myself or Dr. Schultz is holding the skull in that position.
And can you just kind of use your hands to explain to the jury what position it's being held in? Is it just being tipped, or is it actually being fully held?
It's being supported. It looks like the back of the skull, the very back of the skull may still be resting on the bottom of the paper bag, but the top of the skull is being held up so that the face part of the skull would be perpendicular to the camera.
The hands appear to be sort of on the sides and slightly behind the skull.
Correct.
Sort of
Cradling
tipping
on the head.
This time, we're going to move to evidence states exhibit CR.
What says the defense?
I have no objection, Your Honor.
Be receiving evidence, you may want to clear the screen of the last circling.
Oh, thank you, sir. May I publish?
You may publish.
All right, so explain to here again what we're looking at in this photograph.
Well, again, we're looking at the skull face on. It's oriented on its side so that the top of the head is on the left side of the picture. You can see the eye sockets, the orbits. And then the next thing you see is the hair that's covering the skull to the.
But let me hold for a second. Can we rotate this picture so that it's oriented better? Okay, I think
that's a little bit.
Go ahead.
So you can see that the hair here is partially covering the orbits or the eye sockets. That's the same hair that we saw that we will see underneath the skull and behind the skull. And then right below that is the tape.
Now this part of the tape here, obviously we're not seeing this in 3 dimension. Is that a flap of tape that's separate from this part, like it's flapping back? Can you tell what that is?
The pieces of tape were attached to each other. They weren't loose.
How many
they
pieces
weren't separated?
How many pieces of tape were there?
I don't know. I don't recall how many separate pieces. I think 3.
There was more than one.
But I did not separate them. Yes, it appeared to be more than one.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let's go on to the next photograph. This would be CS, and we'll clear the annotations. Now, do you recognize CS for identification?
I do.
Is this a photograph of the same skull from a different angle?
It is.
This time, and it does fairly accurately depict the appearance of the skull.
It does.
This time, you're going to move to evidence states exhibit CS for identification.
Your Honor.
Be receiving evidence, the state's numbered.
May I publish?
You may publish.
Now, what is the angle of this, or how is this photograph taken?
The skull has been tilted so that the bottom now is upward toward the camera, and it's a little bit difficult to orient. But if you look here, this is the bottom of the jawbone or the mandible. It would be this area. So you're looking up from this direction, and then in the front here is a portion of the tape, and then the rest of this all around the base of the skull or the bottom of the skull is the hair, along with the what appear to be plant roots and pieces of leaves.
Now, when the skull is tilted, as it is in this photograph, does the mandible stay in place?
It does.
Is that at all unusual?
It is.
Tell the jury why it's unusual.
Well, by the time you reach the stage of decomposition in a human skull, the mandible is not attached anymore to the rest of the skull, and typically they are not even found together. If the skull is moved, which happens frequently because it is round and it will roll to some extent, the mandible is usually left behind at some point. In this case, it's still attached because of this hair mat, which has this ingrown plant material, which is giving it a level of consistency which is holding the bones together.
Now, the tape that let me clear those annotations and we'll do some more. The tape that we see in this photograph that I've just indicated here, is that adhering to anything?
It is, the tape itself was no longer adhesive as a tape would be if you were to pull it off of the spool. But there were still stuck to it in the corner, small portions of the hair, and part of the tape, which is partially a fabric, was attached to that hair and had also slightly attached to the mandible itself.
Now, you said it wasn't adhering, it wasn't sticky anymore.
That's correct.
But yet it was still hair, and you said part of the mandible stuck to it.
Yes, I think actually it was part of the fabric from the tape that was stuck to the mandible rather than the tape itself. And
All right.
You can actually see that, I think, in this picture, not so clearly, but in one of the other pictures, you can see small pieces of the fabric from the tape, as well as roots that had grown into and around the hair mat.
Did you eventually remove the tape from the skull and the hair mat?
Yes.
And did you have to cut away some of the hair in order to release the tape?
Yes, a small portion of the hair and some of the fabric had to be cut. The purpose of that was to maintain as much as possible the integrity of the tape itself. I didn't want to pull it because I didn't know what evidence it might contain.
Go on to the next photograph, please. This would be CT for identification. Did you recognize this, sir?
I do.
Is this a photograph, another photograph of the skull with the mandible removed and the tape removed?
It is.
Does this fairly accurately depict the appearance of what the photograph shows?
It does.
This time you move down to states exhibit CT.
No objection, Your Honor.
It will be received in evidence, the state's numbered.
May I publish?
You may publish.
Now, tell me how is this photography accomplished?
Well, we're looking at the skull now from the bottom, and the lower jaw, the mandible, has been removed, so you can clearly now see the upper jaw, and there are some teeth in place there. This is the back of the head here, and then covering the entire back of the skull and bottom of back bottom half of the skull is the hair mat.
Now, in order to remove the mandible, did you have to separate it from the hair or the tape, or how were you able to do that?
Once I removed the tape, and teased apart the hair, the mandible was easily removed.
You mentioned a few minutes ago how unusual it was to find the mandible with the skull. In situations where you've had skeletal remains found above ground, not buried, but above ground, in your experience, have you ever seen a situation where the mandible was found with the skull?
I have not.
In this particular photograph, pardon me, on the right side of the photograph, all of this leaf debris, is that what was underneath the skull, or is that what was around the skull? Or can you differentiate?
Well, the skull was sitting on that when it was in the paper bag, where it was when it was in the field.
That's it. So that, at least when it was delivered to you, it was under the skull.
Correct.
Okay. Next, please. This would be State's Exhibit CU for identification. I believe we've now gone back a step a little bit where the mandible and tape are still there. Do you recognize this as a photograph of a portion of that examination of the skull, the tape and the hair? And does it fairly accurately depict what it shows?
It does.
This time, you got to move that to State's Exhibit CU.
Be receiving evidence, the state's numbered.
May I publish?
You may publish.
Right now, as I said, this is actually going back in time a bit before the tape and the mandible were removed, so it's before the last photograph we saw, but tell us what we're looking at here.
Well, now we're looking at the skull again, and it's sort of been, it's now tilted down on its left side, and this right here is the right side of the...
Again, today has all been about the skull. What the skull looked like, pictures of the skull, where the skull was found, everything's about the skull today. So in case you're just joining us now, that's what today's evidence has been.
Of the lower jaw or the mandible here. So we're looking sort of this direction. And here, what we're doing is we're lifting the tape to show how the fabric backing of the tape is actually partially attached to that lower mandible. And also,
let me have Mr. Perez magnify. Mr. Perez, if you could magnify this area for me, please. Approximately. All right, let me get rid of the annotation. I thought that might be easier for you. Go ahead.
yes, you can see the little strands of the fabric, which is coming from the tape, and it is sticking into the mandible. And then over on the left side of the picture, there is a little bit of hair that is also still adherent to the tape.
Now, by these strands, you mean I'm sort of getting next to him. This.
Over here. I believe.
Oh my goodness, what just happened? Hold on. Sometimes this thing has a mind of its own. This, and is there another one?
The fabric?
Yeah.
Well, all of this is the,
Oh, okay.
the fabric.
All of that. And so some of this is actually adhering to the bone of the mandible?
It is lightly adhering. There are also, mixed in with this are plant roots, which you can see here and here.
And the route you just mentioned, does it basically go sort of under the tape and then come out and around the mandible?
It appears to, but I don't know what position it was in originally.
Let's go back to the original photograph, please. Okay. So as you said, in this case, you've actually lifted the edge of the tape up so that you can appreciate that. Does this also indicate that there's multiple layers of tape?
Yes.
Anything else of significance in this photograph?
I don't believe so.
We'll go on to the next photograph, please. This would be CV for identification. Do you recognize this as a photograph of the tape after it's removed?
I do.
And it fairly accurately depicts the appearance of the tape after it was removed.
It does.
This time, Your Honor, moving to evidence, State's Exhibit CV for identification.
It will be receiving evidence, the state's numbered.
May publish.
You may publish.
All right, just describe for us what we're looking at here.
Well, this is what the tape looked like after I separated it from the rest of the remains, and it is the gray or silver tape, and you can see that there's been quite a bit of separation of the layers of the tape, and much of the fabric backing is completely separated from the tape itself.
By the fabric backing, do you mean this example being this part of the circle?
Yes.
Now, was that tape taken into evidence and released to the representatives of the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Marked as KN for identification.
This is an evidence bag labeled with unidentified skeletal remains and the number for this case and the date and my initials.
Is that the bag into which the tape was placed when you released it to the FBI?
It is.
We could have the next photograph, CW. And do you recognize the State's Exhibit CW?
I do.
And is that a close-up photograph of an emblem that appeared on the tape?
It is.
And is it true and accurate photograph of its appearance when you had it photographed?
It is.
This time you've moved out of State's Exhibit CW.
You receiving evidence, the state's numbered.
You may publish.
You may publish.
Yes, sir. This is a photograph of a label on the tape.
Yes, it is.
And was this label clearly visible on the tape, even in its deteriorated condition?
It was.
This obviously is the tape. Has the tape been cleaned of dirt at this point?
No, there was no attempt to clean the tape at all.
But so there may be parts we can see once it's cleaned that we can't see now.
Correct.
Thank you. If we could go on to State's Exhibit DD. Now, states the DD in evidence. Do you recognize that as a photograph of one of the items that was brought to your facility by Investigator Hansen?
Yes, I do.
Does that fairly accurately depict the appearance of the item at the time you saw it?
It does.
At the time of evidence, states exhibit DD for identification.
Be received in evidence. It states numbered.
I publish.
You may publish.
All right, what are we looking at here?
I'm looking at a fabric laundry bag.
And is this one of the items that we saw in the first photograph I showed you, sort of everything in a big bag, if you will, or in the body bag?
It is.
So this item's taken out and displayed separately.
Correct.
Next photograph, please. DE. Do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
Is this a photograph of a different aspect of the same item?
It is.
Does it fairly accurately depict the appearance of the item?
It does.
At the time you removed evidence, states exhibit DE.
It will be received in evidence. It states numbered.
May I publish?
You may publish.
All right, so we're looking at here. Pardon me. Sorry. I'll talk loud.
All right, folks, let's move on.
Sir, what is this item?
This is the fabric laundry bag. We're looking at it from the side. It consists of a sack, really, of canvas type off-white fabric. And the opening is has a rigid ring-like structure designed, I think, just to keep it open.
Is the inside of the bag covered with some waterproofing of some sort?
Yes, I believe it had some type of coating on it that I don't know if it was waterproof or just resistant to moisture.
Next photograph, please. You recognize this as a photograph of the interior of that same bag?
That's correct.
This time you removed evidence, exhibit DF.
Be received in evidence. It states numbered.
May I publish?
You may publish.
Okay. This is the appearance of the inside of the bag. Is that correct?
Yes, this photo is taken looking directly into the opening of the bag, and you can see that there are two handles, two fabric straps or handles on either side of the opening.
Now, when this was in the larger agglomeration of stuff, were there things inside the bag that were removed before this photograph was taken, or was this basically its contents when it was collected?
I don't believe at this point there had been much in there that was removed.
If there wasn't just debris?
Debris, and there are more things in here that were removed later.
All right. But it has not been cleaned at this point?
No, it has not been cleaned.
Next photograph, please. Do you recognize this as a photograph of the label of that item?
Yes, it is.
At this time, we've never states exhibit DG.
What's there to defense? Be received in evidence. It states numbered.
And I publish.
You may publish.
If this is a photograph of the label of that bag, is that correct?
That's correct.
Next photograph, please. Is this a photograph of the other side of the label?
It is.
This time, we've moved evidence states exhibit DH.
Be received in evidence. It states numbered.
And I publish.
You may publish. Did the juror have a hand up?
Oh, I'm going too fast. I'm sorry. Let's go back to the prior photograph. I apologize. I guess I should check to make sure it's on.
It's about a 3 to 4 second delay once you press the publish.
Sorry, I'm trying to move them too quickly. All right. Everyone okay? Can we move on to the next one? The one we just this would be the next one. All right. Okay. We can move on to the next photograph. This is a photograph of the garbage bags that were in the original photograph, along with the white bags and the other items.
Correct.
This time, state moving evidence, states exhibit D.
What says the defense?
DI. I apologize. I need to change my glasses. This is states exhibit DI.
Be received in evidence. It states numbered.
And may I publish?
You may publish.
And this is the garbage bag that was in with the white bag and the other items.
Correct.
Now, this particular item appears here to be, what was the condition of that? Is it knotted? Is it loose? What's the condition?
It's tied. It's closed.
Next photograph, please. This is states exhibit DJ. Is that just a closer photograph of the not closing that bag?
It is.
Yeah. This time, state moving evidence, states exhibit DJ.
It will be received in evidence. It states numbered.
May I publish?
You may publish.
And again, if you just kind of put a little circle around the area where the knot appears in the bag. Was the bag, at the time it was found, untorn?
No, both of the bags had multiple tears in them.
Fairly shredded up?
There were large areas that were not disrupted, but each of the bags had multiple areas where there were multiple holes, irregular holes.
Next photograph, please. This is DK for identification. You recognize that as a close-up of the knot.
It is.
This time, moving evidence states exhibit DK.
What says the defense? It will be received in evidence. It states numbered.
And may I publish?
You may publish.
Now, this particular photograph, you said this is a close-up of the knot in the bag.
Yes.
Right. Does this area reflect the sort of the opening of the bag had it been still intact?
Correct. That would have been the intended opening.
Do you recall approximately how big the opening was?
I mean, in this
Yeah. in that
position, I don't recall. Perhaps a couple of inches in diameter.
Okay. Next photograph, please. And you see DL. DL for identification. You see photograph DL for
I
identification.
see it.
And what is this photograph of?
This is a plastic bag again, plastic garbage bag.
Is this a second bag that was in the same large grouping that that Investigator Hansen brought?
It appears to be, but I'm at a slight disadvantage viewing the photographs out of the normal sequence. So it's difficult for me to say. There's no other identifier on it.
Okay, but do you recognize that's a photograph of some of the items that were found therein?
It is.
This time you moved evidence takes exhibit DL.
What says the defense?
I believe he said it was a photograph of the items that were in the bag. He just isn't certain whether it was that bag or another bag. Still, I believe.
Objection overruled. Be receiving evidence that states number.
May I publish?
You may publish.
And this is just a photograph of another item that was in that same grouping.
That's correct.
Okay. Next photograph, please. You recognize what's in state's identification DM.
Yes,
And what do you, is that a photograph of one of the items that was collected by Investigator Hansen and brought to the Metro Sandwich facility?
it is.
This time you moved evidence takes exhibit DM.
Be receiving evidence that states numbered.
May I publish?
You may.
Yeah, what are we looking at in this exhibit?
This is an article of clothing. Appears to be child's short pants.
And this is one of the items that Detective Hansen brought in, is that correct?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, jury, we're going to take our mid-afternoon recess for a period of 15 minutes to 10 minutes past the hour of 3. I'm going to ask you not to discuss this case among yourselves, nor with anyone else. Any additional instructions on behalf of the state or the defense? We'll be in recess to 10 past the hour. You may be seated. Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorney, both sides ready to proceed.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's ready, Your Honor.
Okay, let's return the doctor to the witness stand. Before we bring the jury in, as I indicated to the gallery yesterday, please do not make any facial expressions, gestures, sounds, or anything of the nature when photographs are shown. If you do that, you will be immediately ejected, also with the possibility of contempt proceedings done by me. Okay, let's return the jury. Okay, state recognized presence of jury.
Yes, sir.
Defense and members of the jury, did you heed all of my previous admonitions? Okay, and good morning. All right, Mr. Ashton, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Rutz.
Good morning.
I believe where we left off, we were going through photographs of various items that were collected by Investigator Hansen from the scene where the remains were found. I believe the next one we're up to is State's Exhibit DN for identification of this photograph. Do you see State's Exhibit DN on your screen?
I do.
And do you recognize that as a photograph of, I believe, the front of the pair of shorts we looked at the back of?
That's correct.
And does it fairly accurately depict the appearance of those items?
It is.
This time, I'm moving to evidence State's Exhibit DN.
It will be receiving evidence that states numbered.
May I publish?
You may publish.
Now, Doctor, this particular garment, obviously in the photograph, appears to have a number of holes in it.
Yes, it does.
Having looked at it, in 3 dimension, did it appear that the shorts had been torn, cut, or the product of insect and predator activity?
Well, I can't rule out that some of the defects that I see in the material occurred before the decomposition, but certainly a lot of what I see here is consistent with clothing that we see in a case of decomposition.
Right. Thank you. Could I have the next photograph, please? You recognize this is a photograph of the tag of the item we just saw showing, actually the first of 2 tags on it.
Yes,
And is it an accurate photograph of the tag?
it is.
This time you're going to move to State's Exhibit DO. DO.
It will be received in evidence that states numbered.
Published?
You may.
This just shows the maker's label off the shorts. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Circo.
Yes.
You shop at Target much? Not for kids' clothes, huh?
Not usually.
Okay. All right, let's move on to the next one. Next one, please. DP. Is this a photograph of just another aspect of the tag, sort of the second tag?
It is.
This time I'm moving down to State's Exhibit DP.
What says the defense? It will be received in evidence as.
May I publish?
You may publish.
Doctor, again, this is the second tag in the shorts, indicating its composition.
Correct.
And may I have the next photograph, please? DQ. Doctor, is this a photograph of the backside of that tag?
It is.
This time moving down to State's Exhibit DQ. DQ, like Dairy Queen.
Okay, it will be received in evidence that states numbered.
You may publish.
You may publish.
Again, this is the washing instruction label from the shorts.
That's correct.
Can I have the next photograph, please? DR. Now, amongst the various debris that was found in and amongst the bag, were there some letters found?
Yes, there were.
And did they appear to be letters, the kind that would be on a shirt, a child's shirt, perhaps?
Yes, there were.
Did you attempt to sort of reconstruct them in a manner that made words?
To some extent.
Okay, something. And is it what this is, a photograph of those letters put together in a way that made words seem to make sense?
That's correct.
This time you're going to move down to State's Exhibit DR.
Be received in evidence that states numbered.
I may publish.
You may publish.
You know, at this time I'd like to publish in split screen State's Exhibit 13 in evidence. Mr. President, is it possible to zoom in on the this? Oh, sorry, I'm looking at that. Everyone finish? All right, let me just give me just a single screen of the next exhibit in our order. Doctor, do you recognize this photograph as a photograph of the remnants of a shirt, for lack of a better word, that were found amongst the debris that Mr. Hansen brought in?
Yes, I do.
And it shows the tag.
Yes.
The time moved evidence states exhibit BS for identification.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
May I publish?
You may publish.
May I have the next exhibit, please? The T. This is a photograph of the tag of that, a close-up of the tag on the item you just saw. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Time moved evidence states exhibit DT.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
May I publish?
You may publish.
In this photograph, doctor, we can see the size of 3T on this photograph. Is that correct?
Correct.
Move on to the last photograph. It would be DU. Do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
What are these items, to the best that you were able to tell?
The lower item, I believe, is a blanket or portion of a blanket, and the upper item is a portion of fabric that I was not able to identify.
It was just in with the other debris.
That's correct.
This time, Your Honor, moved to evidence states exhibit DU.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
May I publish?
You may publish.
Now, doctor, once you completed this initial examination and photographing of all these different items, I believe you may have asked about this last again. The tape that you identified yesterday, was that released to the FBI to be sent to the lab for analysis?
It was.
At what point did your active involvement in this investigation end?
I think shortly after the initial examination, I did have some limited involvement in Dr. Garibaldi's examination. Would have been probably on the following Monday. And I had two visits, I believe, to the recovery scene over that weekend. But after that, my involvement was approximately the same involvement that someone else in the office would have had. It was Dr. Garibaldi's case.
When was it that she returned and effectively took back responsibility for the case?
I believe she returned Friday afternoon.
And the 11th was what day of the week?
Thursday.
So she would have the following day in the afternoon?
I believe so, yes.
And from then on, was your involvement just sort of assisting and perhaps seeing what's going on?
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Morning, doctor.
Morning.
Let's see, you are a board-certified medical examiner, are you?
Forensic pathologist.
Forensic pathologist. What does that mean?
What does board certification mean, or what
No,
does...
what is forensic pathology?
Well, pathology is, in its simplest form, it means the study of disease. And a pathologist is a physician who most commonly is involved in the diagnosis of disease states, either by analyzing tissue or body fluids. Pathologists also perform autopsies in order to determine a cause of death. A forensic pathologist is a subspecialty pathologist, and forensic pathology is particularly involved with investigation of death in order to determine the cause of death and the manner of death.
So you're a scientist?
I would not use that term, but many do.
Medical scientist?
You could use it.
Now, this particular case, before the remains were found, you were already aware of the whole surrounding hoopla about the missing child, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
And it was common discussion within your office, wasn't it?
It was discussed. I don't know if it was common.
You knew that the media was clamoring all over the place about this case, didn't you?
Yes, but before there's remains are found, the medical examiner's office really is a spectator.
But when you received the announcement that the remains or suspect remains had been found, of course, there was more and more conversation in the office.
Correct.
And in the ordinary course of business, Chief Investigator Hansen responded to the scene.
Correct.
Before you did.
Correct.
He took pictures.
He did.
He surveyed the scene.
He did.
He made some supplemental reports.
He did.
And came back to you.
That's correct.
You were in charge.
That's correct.
You were the deputy medical examiner on call basically at that time.
That's correct.
Dr. Garibaldi was going elsewhere.
She was.
Dr. Garibaldi came back into town and took over the case, didn't she?
That's correct.
You know why?
At the time, I believe that she felt that it was important for her to be involved because she had a very good working relationship with the law enforcement and also the ancillary personnel that would be needed in the case. And I was relatively new in the office, and I did not have that relationship.
And an additional reason you have mentioned is because of the high media profile of this case.
Well, I don't think that alone had a bearing on it. It is a complicated case, a case that requires the use of investigations that are not actual parts of our office. So I'm sorry, go ahead. I think in a case like that, where there is the requirement for the use of ancillary personnel and other
investigations that are not based in our office that was reasonable on her part to coordinate that. She would have been involved at any rate, even if it were my case.
But you were fully capable of handling that case, the autopsy, making the reports, conclusions, and opinions, weren't you?
I believe so.
And you've done it many, many times before.
Nothing, not under exactly the same circumstances, but similar.
Now, you had some conversation yesterday with Mr. Ashton in testimony regarding the duct tape.
Correct.
And look at various pictures.
That's right.
And if I recall correctly, I'm sorry,
Kind of tilt the screen. So they can't.
no picture on there, is there?
No, it's no picture on there, but she just wants to make sure that she's not supposed to.
Thank you very much. There was no duct tape on the left side of the skull, was there?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
There was no duct tape on the left side of the skull.
Well, what do you mean by on?
You have described in photos yesterday, and I'm going to avoid showing them if we can, but that there was some duct tape adhered to a little bit of hair mat on the right side of the skull and then laying forward. Remember?
Yes.
All right. There wasn't any duct tape when you found or were presented with these remains on the left side, was there?
Well, I think it extended beyond the midline up to the left, certainly, but it wasn't attached. The tape itself was not attached to the skull.
And there wasn't any on the back of the skull either, was there?
No.
So there was no duct tape around the skull, was there, sir?
Completely encircling it?
Correct.
No, sir.
And the only place that the duct tape was adhered to was part of the hair mat on the right side bottom area of the skull, correct?
No, I think there were points of adherence also on the left side.
Did you remove the duct tape?
I did.
And you cut it loose from the hair?
I did.
And then did you examine it?
We took a photograph of it, looked at it briefly, but I didn't conduct any examination of the duct tape itself.
You didn't do any microscopic examination for it?
No, sir.
You do anything to swab so you might preserve some potential DNA evidence from the duct tape?
I did not.
Were you careful in handling the duct tape, sir?
I was.
Did you wear protective gloves?
I did.
And were you suited up in full protective clothing in the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir.
And did you carefully take that duct tape and put it in an evidence bag of some sort?
Yes, sir.
And then send it to the Federal Bureau of Investigation, their lab for testing?
It was released to a field agent from the FBI.
Now, there was no human tissue of any kind on that duct tape, was there?
Nothing that I could identify as human tissue.
Now, you examined these remains pretty carefully, did you not, doctor?
It was a preliminary examination, and I wouldn't say that I did a careful examination of the remains. My goal at that point was twofold: to provide material to the FBI lab for identification purposes, and to provide the duct tape for analysis.
And in your examination, whether it be preliminary or otherwise, isn't it true that you found no evidence of trauma of any kind of these remains?
I did not see any evidence of trauma.
You didn't see any evidence of a broken bone?
There were portions of bone that were disrupted, but I did not analyze them to make determination as to what may have caused that disruption.
You didn't see any evidence of closed reductions of fractures in any of the bones, did you?
I did not.
Tell the jury what that means, or a closed reduction.
Overall.
Could you repeat the question?
Tell the jury what is meant by the term closed reduction.
You mean a healing fracture?
Right.
A healing fracture is simply an irregularity, usually a nodular irregularity in a portion of a bone, which is an indication of a prior injury.
And there was no indication that you could find of any prior injury. Isn't that true, sir?
I didn't see any.
Now, in the process of this autopsy, did you resect the calvarium?
I did not.
Would you tell the jury what that means, please, sir?
I suppose that you're referring to cutting through the bone of the skull and removing the top of the skull, or the calvarium.
That was not done in your presence, or to your knowledge, was it, sir?
It was not done.
If that body had been found 4 months before it was, would you have expected to have available more forensic evidence than you did?
It's possible.
Mr. Ashton asked you about and showed pictures of various items of clothing.
Correct.
All of which you recovered from one of the bags or some of the bags that were brought to you.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what size the shorts were, sir, according to their tag?
I believe 24 months.
Were you involved in any of the decisions to seek further expert examinations of these remains?
No, sir.
Did you participate with the examination of the remains with Dr. Schultz?
Only the initial examination that occurred on the late afternoon and early evening of the 11th.
Dr. Schultz is an anthropologist, correct?
He is a forensic anthropologist.
He works at the University of Central Florida.
Correct.
PhD.
Yes, sir.
Did you also participate in any regard, sir, with examinations of toxicology?
I did not.
You're aware that, in fact, requests for toxicology testing and screening were made in this case?
It's the same.
Did you jointly sign the final report of autopsy in this case with Dr. Garabati?
I did not.
You know who Dr. Bruce Goldberger is?
He is a toxicologist.
Did you have any involvement with Dr. Goldberger in connection with this case?
I did not.
An issue apparently was made in the beginning of your testimony and part of it regarding the location of the mandible. Recall that?
Yes.
Recall looking at pictures of the mandible,
Yes.
meaning the bottom jaw?
Correct.
And I recall you said it was held in place by the hair and roots as shown in the photographs. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
And when you picked up the remains from the table where they had been presented, did you hold the skull in your hand, sir?
Yes.
And the mandible didn't fall off, did it, sir?
It did not.
And when it was moved around in the different positions on the examining table, it didn't come off, did it, sir?
It did not.
You have just a moment ago talked about the duties that you have, and that is to determine the cause and manner of death, correct?
That's correct.
That's a medical examiner's job.
Primarily, yes.
You do not know from your examination of the evidence the cause of death in this case, do you, sir?
I did not make the determination of cause and manner of death in this case.
My question is very specific, doctor. You do not know the cause of death in this case, do you, sir?
I do not.
And the manner of death in this case has been officially determined by Dr. G as a homicide, correct?
That's correct.
Is the term homicide a scientific term?
Sustained.
As a medical examiner, are you called upon to make the decisions of both cause and manner of death?
Sustained.
You have not rendered an opinion as to the manner of death in this case, have you, sir?
I have not.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Thank you very much.
Can you read or read?
We have published State's Exhibit 218, which was CF for identification. May I publish that to the jury? It's an evidence.
You may.
Doctor, we looked at this photograph before. Mr. Mason has, which side of the head or face is this?
That is the left.
That's the left side, correct. So that is what you were referring to about the tape going on the left side as well as the right.
Yes.
I published State Exhibit 220 CU in evidence on both the left side and the right side.
That's correct.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, may the witness be excused? May the witness be excused?
Thank you. Be excused.
On Schultz.
John J. Schultz, SCHULTZ.
May proceed.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Would you please tell us how are you employed?
Excuse me?
How are you employed? What do you do?
Oh, I'm an associate professor of anthropology at the University of Central Florida.
And how long have you held that position?
I started at UCF 2003 as an assistant professor and was promoted 2009, 2010.
And in what department do you work?
Anthropology.
Do you have a subspecialty within the field of anthropology?
Yes, through my education, my specialty would be forensic anthropology, forensic archaeology.
Okay. Can you just give us some of your educational background
Sure.
in that field that led you to your present position?
My undergraduate degree is from State University of New York at Stony Brook. You have degrees in anthropology.
Let me ask you, for the benefit of the court reporter, slow down just a little
Okay,
bit.
no problem.
You tend to talk just a little bit fast.
All right, my undergraduate degree is from the State University of New York at Stony Brook. The degree is in anthropology. My focus was biological anthropology. I have a master's degree in human biology from the University of Indianapolis. For that program, we focus in human anatomy, skeletal anatomy, forensic archaeology, as well as taphonomy. I have a PhD from the University of Florida in anthropology. My specialty was forensic anthropology, forensic archaeology, and while at the University of Florida, I spent 5 years at the Human Identification Lab, which is a forensic anthropology lab.
Tell us, if you will, what the difference is between forensic anthropology and forensic archaeology.
As a forensic anthropologist, my specialty in that area would be study the human skeleton. So we have courses in human anatomy, human skeletal anatomy, human variation, other types of biological courses. For forensic sure, the whole answer? Sure, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Sorry about that.
That's all right, we'll remind you.
Okay.
You're not first.
Can you please repeat the question?
Oh my God, I can't remember. I think I was just asking you to, yes,
Forensic anthropology and
forensic archaeology.
Okay, all right. As a forensic anthropologist, our specialty would be studying the human skeleton. As a forensic archaeologist, we would have a specialist dealing with going out to the field, working with law enforcement, collecting skeletal remains, interpreting taphonomy at the site. Within the definition of forensic anthropology, locating and recovering human remains is part of that definition. I also include myself as my specialty because my research area has specifically been in forensic archaeology and field methods.
And you used a term called taphonomy. What
Yes.
is taphonomy?
Taphonomy is studying what happens after a body's been after death. So that could be studying changes to the skeleton itself, but changes how the skeleton may have been dispersed at a site.
All right. You mentioned that you spent 5 years at the Human Identification Laboratory. Could you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is,
Okay.
what they do there?
There are a number of prominent PhD programs in forensic anthropology in the United States where they have laboratories where they do numerous cases. So the lab at the University of Florida is known specifically for providing a service throughout the state of Florida to medical examiners, even the state archaeologists, that when there are skeletized remains, they can be sent to that lab and analyzed. And so as a graduate student, that's a wonderful place to go to school because there's a continuous flow of skeletal cases, and that would be part of our training as a graduate student.
So you actually get cases from all around the state of Florida that come through the laboratory?
Yeah, most of the state, there are more people now that work in the state, some of which have come out of that lab that may be doing some of those localized areas, but that state deals primarily with the University of Florida.
And who did you study under at?
While I was at the University of Florida, I studied with Dr. Anthony Falsetti was my dissertation advisor, and Dr. Michael Warren was also in residence there while I was a graduate student.
Is there a particular area in forensic archaeology that you specialize in?
My specialty, would be detecting human remains. My dissertation involved using ground penetrating radar, which is a tool used in archaeology. It's also used in many other areas, and it's a remote sensing tool, non-invasive. So we're going to use the tool to try to locate changes in the ground. And one change in the ground could be a burial at a cemetery. It could be an archaeological site. It can also be a possible grave. So my dissertation and the research I continue at UCF has involved using remote sensing tools, particularly GPR.
All right. Now, when you came to work at UCF, did you enter into a working relationship with the medical examiner, the District 9 medical examiner?
Yes. When I first arrived at UCF, I was making contact with the local community to continue doing forensic work. As part of a professor, it's expected at UCF, UCF's a metropolitan university, we are expected to work with the community. And all of the professors I've worked with have worked with the community. So it's something that would be expected from us. So I made contact with the medical examiner as well as the sheriff's department. And I was able to start doing skeletal cases and assist with recoveries on an as-needed basis.
Now, prior to your coming to UCF and making yourself available to the local law enforcement agencies, was there a local forensic anthropologist working here, or did they have to call people from Gainesville?
Dr. Dupre is a biological anthropologist at the university. She's primarily a bioarchaeologist. She studies skeletal remains from archaeological context. I think she probably, oh, no problem, sorry about that. All right. Dr. Dupre, who is primarily a bioarchaeologist, would also do some of the forensic work. I think she did a few forensic cases. And then I think they also had sent some cases to Gainesville.
Okay. But there wasn't a local forensic anthropologist until you got here.
But she was at the university, but she wasn't working with the scope of the types of cases that I do with the medical examiner.
All right. So did you develop a relationship with the medical examiner's office where you would be their sort of on-call forensic anthropologist if they needed?
Yeah, so I served as a local resource with them. So if skeletal remains are found, they could call me up and I could be readily available based on my schedule at the University of Central Florida.
Now, around December the 11th of 2008, did you receive a notification from the medical examiner's office that your services might be needed?
I received a phone call from Steve Hansen, and I think Dr. G had also called me that day.
And did they inform you that there might be skeletal remains that you could assist in examining?
Yes, I was called to ask if I was able to go to the scene that day to participate in the initial recovery.
Now, were you present at the scene when the skull and the first bones that were found were actually removed?
No, the first day I was not available. I was not available to go to the scene, excuse me. That was finals week at University of Central Florida. I had to do an osteology final, osteology study of the skeleton, and I had to make sure I had coverage for my final before I was actually able to leave. And by that time, I think everything had already been recovered.
By everything, you mean the initial?
Correct, the initial, yes.
Did you then go, so where did you go to start assisting in this investigation?
I went directly to the medical examiner's office.
All right. Now, when you arrived there, was the skull had already arrived at the medical examiner's office, do you recall?
Honestly, I don't remember if the material was already there.
What is your first recollection of seeing the skull or what it was contained in?
Well, I remember looking in the bag and seeing the skull in the bag. I did see some duct tape. I did not want to interfere with the duct tape, so I essentially tore the corners of the bag to lay the bag flat so the skull was not handled in any way.
All right. Were you present when the initial photography was done of the skull sitting in its position in the bag, once the bag is torn away?
Correct, yes, I was there.
So that was documented before it was moved in any way?
Yeah, and that was documented. The initial, I was there when it was documented, and then X-rays were already, I don't remember when the X-rays were completed since I was assisting, I was not in charge. And I do remember at one point during the photography process, I held the skull up so photographs could be taken of the underside of the skull itself.
If we could publish States Exhibit Evidence 218. Is this one of the photographs that you're referring to where you are holding the skull so that it can be photographed?
Correct. Right at the very top of the screen, I guess it's where the blue color changes, that should be a glove of mine holding it up.
Up here?
Correct.
That didn't quite work, but we got it. We got the message. All right. And again, did you observe the things that are being photographed here as far as the position of the tape and the jaw, and the hair, mat, et cetera?
Yes.
Let's also look at 220, which is CU. What's CU? Oh, I'm sorry. That was from, that's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Now, with reference to the mandible, was the mandible still, is there a term of art called anatomical position within your field?
Yes, well, anatomical position would be the normal position. If we're referring to the skeleton, the normal position of the bones would be when somebody would be during life.
All right. I'm going to have to talk about it. Okay. Now, was the mandible, when the skull came in close to anatomical position?
Close. It was close.
Okay. Was that surprising to you?
To see a mandible still retained on the bottom of the skull from a surface recovery, yes, that was surprising.
Why is that surprising?
Generally, there needs to be something there to hold the mandible in place. Just through gravity, the mandible will normally separate once the soft tissues are no longer present.
And based on your examination of this, what was holding the mandible in place? In this
From
circumstance?
this examination would have been if we see from the picture that's still up there, it would have been the hair that had moved to the base of the skull.
Right. Was there anything else in the hair?
Well, we can see right in the picture here, there was some leaf litter and it looks like some roots that were there.
How about the tape? What did that have any involvement in holding the mandible in place, as you could see?
No, because I think the tape was adhered to the hair, but I don't recall it holding the mandible in place in this view.
All right. We'll unpublish the photograph at this time. Let's just take the photograph off. Now, during your examination of the initial bones that were brought in, did you find anything indicating evidence of any kind of trauma to the bones?
No, there's no evidence of trauma.
Now, did you participate in planning a thorough excavation of the site where the skull was found?
I provided an advisory role to the Sheriff's Department. I would not call it an excavation because an excavation would interpret we were normally with excavation, we're out there with trowels and we're pulling back subsurface soil layers. In this instance, I would call this a recovery because the material primarily was not buried. There were some items, but the majority of the material was underneath the leaf litter throughout the site.
All right. Now, what was the plan for recovery? How was that done?
Okay. I had on the 12th, I arrived at the scene in the morning and talked with Susan Mears, who was the crime scene supervisor. And we talked about how to proceed with processing this type of scene. And this scene posed numerous difficulties because we were dealing with a small child. The bones are very small. The bones, during growth, many of the bones are in multiple parts. So we had additional parts of bones that we would have to consider. Some bones had not even properly, were not completely ossified yet. And it was a heavy, heavy wood environment, lots of surface plant material. So there are many issues we had to consider. And so we already knew where the primary area was where the skeletal remains were located. So what we decided was we would process the scene starting there. And what I instructed was everybody should be on their hands and knees. We need to be removing leaf litter, and we would be screening or double checking. All that material that was removed would go to a sifting station. So we started where the known material was and we worked out from there. It was kind of what we talked about initially. And I worked the initial location where the skeletal remains were found. I felt it was best that I started that area with Susan Mears just because I was the one that would be identifying all the bones that were found in the field.
Now, when you say you use the word screening, what does that mean?
Okay. Normally, when a recovery or an excavation, all that would be removed, would be brought over to essentially like a screening would be some type of mesh on the bottom of a box, and we would put all the material in there, and then there would be one or two people working each screen, and then they would thoroughly sift through all that material. And in this instance, the sheriff had set up, I think, a secondary area. Everything that was even sifted through was sifted through again.
Now, did you advise them to use a certain kind of mesh based on the kind of bones you were looking for?
Yeah, I told them to go to a smaller size screen. I mean, I think they had two sizes, and so I'd advise them that everything should be no larger than I think that's what standard chicken wire is. Off the top of my head, I can't remember what that size was.
Is that because of
the bones were so small? Correct. Yes.
All right. I've got some. Did you have photographs? Have you seen photographs taken of the process that you could explain to the jury sort of how the process went?
Say that again, please.
I'm sorry, that was a very bad question. Are there photographs that you've reviewed that show the process of this recovery to help explain to the jury exactly?
Okay. Yeah, I know the Sheriff's Department. They were the ones in charge of taking all the photographs. Like I said, I was only there as an advisory role. I was not. Thank you. I was only there as an advisory role, so I was not out at the scene the whole time. But we kind of set up a protocol with them, and they would document the different steps of the recovery with photographs. Were we seeing any photographs? Or
I'm going to show you some right now. If we could have for the witness states exhibit EP for identification. Do you recognize this photograph, sir?
Yes, I think this one is a sheriff initially set up the main area. They essentially put this, whatever you want to call it, tarp thing over here. They set up over the main area. Excuse me?
Canopy.
Thank you. Yeah, canopy over the main area.
And that was set up over the main area. You're talking about the main area where the skull initially was found.
Correct, where the skull initially found. But honestly, I could not tell you which day this is since I did not take the initial photograph. I'm assuming it's the first day, but
does this fairly accurately depict the appearance of the process?
Yes, because in this instance, what we have is one of the crime scene supervisors just showing she's on her hands and knees, which is most of the time we're on our hands and knees because of small bones. They were laying flags out where items were located so they could later map them in. Yes.
Now, this mapping process, tell the jury how that works.
Okay. I was not in charge of the mapping process. Normally, what we would want to do is document the spatial relationships of where the items are found in the field. Evidence in this instance, the Sheriff's Department was mapping in material that was found in the field. For me, they were also, mapping in all the skeletal remains. And so the whole process for them, there are multiple ways that we can actually map a scene. One of the best and most accurate ways is actually using a computerized transit, probably the total station unit. And this was part of the mapping process that was undergone by the Sheriff's Department.
And again, were you obviously not there every day, but monitoring the progress as bones were recovered?
Ron Murdoch, if I remember correctly, was in charge of using the total station, and he did talk to me. We did discuss how that was being done. Correct.
And when remains were found, would you examine them?
Yes, if I was there. So my role, not only to advise on the recovery and to assist with some of the recovery, I was also there every day that I was in town and available. I would go out to the scene and always assess what type of bones were found or suspicious material.
the sheriff needed to have an idea of which bones that were located were actually human, because one of my jobs was to assess how we needed to expand the search. So if they were finding, let's say, non-human bones, I would be able to let them know. And when they found human bones, we would discuss what was going on, which material represented human bones. This is a big part of what was involved because of this environment and the small bones.
Did the search area progressively increase based upon what was found?
Correct, yes. As we initially started in the main area, additional CSIs worked south of us, all right, also searching. And as additional human remains were located, I would talk to Susan Mears and say, okay, we're locating remains in this area. We need to expand out further. We need to make sure. So we started with a smaller area, and that area kept expanding and expanding as additional bones were located.
At this time, you'll move to State's Exhibit EP.
Be received in evidence, the state's numbered.
May I publish?
You may publish.
All right. Doctor, if you could just kind of explain to the jury what it is they're looking at here.
It hasn't changed. The image has not changed for me.
I know it won't. They can see it now. Just you can see it before they can see it now.
Well, all I see still is the canopy picture.
That's what I want you to explain. When you were talking about it, they couldn't see it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
okay.
Okay. Now that they can see it,
Okay.
explain what you
That makes sense. All right. So what we're looking here is the some of the there are a lot of vines in the area, and like I said, I'm not sure which day this picture is from. This is just showing some of the process, and some of the process had to involve removing some of the vines and some of the overgrown plant debris, tree debris. In this area, they set up a canopy over the initial area, and we can also see we talked about how all the debris would be collected. So we would screen that debris, and you could see there were pails out there. That's what the pails represent. All right. So every time all of the people involved that were in the field removing material, all right, they'd be on their hands and knees. They would pick up that material. They would go through it, but there's always a possibility there could be something stuck to the plant debris, and then they would place it in the pail. And that's what they're just showing, where there were pails out there. And when items were located, they would place flags out there, and the flags would have whatever number that item was given by the sheriff's department. They would document that with photographs. And because we're dealing with such small bones, the idea was we needed to remove those bones, but the flag was placed at the location where they were found. So it could be that location could be mapped later on.
Is it important in your eventual evaluation to know where particular bones are found and in what order?
Mm-hmm. When trying to understand how the skeletal remains may have been dispersed and disarticulated at a site, you would definitely need to know where all of the skeletal remains were located.
And if you could explain the word disarticulated.
Okay, I'm sorry. Disarticulated would mean when the bones are separated from their natural position. So disarticulation would occur at a joint, and then when the bone is separated at the joint.
All right. I'm going to unpublish to the jury and bring up State's Exhibit EQ. Do you recognize this photograph of the process again?
Yeah, and that's a picture just showing where the flags are being placed. My guess is there may have been some pictures taken at this point, but we see all of the flags representing where some of the items.
It's not. Hold on a second.
No problem.
That's okay. Again, this is a picture showing that process.
Correct.
All right. This time you got to move to evidence State's Exhibit EQ.
What says the defense? Be received in evidence as.
And may publish.
You may publish.
Now you can describe it to the jury now that they.
Okay. So this is
just 1 second. There's a delay. Okay. Now they can see it. Go ahead and explain it to them.
This would be a close-up of, I'm assuming, the earlier picture we were looking at from a different angle. And this is just showing one of the CSIs, the one that was in charge of documentation. And my guess here, she was probably, you could see on her back, there's the camera. All right. And there are flags representing locations where items were found. And I'm having a hard time seeing the picture, but I think what she's actually doing is it looks like in her left hand that she has one of the envelopes for evidence collection. So she's probably collecting.
Wait a second. We can actually zoom in.
Okay.
Perez, can you zoom in on the individual in the photograph, please? Okay. So that's what you're referring to.
Yes. So the location, the flag, she would have wrote down the specific number that was assigned to that piece of evidence, and it's written on the flag, so that flag can be mapped in later on, but she's removing that evidence and placing it in the envelope.
And was that in fact done in this case? A mapping system was used in order to map where each bone was found.
Each bone and whatever evidence the sheriff collected, they were continually mapping everything in this process.
Thank you. Now, once bones would be found, and was part of your job to basically tell the sheriffs what was a bone and what wasn't?
Correct. And not only what was a bone, what wasn't, what was not a bone, what was non-human, and what would be human bone.
All right. And those things that you identified as human bones would have then been transported to the medical examiner's office. Is that correct?
Yes, and I know they, I think maybe even some of the non-human stuff was probably already, because I wasn't there the entire time, so some of the other non-human bones may have already, that would have been transported, and we would have looked at those bones. I would look at those bones at the medical examiner's office as well.
All right. If we could go on to State's ER. Do you recognize this as a photograph of some of the remains that were found?
Yes, these are...
hold on, before you describe it, we have to have it in evidence. Okay.
No problem.
At this time, I move into evidence State's Exhibit ER.
Be received in evidence, the state's numbered.
May I publish?
You may publish.
All right, Dr. Schultz, what are we looking at in this photograph?
We are looking at a number of vertebrae, so part of the spine. And what we can see here is the vertebrae are disarticulated, separated. They're not together anymore. There's no soft tissue. Thank you. There's no soft tissue. We can see roots growing throughout the vertebrae as well. And I would like to point out that because we're dealing with a child, and I mentioned earlier how when we grow, our bones do not grow as whole units. They grow in pieces to allow the growth. So what we can see here is all of these vertebrae, except for the furthest one on the right, they're in separate pieces. But what's very important about this picture, we can see here that in order for all
Let me stop for a second. If you want to, that's a telestrator screen.
Okay.
If you need to refer to something, you can just touch the screen and circle it, and it will make a
okay.
mark.
All right, thank you. All right, so I was saying the vertebra on my right here, we can see the back of the vertebra, so this is the body. What's interesting from my perspective when we look at this image, here's a vertebra where the body's separated. All the other ones are separated.
And all of these bones were found in one location. So it would have to tell you that these bones were transported while they were still held together. Not only all the vertebrae held together, but the parts of the vertebrae held together with some soft tissue.
And was this particular set of bones found at a different location than the skull?
Yes, these were found at a different location.
And we'll discuss that more later, but that's significant in terms of how they got transported.
Correct.
All right. We go on to State's Exhibit ES. Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. EW was the next one we wanted on the list. I apologize. Do you recognize this particular item?
Yes.
Is that a photograph of one of the bones found? At you?
That's a photograph of a bone fragment.
Okay,
and so
this time you're moving down to State's Exhibit DW.
Be received in evidence that states numbered.
May I publish?
You may.
This particular bone, again, we see a bone and then we see a manila envelope, I guess, with some writing on it. Is that what you're talking about, how each bone is documented as to where it came from?
Correct.
All right. This also indicates 6 inches deeper below large roots. That's how they indicate where they found it.
They would have information on the bag. Now, on this one, I'm not sure, but this one may have actually been found in SIFT. And what they were trying to do was locate where the person that recovered these remains was in a area of the site they were at.
All right. So this was actually covered in sifting, not something that was found.
I think so, because she says lane 5, but, so that's why I think this may have been a SIFT bone.
All right. You said this is a fragment from another bone.
Correct.
All right. Just one moment. If we could have State's Exhibit, unpublished, State's Exhibit FA. Now, let me clear the annotation. Do you recognize this as a photograph of 2 of the bones that were found in this case?
Yes.
This time moving down to State's Exhibit FA. FA.
There being no objection, it will be received in evidence that states numbered.
May I publish?
You may publish.
What are these bones that we're looking at in this exhibit?
We're looking at right now the largest bones in the body. Those would be the shafts of the femora. So those would be your lower leg bones that attach to the pelvis.
And does this, could we have a split screen between this and the last exhibit that we put in, which was EW, not EW? Now, in your opinion, do these 2 bones relate to each other?
Yes, they do. If we look at the image with the 2 bones on the left, what we're looking at here, the top of the bones, these have actually been chewed on by animals. This bone here actually is a fragment that you can actually put right back into place there.
Okay.
I'll publish this while we're doing that.
recess. We will be in recess to 25 to. Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorneys, both sides ready to proceed. All right, let's return to jury. Okay, state recognized presence of jury
Yes, sir.
and the defense. Okay, you may continue.
Doctor, when we stopped, we were discussing the significance of the two photographs we had on screen. Can we get those split screens back up? Without spending too much more time on this, this bone in state's exhibit for identification, EW, that is now in evidence. Quick, help me on that one. This is the small piece of bone. 244. Thank you. Is it your belief that that piece of bone essentially fits into this area of the bone in the other photograph, which was FA and is now 245?
Presently, my monitor is not working.
Oh, that's because nobody's is on yet. Okay, I'm sorry. I turned them off during the bench conference. Sorry about that. You see the parts I've circled?
Yes, I see the images now.
Is that what you were trying to say? Is that you think that this bone came from that area right there?
Yes, yes.
Okay, we can take them down. All right. If I could now have FB for identification. And you recognize this is a photograph that was taken of, oh, technology's getting to me. Do you recognize this is a photograph of bones that were taken at your direction?
Yes, this is a photograph representing primarily hand and finger bones.
Just a minute. Moving evidence states exhibit FB.
What says the defense? We received an evidence that states numbered.
What is the purpose of this photograph, Doctor?
Did you want to publish, Mr.?
I'm sorry, yes, I would like to publish.
Okay, I'll operate publish for now.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
It'd probably be safer. What's the purpose of this photograph?
We're always going to document all of the skeletal remains during analysis, so that would be the first part. So we would take multiple views of the skull, multiple views of the skeleton, and then parts of the skeleton. So this particular image was documenting the bones that were located essentially for the hands, and our scientific scales in the middle of the screen are in centimeters, so I placed a quarter in the picture to provide perspective as to how small these bones actually were.
This is just to demonstrate to the jury that how tiny.
Yeah, they're very, and these were bones we found during the recovery. Some may have been found in the screen, but many of these were found in the main area.
Now, how long did this recovery effort take from start to finish?
I'm trying to remember.
If you need to refer to your notes.
Yeah, refer to my notes. The initial was December 11th when the sheriff was out at the scene with Steve Hansen. And then I think it occurred up until the mapping was finished on December 20th.
December 20th. All right. Now, let's go back. We can unpublish the jury, please. And let's go to State's Exhibit EZ. You recognize this is a photograph of two of the bones that were found during the recovery?
Yes.
This time that I moved to State's Exhibit EZ.
You received an evidence? You wish to publish?
I do. Now, these particular bones, is there some significance to these bones that you would like to describe to the jury?
These bones represent part of the pelvis. So if you were to, with your hands, palpate your waist, you generally would be palpating the top area of your pelvis. So since we're dealing with a child, each one of these, they're called os coxa, would grow as 3 bones, and then through the maturity process, they would fuse. So we're looking at the top parts of each os coxa. On this one here, we do have some carnivore damage on the bottom and some adipocere here as well.
What is adipocere?
Adipocere would just be a conversion of fats in the body into essentially a wax.
Is in your overall opinion of the taphonomy of this case, is where one of these bones was found significant?
One of these, yes, was found almost completely buried in the muck.
And you're going to explain later why that's significant?
Yes.
Okay. Which one of these was that?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. I have to check notes.
That's fine. Can you check your notes? Go ahead.
The left.
The left in this picture?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, Judge, if we could unpublish now, please. And if I could have State's Exhibit FC. Now, Doctor, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, that is a picture of the skeleton laid out essentially in anatomical order after all of the bones were recovered.
And this time I'm going to move to State's Exhibit FC.
You received the evidence that states number published?
Yes, please. Doctor, how successful was this recovery effort?
Generally, when we're recovering a skeleton that's not only been dispersed at a site, but it's also been susceptible to dispersal from carnivore activity. Even with an adult skeleton where bones are completely intact, it's very difficult to collect the majority of the skeletal remains, and it's also very difficult to to collect many of the teeth. I feel we were very, very successful here. We collected all but one tooth. We have most of the spine, many of the ribs, all the long bones, and then the tiny bones, hands, feet, left foot, and we did recover one bone of the right foot. The only reason we had one bone of the right foot because there was carnivore activity in that part of the skeleton.
And the only part missing is the...
For the most part, there are a few pieces here and there missing.
Enough of that. So this 9-day effort would you say that it was a successful effort in terms of your experience with this kind of recovery efforts?
Yes, I would say very successful in terms of what was recovered and mapping the location of all those bones as well.
And were you provided with the information of the mapping about where the various bones were?
Yes, Ronald Murdoch, one of the CSI supervisors of the Sheriff's Department, he was in charge of the mapping, and he had provided me with all the locations.
And is that the type of information that you would normally utilize in coming to an opinion as to taphonomy and forensic anthropology?
When you say type of information, can you specify, please?
This is the type of information you as an expert would normally use in coming to opinions.
Yes, we would need to know spatial relationships of all of the bones out at the site in relationship to the dump site, and we would want to have things mapped out. Right.
Show the witness, let's say exhibit QG. Do you recognize this as a survey containing, which denotes these specific areas where various groupings of bones were found?
Yes.
Would it be helpful to you to use this in explaining to the jury the dispersal of the various bones?
Yes.
This time you want to move into evidence states exhibit QG.
Exhibit will be received in evidence of states numbered. Published.
Please. Now, Mr. Perez, if we could zoom in on this area. Clear the annotation. Now, Doctor, does this part of the survey essentially give us all of the areas where bones were found?
Yes, it does.
Okay. If you could just explain, and do you have a specific listing of what was found in each area?
In terms of the bones, yes.
Okay. Well, if you need to refer to that to refresh your recollection, just let us know you're doing it and go ahead.
What I would like to do when I explain this is just provide a generalization of the different bones, not provide an itemized list because
Absolutely
it's
fine.
too long. Okay.
Just start with area A. What is area A?
Okay. Area A. Do I need to highlight here?
If you want to, you may.
Okay. Area A in the image here is going to be what we feel is probably most likely the primary depositional area. So where the body and mass of bags, the body being in the bags, was placed into the woods. This would have been where the initial separation of some of the body parts occurred, such as the skull, the arms, the lower limbs would have separated here. And then what we're able to do is, I walk through here, is talk about how the skeleton, as it was dispersed at the scene, we can follow along with which parts were actually separated at specific locations. And so if we look at when I was working with the Sheriff's Department, advising them on which areas to focus our efforts and how to expand, I initially started in Area A, and then we had people in Area B, not Area B, but south of Area A. So if we're looking at this picture, north would be the top of the image. So when we initially started with our search, I was with Susan Mears in Area A. The rest of the crime scene investigators were south of us. And as additional skeletal remains were found, we moved further south. And then,
just one second. If you want to designate a new area of search, you can do it.
Okay. Well, I'm just doing a generalization. Okay, because this whole entire area was searched. So what I'm trying to say is, as we were in Area A, we also had people outside here working across this way. And then when this entire area was searched, what I would do is talk to Susan Mears, go through with her what the progress was for the day. We'd talk about where skeletal remains were located, and then we would talk about how to expand the search. So, for example, as Area F, Area G, more material was found, we kept the search progressed further south. All right, and as it was progressing south, what I did at that point was we talked in terms of where bones were located, and I said we needed to expand west and east, and that's how we located additional bones further out.
So it was just a progressive.
Yeah, so we want to start with the known and then progress out from the known and keep expanding until no more bones are located.
So once you got to a point where you weren't finding anything, then...
Well, when that whole area was completely cleared, okay, and cleared means surface debris, and even the ground was going to be scraped with trowels. All right.
And that was done over this entire area that you've...
Yes. And the sheriff would be able to provide the exact location. All right. All I was provided I worked with Ron Murdoch to produce this map, and all I told him was I wanted the location for where all the bones were found on a scene map where I could then talk about dispersal and what we're discussing now.
Very good. Let me get rid of your annotations here for a moment. So, generally, what was found in Area A?
Okay. Area A would have been. Sorry.
Just a second. You cannot talk at the same time. There's a question. Let there be a break. Then let there be a moderate, deliberate answer. If not, the court reporter will not be able to take a thing down, and the record will be shot. Proceed.
Yes, sir. So tell us, if you will, what skeletal remains were found in Area A?
Area A was the initial area where they located the skull, the bags, where additional bones that were found there. As a generalization, the arms with hand bones were found there. The lower legs were also found there with the left foot.
How about Area B, the area closest to A? What was found there?
Left B was the shafts for the upper arm bone humerus.
All right. And the next closest, I guess, would be the biggest area, Area F. What was found there?
As we progressed further, I guess that would be a southeastern direction. In Area F, what we can see happened here, the trunk of the body with the pelvis and the lower legs more than likely was dragged to this area, because what we see only in this area, we see primarily there are some additional bones, but we do find both lower leg bones and part of the pelvis, and some other bones are located here as well.
And those would be a connected anatomical unit?
Yes, so at this point we probably have being dragged away from Area A by an animal or animals would be the trunk with both femora attached to the pelvis, still all articulated.
All right. What further dispersal can you describe for this diagram?
Okay. Well, I just want to point out area D, right? That's the area where we had only located one bone.
This is over to the far left of the diagram, is that correct?
Yeah, and that's the only bone we found for the right foot, and that did exhibit carnivore damage, which documented what we believe clearly was going on at this site. That area D, animals had dispersed, and we said if we then go back to area E, we didn't talk about area E. That was a hand bone found there.
Let me ask you one question before the area D, before we get off that. You said that was the one bone. Is that the one bone of the foot that no other bones were found?
Correct. Okay. Yes.
Okay, so go ahead. You were going to, I think, area E. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, area E was just one hand bone.
And that's off here in the top of the picture. That's area E.
Correct. Yes, that's area E.
Okay. You told us about area F. How about area G?
Okay. So if I could just explain further, area F is where, area F is where we did see carnivore damage on multiple bones. And area G, all right, at this point, area G, we more than likely had most of the spinal column, so most of the vertebrae still together with many of the ribs attached. And what we see separating out at this area would be the bottom of the spinal column, or the lower vertebrae that would have separated here.
And that's in area G?
Correct, area G.
Again, is that consistent with, again, an animal moving?
Yes, yes, so be consistent. Like I said, there was damage to the pelvis area. That part of the spinal column would attach to the pelvis, make a part of the pelvis.
How about area H?
Area H, we start to see more of the ribs that are disarticulated or separated at this point. Okay, and yeah, so ribs are also some other little bones, but I'll just if I just use a generalization, like I said I would.
Sure. How about area I? I guess is the last one.
Yes, area I. At this point, we have not up until area H, we haven't seen most of the spine. So what's interesting about area I is if we start at the top of the spine, we first have the cervical vertebra, 7 of those. Then we go to the thoracic vertebra, 12, and then we go to the lumbar vertebra, 5. So that's 24 vertebra. If we go to area I, we found 20 of the vertebra there. So this would be consistent at this point as the trunk is being dragged through the woods. The bones that are not held on with as many potential ligaments. There's going to be more ligaments helping to support the spinal column to hold it together. So it's consistent with that part of the spinal column being dragged while it's relatively articulated. And as I mentioned earlier, almost all of these vertebra may even be 2 parts because they have not fused yet due to growth. So it's consistent with this potentially as a whole anatomical unit, a whole block being dragged to area I where decomposition would occur, continue there, finished.
In order for that to occur, would it be correct that the skeleton would not have to be completely skeletonized? There had to be some tissue connecting these bones in order for them to move as a unit?
Yes, it would have had to have been some tissue holding the bones together, correct.
Have we covered all the areas now? I think we have.
Yes, we spoke about all the areas.
All right. Now, based upon this dispersal pattern, do you have an opinion as to whether this body was deposited in area A as a complete intact unit?
It may have been relatively intact. I don't know exactly if it was a complete unit because it would have been in the bags, but it would have been, we still would have had, if we look clearly at area F, clearly the trunk and lower legs would have still been all articulated. I couldn't tell you if all the other parts, whether or not they had separated yet, the ones that were found in the locations closer to the road.
Just so we're clear, there's no indication that the body was dismembered by using any kind of tool or anything like that?
No, we did not see any evidence.
Whatever separation occurred was through the natural process of decomposition?
Correct, would have been natural.
Now, based upon the dispersal pattern, and there's one particular bone that we talked about, the hip bone, and I forget what your technical term for it was. We talked about one photograph you said was buried in something. Can you explain to the jury what the significance of the way that bone was found is to your ultimate opinion about Tavani?
Oh, when trying to interpret how long the bones may have been at the site and also how they would disperse.
Okay. You may continue.
Actually, before he answers, I realize I have not gone through the formal process. I would ask the court to recognize the witness as an expert in the area of forensic anthropology to give opinions in the area that he's already done that. I never formally requested, but I would at this time.
Any objections, Mr. Mason? The witness will be accepted as an expert witness in areas tended by the prosecution.
So explain to us about this particular bone and its significance in your opinion.
Ilium?
Yes,
Okay.
ilium, the left ilium.
When trying to interpret the dispersal at the scene and how long the skeleton may have been out at the scene, many of the bones were located underneath the leaf wall. So that would let us know that the bones had to have been there prior to the leaf wall. And then we had, particularly with this ilium, the bone was nearly buried. So that would at least have to tell us, more than likely, this area was, I guess simplest way to say it was a swampy area. There was water south or southeast. And so it's quite possible that when the area was filled up with water, the whole area was flooded, that as somehow the action from the water, silt, or other material that may have been suspended in the water may have resulted in the burial of this particular bone, which would have occurred sometime over the summer.
Now, when you say buried, can you describe more how you mean, how it was found? Was it deep down in the dirt? Was it just in the mud? How was it?
Okay, it was close to a big palmetto trunk, and which was I think was one of the lower areas. I cannot give you an exact measurement, but I know area F, if we looked at the topographic map, that is the lowest area. So more than likely when the whole trunk was brought in there, that is one of the bones with carnivore damage. Somehow it was deposited in that particular location. And there's going to be silt and other material suspended in water as water moves, be picked up, and that process would have eventually led to almost burying this bone.
Now, based upon all of this evidence that you've seen here that you've discussed, do you have an opinion as to the taphonomy in this case, as to approximately how long you believe these remains were in that area?
When we're trying to interpret time since death, we're going to use, like I was talking about, multiple lines of evidence. This is one of the reasons why we want to document the location of all the bones, trying to understand the dispersal. And overall, the bones were dry, all right, which would suggest it dry, not only completely free of soft tissue, but dry. Bones are all going to have marrow in them. There's going to be fat in them. So even when the tissue first decomposes off the bones can still have a moist touch. There can also still be decomposition odor. So these bones were completely dry. They were not no decomposition odor. There was some slight erosion on many of the bones, which would take time. Found under the leaf litter, one bone was practically buried. In combination of that with some of the root evidence, what I pretty much said in my report, it would not be a period of around 6 months could be possible.
And is it your opinion, based upon, again, the examination of this, that the dispersal of the bones was a result of animal activity?
I would say primarily a result of animal activity when we're finding animal activity directly on the bones in some of these areas. And I don't, off the top of my head, I need to look at my report, at least on one of them. I mean, there was some animal chewing even on a couple of the ribs that we did know. And, that's one thing. This area was processed very well. They were all missing bones, and they were, in this instance, taken away by animals. They could have been chewed and nothing left of the bone after that.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
You ready?
Yes.
Now, as a forensic anthropologist, amongst the things you do is not only help or direct the location of bones, but you examine the bones yourself.
Correct.
And did you, in fact, x-ray bones?
The bones were x-rayed.
Something you directed?
We normally, when I work a case, I will always ask, okay, do we have these x-ray views? And if not, I will ask for them.
In your examination of the bones and the x-raying of the bones, sir, isn't it true you found no evidence of any pre-mortem trauma?
No, there was no evidence of perimortem trauma.
Meaning no prior childhood broken bones, fractures, any such thing?
Are you asking antemortem trauma?
I'm sorry?
I'm not sure if your question, if you were asking, did we find, I think you asked me two separate questions.
All right. Well,
okay.
Let me start over. Sometimes the acoustics in here are weird and I can't hear well anyway. So, you found no evidence of any fractures, correct?
No evidence of fractures.
And no evidence of any twists or torquing of bones?
No evidence.
No evidence of anything to indicate to you that this child had ever had any traumatic injury whatsoever before her death?
No evidence.
Now, sir, you have before you, or did you give him a paper copy of the map?
Yes.
Print on that too small for me to check and read, sir, but you look at it. Can you tell us how far area A was from the pavement of the road, Suburban Drive?
If I use the scale, like I said, I did not do the mapping, but if I use the scale on the mapping, without having a ruler in front of me, I would think 25 to 30 feet maybe, to the edge of the road, right?
Did you participate in the measurements at all?
I did not, no, I said that earlier. I did not document measurements. The measurements were collected with a total station, and they also had a 3D scanner.
So this map only shows different elevations and lines that would show elevations?
Yes, the total state, 3D scanner was brought in, and that's why I said earlier, I did not do the measurements. My job was not the mapping. The measurements were provided to me.
Who provided the measurements to you?
Ronald Murdoch. Ronald Murdoch. And what he provided to me was, he didn't necessarily provide measurements. The way that map was created, him and I looked through all of the data points for each of the flags, and then I came up with the different locations based on the concentration of bones, and then that map was created for me.
Okay, so when I ask you if you know specifically how far the beginning of area A and where the skull was from the edge of the pavement, you can't tell me.
If you give me a ruler, I could.
Oh, fresh out. Okay. Do you know, sir, when the disbursement took place?
I'm not sure I understand the question. You say when?
Well, we start with area A. And area A, you say, was the primary site where the skull, the bags, arms, hand bone, lower leg bone, and so forth are located, right?
Yes.
Okay. And all of those items were in bags, right?
Originally, yes.
Originally, before you had to reconstruct and set it out as you did in the exhibit.
Well, I would assume when I say in bags, originally when deposited out at the site.
Okay. And from the site was gathered the plastic bags, the laundry bag, the skull with bones in it. You know that. You saw it.
Correct.
All right. But the other areas where there were some bones or fragments, there were no bags, correct?
No bag. Well, excuse me. No bags. I could not tell you parts of bags. That I could not tell you since that was not my job to analyze that material.
So then the majority of what would be found and in a bag and so forth was all area A, right?
Can you repeat
the
that?
Majority of the skull and the bones that we talked about, the majority of it was in the bags from area A.
I wouldn't necessarily say majority, and I would say found in the area. What you're referring to, I would say correct. The majority of that skeleton material was found in the area of A.
And it was only after inspecting the content of the remains from area A that you discovered there's missing bone, right?
I don't know. I wouldn't agree with that because we would too when we started processing the scene. We did have people in other areas of the scene we were processing at the same time, and people were locating additional bones in south of area A before we had area A completely processed.
The initial find was area A.
Correct.
Then after looking at what you got, then you spread it out. You drew a map where you said, go east, go south, go west.
We had a whole crew of people, so we separated them out in different areas, and we were searching simultaneously.
And that's when some found different bones and little pieces, as you have shown us.
Yes.
And they brought them back, and you did your best to reassemble the skeleton.
Correct.
Now, you don't have any scientific evidence to tell us when the first disbursement from area A occurred, do you?
I cannot provide you a specific time period, no.
And same question as to areas B, C, D, E, F, G, and I.
Yes.
And there's nothing in your work, and in this case, that tells you how this child died. Isn't that correct, sir?
That's not a question that I would answer, and I did not. Well, I would look for the perimortem trauma, and we did not find the perimortem trauma.
And when you studied some of the remains and looked at duct tape, you did, right?
On the skull, I did not analyze it. I looked at the duct tape on the skull, but I did not look at and analyze the duct tape itself.
And duct tape was not covering the nasal aperture, was it, sir?
No.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Nasal aperture. What's a nasal aperture?
Nasal aperture is the hole on the skull where the nasal area would be.
So it's what you took everything else away, the opening where the nose would be.
Correct. If you would remove the nose, the nasal aperture would be that hole. Correct.
And the tape wasn't covering the entire nasal aperture. Is that
the tape was covering the mouth area?
The mouth area.
Yeah.
Do you know whether the tape was in a position where it would have covered the nose had it been there, or you just don't know?
Possibly, but based on what I saw, there's no way to say that exactly.
Okay. Because to be indelicate, the nose wasn't there anymore.
Correct.
I'm going to need to. Let me have just a moment. And that is. Could I publish 248 in evidence, Judge, please?
Yeah. As soon as it gets up on the screen. Publish 248.
Mr. Mason asked you a question and may use the word the majority of the bones be in one place or another. If you could circle on this, what bones were found in area A to the best of generally?
Can
If
I
you
refer to my notes?
Refer to your report, that'd be fine.
And this is not exact?
Sure.
Okay.
Just in general.
Yeah, so we have skull area here. This was not, but we had some of the bones in here.
Okay. Just in a general sense.
Yeah, I mean, that's a general.
All right.
Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. Let me look here. I forgot here. Sorry about that. And we may have something here. I'd have to refer specifically to notes. One of the fibula may have been there, but
So generally that's what was in area A.
correct.
All right. What was in area? My glasses too. What was in area B?
When I put the X on the left humerus, before I said that was not there because that was located.
That was in the area closest to.
Yes,
area A.
yes, close by.
Sorry. That was in area B, the closest to area A. Correct.
Yes, that would be correct.
What was in area F? That was the larger area on the diagram.
Area F, it appears a little larger because the dispersal was out a little further. But in area F, we do have clavicles, which are your collarbones, and then we have parts of the pelvis and the proximal ends of both femora, okay, the shafts, and we do have some ribs and one part of a vertebra.
That's in area F, correct?
Yes.
All right. What parts do we have in area G?
Area G, what we see in area G is that's where we see some separation of the bottom or distal end of the spinal column there. And then area G, we have a couple ribs.
Okay. How about area H?
Area H, we only had one part of one rib, part of one vertebra, sorry. And then we had a bunch of ribs, and I don't have exact ones in front of me.
And how about area I?
Area I, we see more ribs, but I don't have the exact vertebra, but we had close to 20, we had 20 vertebra, parts representing 20 vertebra.
We can get rid of that photo now, please. No further questions.
In the recross as to those issues? May the doctor be excused. Thank you, doctor. You may be excused, sir.
Thank you.
Sorry, guys, we're done with this witness. We're going to have to move on. but chloroform doesn't break bones. Keep that in mind.
My name is Dr. Jan Garavaglia, Garavaglia.
May I proceed?
You may proceed.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
How are you presently employed?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for Orange and Osceola counties.
And how long have you held that job?
I've been Chief Medical Examiner since 2004.
Prior to being the Chief Medical Examiner for District 9, where were you employed?
I was a Deputy Chief for a little less than a year, and then I was employed as a Medical Examiner in Bexar County, which is San Antonio, Texas, for 10 years, and prior to that, in the metropolitan Atlanta area, and I've been a Medical Examiner also in Jacksonville, Florida, and I trained as a Medical Examiner in Miami.
If you could just take us through your educational experience that led you to your work as a medical examiner.
Sure. I'm a MD, medical doctor. That degree was from St. Louis University in St. Louis, Missouri, graduating in 1982. I then did my internship in internal medicine at the University Hospitals in St. Louis. I then specialized in pathology, both anatomic and clinical pathology. Anatomic pathology is basically the doctor at the hospital that looks under the microscope, does hospital autopsies, diagnoses diseases, and I'm board certified in that. That training was at the University Hospitals in St. Louis. I'm also trained in clinical pathology. That is basically the doctor that runs the laboratories. I'm board certified in that. I then subspecialized in forensic pathology. That is the field of pathology that specializes in why people die suddenly and unexpectedly. It deals with ballistics through the body. It deals with injury interpretation. And that training was in Miami, 87 and 88, and I'm board certified in forensic pathology.
And after your educational experience, you became a medical examiner. You've told us where you worked.
Yes, I just.
All right, taking up to today. Now, did you have occasion to become involved in the investigation of the death of Kaylee Marie Anthony?
Yes, that came under under my jurisdiction.
Now, when did you first learn of the possibility that the remains of Kaylee Anthony had been found?
That would have been on the 11th. I don't remember the time. Sometime in the late morning, early afternoon.
Were you alerted by law enforcement?
I was alerted by my chief investigator, Steve Hansen.
Upon learning of that, what did you do?
And I was late for the airport. I'd already left the building. I'd run back in to pick up something that I'd forgotten. As I was walking out, Mr. Hansen told me that they'd found the remains. And we weren't sure who that is for sure at that point. Oftentimes these scene recoveries take a long period of time. I had a engagement that I could not get out of. I was late for the airport, so I immediately contacted Dr. Utz and told him to initially handle it till I got back. I would be back the next day. I told Steve to make sure that Dr. Schultz was called. He's my anthropologist that's our consultant. And I believe I might have even talked to Dr. Schultz myself. I can't remember, but I made sure he was involved and I made sure Dr. Utz was able to handle it. I thought that initially, typically how we handle skeletal cases is that it takes a while for the recovery. They're brought in, they sit, and then we analyze. And it's a long process. I didn't think my absence for the night would matter.
Sure. Now, when you returned, you returned the following day?
Yes, that was Thursday. I returned Friday evening.
When you returned the following evening and for the days and weeks after that, did you go back and review the photographs that had been taken both at the scene prior to the skull's removal and those taken at your facility while you were gone? Have you reviewed all those photographs?
Absolutely.
Now, once you arrived back and took the case back from Dr. Utz, did you continue to investigate and photograph additional items that were taken with the body?
Yes, I did. Case was discussed. I went out to the scene. I reviewed all the photographs. I made some suggestions for what else needed to be done, and made sure that we got some other different other consultants in also.
Just a moment. Start by showing the witness State's Exhibit CX in evidence. CX. I think you might have to. Is one of the things that you examined when you arrived back the hair mat which was surrounding the skull?
Eventually, that hair mat came back to me. It was sent to the FBI, and I asked for that back.
All right.
And that was sent back to me, and I examined it then.
Is this a photograph that was taken before that you reviewed, or is this one that was taken after it came back?
Looks like there's bone. It's oftentimes when you show me one picture and it's not in context,
Sure.
It's difficult to say, but it looks like there's still bone attached. So,
Would this have been one of the photographs you reviewed?
oh, this would have been one that I reviewed, certainly.
All right. Let me go to photograph CY. Again, is this a photograph that you took or reviewed?
Yes.
All right. At this time, I moved to evidence State's Exhibit CX and CY.
What says the defense? Be receiving evidence, the state's numbered.
Let's start with formerly CX. We published that to the jury.
Okay.
Of the decedent of the case 81567.
What else do we see in the photograph other than hair?
We see a lot of the roots that have grown through the hair.
And now if we could see what was CY, and this is in evidence as 251. And again, what are we looking at here, doctor?
We're also looking at the hair mat. We're also looking at the roots that have grown completely through the hair mat, and we're also looking at some holes, I don't know, holes in the hair mat, probably from insect activity.
Let's unpublish to the jury and move on to DA. You recognize this photograph?
Yes, that's a photograph that we teased out some of the hair. to take as a sample. This was teased out from that hair mat to take as a sample for possible toxicologic use.
And does this photograph also show a scale showing the length of the hair?
Yes.
This time I'm going to move into evidence states exhibit DA.
It will be received in evidence states number. You want to publish?
Yes, please. Again, the scale that you have here is a, to change my glasses, I'm sorry, 6-inch scale?
Yes,
All right, so this would reflect the length of the hair being at least more than 6 inches.
that is correct.
All right, thank you. And we may unpublish, Judge. Yeah, we'll finish. I'm sorry, I said we may unpublish. Thank you. And if we could have DC in evidence. And you recognize this is one of the photographs taken either at your direction or by your office.
Yes, that was actually taken at my direction. Again, the hair, that's the scale next to one of the roots on the hair mat.
This is just, and the purpose of the scale is to allow someone to compare the size of the root with a scale. In the same
Correct.
picture. This time I'm moving to United States Exhibit DC.
Be received in evidence states number. Publish.
Yes, please. That's fine. Get it published now. Now, some of the items that were found with the remains, did you examine and separately photograph a number of those?
Yes.
I want to specifically ask you about a blanket. You recall there being a baby blanket that was found,
Yes.
right? And did you have that photographed?
Yes.
This time, could we show the witness DV? Do you recognize this as a photograph of the blanket taken in your direction?
That was either taken at my direction or by someone in my staff. It's been photographed. It was photographed several times.
All right. This time, I'm moving to United States Exhibit DV.
Be received in evidence states number.
Maybe publish. This particular blanket, this is the condition that it came into your office. Is that correct? It hasn't been cleaned or anything like that?
It was not cleaned or it was just kind of unfolded.
Are there certain portions of this blanket where you can detect some figures?
Yes.
Did you ask your staff to did they take a closer photograph to show those figures more clearly?
I might have even taken that photograph. I remember taking some, yes.
All right. We could unpublish the jury, they're done, and show the witness DW. And you recognize this photograph DW?
Yes.
And is this a closer photograph trying to show the figures on the blanket?
Yes, it is.
And this time, I'm going to move to United States Exhibit DW.
Any objections? Be received in evidence states number.
May we publish?
Publish.
Now, I'm going to ask Mr. Perez to zoom in on this figure. When you viewed that figure, did it look familiar to you?
Yes.
Who's that?
Winnie the Pooh with Piglet on its back.
Thank you. We're all done with that photo. If we could show the witness DX. And is this a photograph of the other side of that blanket?
Yes, it is.
This time, you want to move to evidence states exhibit DX.
Be received in evidence states number.
And may I publish?
May.
Did that blanket have some plant material growing in it?
Yes.
And did you have that photographed as well to document the level of plant activity in the blanket?
Yes, I did.
And unpublished to the jury, and finally have DZ. Is that a photograph representing the amount of plant and root activity actually growing into the blanket?
Yes, it is.
They move into evidence states exhibit DZ.
What says the defense?
DZ.
Be received in evidence states number.
May I publish?
You may publish.
So just tell us what we're looking at here.
This is a close-up of the edge of the blanket, the one with the Winnie the Pooh with Piglet, and it shows vegetative material, roots growing on top of and through the blanket.
Thank you. We could go to E, show the witness EB, please. EB. Do you recognize this as an additional photograph of other areas of root growth in the blanket?
Yes.
It's time to move to evidence states exhibit EB.
What says the defense? Be received in evidence states number.
For the record, that's EB. I apologize. I said EB. I meant EB. Okay. And maybe publish.
You may publish.
Now, if we could have EB as in boy. You recognize this as another photograph of the root material?
Yes.
Okay, move to evidence states exhibit EB.
What says the defense? Be received in evidence states number.
And publish, please.
You may.
Again, we're looking at more root material in that blanket.
That is correct.
Unpublished to the jury. Unpublished. Could I have states exhibit EE? Do you recognize EE?
Yes, I do.
This is a photograph of more root material growing into the blanket.
That's the same blanket with showing root material growing into it.
Take move to evidence states exhibit EE.
We received an evidence states numbered.
May I publish?
You may publish.
Was there also root material growing in the bag, that is the black plastic bag that was found with the remains?
There are 2 black plastic bags, and root material was growing through the holes in both those bags.
Let me show you. Let me show the witness EI. Does this photograph demonstrate the root material growing actually through the holes in the black plastic bag?
Yes.
This time, state removed evidence states exhibit EI.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
May I publish?
You may publish.
Was there also a canvas laundry bag that was also found with the remains that you saw?
Yes, there was.
And were there roots growing within that item as well?
The canvas laundry bag was canvas on the outside and some type of kind of shiny vinyl type material on the inside, and it appears that the roots were just growing on top of and intricately applied to the canvas part of that bag.
If we may show the witness EN. And do you recognize that as a representative photograph showing the roots growing into the canvas bag?
Yes.
This time I move into evidence states exhibit EN.
You received the states numbered.
May I publish?
You may publish.
Would it be fair to say that plant roots were growing in and around virtually everything that was retrieved from this scene, that is the immediate area of the skull?
No, I don't think we saw any roots in the shorts.
Okay.
There were certainly roots in bones, but that was further out. Roots through the bag, and then the shirt was completely disintegrated, so it's difficult to say. But certainly the blanket, the 2 plastic bags, and the canvas bag.
And you said the shirt was disintegrated. All that was left was the lettering and a collar?
The lettering and the stitching along the hems and with the tag.
In order to assist, and I'll just unpublish that, in order to assist in identifying the victim in this case, well, at the time that the bones were first found, how did you go about trying to identify who this child was?
Well, we thought the best identification was going to be through DNA. It's difficult to identify a child because oftentimes we'll use teeth or a dental comparison. That was be difficult with this child because she's so young. And so we were hoping that we were going to get nuclear DNA, and then we knew that there would probably be at least mitochondrial DNA. So we thought the best way to go would be with the DNA.
And did your office send a bone off to the FBI laboratory for purposes of DNA identification?
Yes, we did.
Let me show the witness states exhibit EO for identification. You recognize this as a photograph of the bone upon its return from the DNA evaluation?
Yes.
Right. This time, Your Honor, state removed evidence states exhibit EO.
What says the defense? We received an evidence that states numbered.
May I publish? Doctor, the portion that's missing from this bone, is that a procedure you're familiar with in determining DNA identification from bone?
Yes, you have to remove a piece of the bone to test, so they removed a piece of that right tibia.
Now, did you receive results from the FBI DNA laboratory as to the identification of the remains?
Yes.
And did that laboratory identify the remains as that is Kaylee Marie Anthony?
Yes, they did.
Now, as a medical examiner, is it your job to determine 2 things, one called cause of death and one called manner of death?
Yes, it's the fundamental. It's fundamental to my job, and that's basically why we exist as an office.
Is manner of death determination a purely medical or scientific determination?
Yes, I'm sorry, the cause?
Manner of death.
The manner of death, it's based on scientific principles, and ultimately gathering all the information you can about a case, all the circumstances of the case, all the history of the case, any medical history, knowing what the body showed, knowing all your ancillary tests. It's to take all of those things into consideration and any type of scientific information and to come up with an opinion.
Counsel, I don't need court. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to recess now for lunch. I'm going to ask you not to discuss this case among yourselves nor with anyone else. Any additional instructions on behalf of the state or the defense?
All right, well, we are going right through day 15, moving right along. We're becoming close to the end of the prosecution's case.
You may be seated. Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorneys. Both sides ready to proceed. You may. Both sides ready to proceed. Okay, let's return to jury. Okay, state recognized presence of jury and the defense. Members of the jury, did you heed all of my previous admonitions during the noontime lunch hour? Okay, Mr. Ashton, you may continue.
Good afternoon, Dr. Garibaldi.
Good afternoon.
Let's start off by getting through a few housekeeping matters. me show you some items that are marked for identification. First is State's Exhibit KL. You recognize that by your office's label as a bag that should contain the laundry bag that was found in evidence in this case.
Yes.
This time you take the moving evidence, State's Exhibit KL.
What says the defense? It will be received in evidence as states numbered.
Let me show you what's been marked in evidence, State's Exhibit for identification KU, and ask you if you recognize that by markings as the bag that should contain the baby blanket photograph we saw earlier.
Yes.
This time, Your Honor, take moving evidence, State's Exhibit KU for identification.
It will be received in evidence as states numbered.
Next will be State's Exhibit KM. You recognize this as, by the markings of your office, as the container that should contain the body bag with vegetation that was brought with the evidence.
Yes, I do.
This time, Your Honor, moving evidence, State's Exhibit KM for identification.
It will be received in evidence as states numbered.
Show you State's Exhibit KK for identification. You recognize that by the markings of the bag should contain the tied black plastic bag that was brought into the remains.
Yes, I do.
This time, Your Honor, moving evidence, State's Exhibit KK.
It will be received as states numbered.
Show you State's Exhibit KO for identification. You recognize that by the markings of the bag should contain the untied plastic bag which found in the remains.
Yes.
This time, Your Honor, moving evidence, State's Exhibit KO.
It will be received in evidence as states numbered.
Let me show you what's been marked. State's Exhibit identification KR, and ask you by the markings that's the bag that should contain the shorts that we look at in the photograph.
The shorts. I didn't see the shorts in the photograph, I don't believe, but those are the shorts.
Photographs. Let me stop. Did you review photographs of items that were taken examined by Dr. Fox?
No, I examined those.
Okay, and they should be.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. They will move down to State's Exhibit KR.
Be received in evidence as states numbered.
Let me show you State's Exhibit KT and ask you if by the markings that should be the bag containing the clothing, the letters, and the stitching.
Yes.
And those things were brought into the bottom, is that correct?
That is correct.
State moving evidence, State's Exhibit KT.
What says the defense? It will be received in evidence as states numbered.
Now let me show you State's Exhibit KS. If I may approach counsel just a moment. I believe by agreement of counsel, rather than have the doctor open this bag, you see her markings, that you just read that this is the hair knot that was taken to evidence.
It'll be received as states number.
All right. Dr. Nell, we've got housekeeping out of the way. When we broke, we were discussing the concepts of cause and manner of death, and I believe you were explaining to the jury what manner of death means. Could you explain that, please?
The manner of death.
Manner of death.
The manner is the classification of death based on all of the information that is available to us, both scientific information, both scene information, both historic information, anything that will help us classify that death as to accident, natural, homicide, suicide, or undetermined.
And in assessing all that thing, the medical evidence, the scientific evidence, and the scene evidence, do you bring to bear your experience in forensic pathology?
Absolutely.
In this particular case, based upon everything that you have seen, the photographs, the skeleton itself, do you have an opinion as to the manner of death in this case?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
Homicide.
What do you base that on?
It's based on three main items. First, we know from observational studies, from experience, that it is a red flag that when a child is not reported immediately to authorities, either with an injury, that's something we look for foul play. This child, from history, was not reported for it a long time. The other thing that makes it a homicide is that the body was hidden. A child's body is thrown out, hidden in a field. We know that is one of the things we look for when we are looking for a homicide. Also, it's often found that these bodies are in, not always, but closed containers, a suitcase or a plastic bag like this child was. That, again, is from our experience from observational systematic studies, a red flag for homicide. And the last, besides the delay, besides the being found in a field decomposed, would be the duct tape, somewhere located on the lower half of this face. There is no child that should have duct tape on its face when it dies. There's no reason to put duct tape on the face after they die. Based on our experience, we've seen that in cases of homicide.
Now, how does the concept of cause of death differ from the concept of manner of death?
Well, the cause of death is the injury or the disease that initiates the chain of events that ultimately results in the child dying or the person dying. So the cause is the specific injury or disease that ultimately causes the death.
in this case, based on the skeletal condition of the remains, can you render a medical conclusion on the cause of death?
The cause of death, what I put was homicide of undetermined means. I believe we can reliably say it's a homicide, but I don't know the means for which that homicide occurred.
Were there any objects found with the body that would have been capable of causing death?
Well, the only possible objects with the body, although I don't know if they cause death, and I'm not even speculating whether they cause death, would be duct tape. If that duct tape was over the mouth and nose, that's a possibility. Suffocation with a plastic bag would have been the only other thing I would have seen there.
You are aware, are you not, of the evidence of chloroform being found during certain portions of the investigation of this case?
I was made aware of that, yes.
Could a child exposed to a sufficient amount of chloroform die as a result?
Absolutely.
But at this point, based upon the medical evidence, can you tell what caused her death?
No, I believe we have enough evidence, and I believe it's scientifically defensible to say it's a homicide, but I do not believe we have enough scientific information to say the means of how that homicide occurred.
Now, are there certain things that you can exclude? In other words, was there any trauma to the body that would...
Well, the trauma is very, the body is very decomposed. All I have is bone. So unless that trauma hurt the bones, I can't say. There's certainly, I've had other cases where there's been blunt trauma to the abdomen, and I can't say from the skeleton. So I can't rule out really any trauma, because sometimes even a gunshot wound would go through, and not touch the bone. So it's very difficult when the body is that decomposed to say why they died.
Now, in this case, was there any injury to the bones that would indicate trauma involving the bone?
There is no ante-mortem injury to the bones that would indicate the cause.
And were you made aware of any illnesses that the child suffered that could have caused death, anything of that
I
sort?
specifically asked for any history of illness or problems with this child, and I was told there were none.
No further questions. Thank you, Doc.
Cross-examination?
How you doing?
Hello.
You okay?
I'm okay.
All right. Now, Dr. Garibaldi, you live in Orlando area. Don't tell me where, but in Orlando area.
Yes, yes, in the area.
Okay. And for the period of time of about 4 months prior to these remains being found, you were aware of all of the media attention surrounding this case, weren't you?
I was aware that this was a big case. I do not watch the news, and I listen to NPR, so I don't think I was as aware as most people.
Certainly, if you were wise enough to not necessarily rely on the news, you were aware that there was, in fact, a circus-like atmosphere around the Anthony home. Yes?
I don't know that.
Well, you knew it was, a lot of speculation, a lot of news about this case for months. Yes?
I did know that there was a lot of speculation about this case.
And you knew that if, unfortunately, remains were found of this child, that your office would be most likely involved.
No, I was hoping it was Lake County.
You were hoping it was Lake County, push it off to the west. Okay.
Different jurisdiction.
Or so anywhere other than the Ninth.
That's what I would have liked.
But in fact, you were called, and you came back from wherever other business you were on to handle this case.
That's true.
And amongst the various things that you had known prior was news or references, as Mr. Ashton just referred to, regarding the potential of chloroform being involved in this case.
I was told that by investigations at the time we got the body,
You weren't told that the chloroform related to decomposition, but just that there was chloroform involved.
that there was a question of chloroform.
So you then reasoned that perhaps chloroform may have been used, in fact, to contribute to the cause of death of this child.
I think that would be one of the possibilities that we would have to examine.
So one of the things that you did in order to examine that possibility was to bring in an expert. Yes?
I brought in a toxicologist that I knew had dealt with toxicology of bones, which is, not a common thing.
And that toxicologist was a PhD, Dr. Bruce Goldberger from the University of Florida.
It was.
And you sent to him a piece of bone that had been resected from the humerus, was it?
The femur.
Pardon?
The left femur.
Left femur. We had a picture of it a while ago.
No, that was the tibia taken for the DNA. The
Well,
picture I saw.
Which part was sent to Dr. Goldberger so he could test for the presence of chloroform?
The piece of the left femur.
And as a toxicologist, the specific request was to look for chloroform and other what you call volatile chemicals. Is that right?
That is correct.
Meaning you were looking for chloroform and some form of poison.
Volatiles would have been alcohol, isopropanol.
Any kind of chemical that might have contributed to the cause of this child's death.
Yes.
And Dr. Goldberger, pursuant to your direction, submitted these samples to a myriad of toxicological examination tests, didn't he?
Not really a myriad. He only did check for volatiles and several other tests. It was very limited what he can do with bone. But
Whatever tests were available that could be done, were done.
he tried.
And when they were done, the results were negative as to each and every one.
That is correct.
Now, in connection with this whole process, were you present when Dr. Werner Spitz came as a defense expert to want to observe the process?
May continue.
I may not be exact verbatim, but I asked you if Dr. Werner Spitz came down to observe, participate in the autopsy.
Did he? No.
Were you aware of him coming down to want to watch your work?
Overruled.
I was informed by my office manager that Mr. Jose Baez had requested.
He's already allowed to ask questions.
Well,
He's just answered it.
Overruled. Go ahead and finish asking the question.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was informed by my office manager there was a request by Jose Baez to bring an outside person in to watch the autopsy, and our policy in the autopsy is that we have a statutory duty to come up with the cause and manner of death. We would preserve everything possible then and make that available to him when we are finished.
Okay. And you told Mr. Ashton that in your determination of the manner of death, you consider all kinds of circumstances.
Yes, I do.
And in doing that, in this case, are you aware of whether or not Dr. Spitz, in fact, did a second autopsy?
It's a statement.
Okay. Now, I want to go back just briefly to Dr. Goldberger. I've been reminded that he's a medical doctor, isn't he?
No, he's not.
He's not?
Dr. Goldberger? He's a PhD.
Is he also a medical doctor?
Not to my knowledge.
All right. Well, what things do you know that he tested besides that piece of bone?
Let's see, for volatiles, he tested bone, the scrapings I took from the inside of the bone, the hair and soil that kind of fell out of the hair. And that was for volatiles. And then he tested the bone and then the scrapings from the bone marrow and washings we did from the cranial cavity. And he tested that for by gas chromatograph for prescription drugs, illicit drugs. And then he tested specifically for alprazolam in the bone, the scrapings of the bone cavity, the washings of the cranial cavity were all then specifically tested for alprazolam.
And alprazolam, what's a more common name?
It's a benzodiazepam, also known as Xanax.
Xanax.
Yes,
So he tested for all those things, and all the results were negative.
that is correct.
And speaking of the cranial wash you did not cut open the cranium, did you?
No, absolutely not.
Now, you told Mr. Ashton also that there was no trauma found in your examination, correct?
No antemortem trauma, meaning prior to death. We found some postmortem trauma from animals chewing on bones. And
You found the postmortem trauma. The anthropologist confirmed to you that there was indication of animal activity, right?
oh, you could say that.
Okay.
That was part of my examination.
But anything that happened before, there's no evidence of any form of trauma before when this child was alive.
On the bones, there was no evidence of trauma.
And in your exploring all the world of circumstances about this, you didn't find about any trauma either, did you?
No, I did not.
So if I understand your testimony, you believe that all these things, there is no scientific or medical evidence to establish the cause of this child's death. Is that correct?
The means of the homicide could not be determined.
And you determined to call it a homicide as opposed to an accident or indeterminate.
The circumstances of death and did not fit anything but a homicide.
The circumstances.
That's the way the body was found.
Okay.
And
I know that. And also what Detective Mellich told you.
I'm not sure what part Detective Mellich told me. The part that the body wasn't reported for 31 days.
You learned these things from Yuri Mellich, an investigator.
That's our
And
standard
some of the
course
things,
of business.
some of the things you learned from the media.
From you?
Media.
Oh, no, nothing from media would have been entered into my decision.
Didn't enter your mind.
Well, I can't take anything that the media would say into a decision as grave as this.
So the bottom line is when you say, and you place the label homicide, the indeterminate means, you're saying that circumstantial evidence to you says that it probably was a homicide.
Not probably. I think that is the only logical conclusion based scientifically on some of the scientific information we have, based on observational information we have about homicides and children dying.
What is the scientific information, the circumstance?
Well, we know, and of course, systematic observational studies are part of science. That's a big part of forensic. It's a big part of how we know our world. We look at all the accidental drownings, for instance, in my jurisdiction. We systematically went through those. 100% EMS is called immediately when the child is found.
Well, that has nothing to do with this case, does it?
Oh, no.
Sustained.
It
Go ahead, Doctor.
It absolutely has something to do with this case. Every death I investigate has to put into the circumstances of death. You can never, ever determine a manner of death, except in very rare instances, just on examining the body. And so it always has to. So we need to know how usually deaths occur. So we have to know, and there's scientific studies in peer-reviewed literature about some of the red flags for homicide.
Objection to the bolster. She's now talking about studies. We don't have them.
So by my experience and by what is known about the way homicides occur, I felt that the preponderance of evidence and that there was no other logical conclusion could be found by not reporting a child for 30, who has a legal, moral, and ethical obligation to care for a child, not reporting that child missing. The fact that it's tossed in a field to rot in bags is a clear indication that the body was trying to be hidden. Those are, even it being put in a bag is a very big red flag for homicide and never seen in an accidental death of a child. And the fact that there's duct tape anywhere attached to that child's face is, to me, indication of a homicide.
Okay, now let's back up. What about your circumstantial observations and deductions are scientific, ma'am?
The fact that we know 100% of the time that accidental deaths are reported unless there is a good reason not to be. We know that there is no reason not to report. In fact, if you do not report an injury to authorities, you are risking that child's life. So we know that's partly behavioral science. And we know in all of the cases that come through our morgue that accidents are 100%, particularly on children, are reported unless there's a good reason not to.
So you're trying to tell this jury 100% that there's no way that this death could have been accidental?
No, I said 100% of the time, let's say on a systematic review of drownings, this is one of the more common accidents, 100% of the time when the person finds the child, they call 911 because there is a chance that that child might live. They need to report that and give them a chance.
And what if a person finds an obviously drowned body? It's so obviously deceased. What then? Is there some scientific thing to your conclusion about their morality?
No, but I'm looking at the behavior as a systematic observational information that shows that no matter how stiff that body is, they always call 911 in the hopes that that child could be saved. I'm looking at observational data on that kind of death. That's what we use.
So you're saying then, by your determination, the circumstantial evidence is that's what causes you to conclude it must have been a homicide because you can't explain it any other way.
I explained to you the red flags that we know in
First of all,
forensics
Doctor,
based on behavioral science.
You need to answer my question.
I don't understand.
Your Honor?
That's the second, folks. Mr. Ashton, objection?
I'd ask the court instructor to answer my question. The question.
Oh, this is getting interesting. Finally, after a couple days of trial of boring science, now we're actually hearing some good stuff.
I ask your call for a yes or no answer.
Please repeat the question.
Objection. Sustained, Mr. Basin. The question did not call for a yes or no answer, so open-ended. So you want a yes or no answer?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last one.
Okay. All right. Doctor, did you finish answering the question?
I don't even know what the question was.
See?
Yeah, let's have a new question.
I don't remember. The bottom line is, just to make it simple. Cause of death, you don't know. Manner of death, you say based on the circumstantial evidence, you conclude that it was a homicide for the reasons you told us.
I felt that the manner of death, although the cause of death is homicide by undetermined means, I felt the means were unable to be substantiated scientifically. I felt the manner of death was defensible scientifically based on systematic observational studies.
Okay. Of observational studies of other things, other cases.
Of homicide, how homicides occur, how accidents occur, how natural deaths occur, yes.
Other cases.
Other cases.
Okay. Now, by the way, if these remains had been found 4 or 5 months before, would you have had better chance at scientific evidence?
Absolutely.
And incidentally, you said something about duct tape. Isn't it true from what you observed and saw, if there was any duct tape, it was only in the vicinity of the lower mandible?
That's correct.
We have just a minute, Your Honor.
You may. Any redirect? You may proceed.
Doctor, Mr. Mason asked you about your knowledge of the defense's desire to do a second autopsy of the body.
Yes.
Did you attempt to keep the body in exactly the same condition it was when you received it?
Yes, we did, except for what we had to take for a DNA and for the possible toxicologic testing.
You left the roots in the bones just as you found them?
Yes.
And
In fact, we packaged it nicely so they could keep the anatomic groups together.
And you left the skull intact just as you had found it?
Yes, that's normal procedure for an anthropologic exam is to keep that intact.
Now, the absence of positive results for chloroform or other substances, does that, as a matter medically, exclude the acute use of those substances at or near the time of death?
Right. We would not expect to find any of those things positive in a bones. That was a long shot trying to check for those, but I thought we would be amiss not to at least try. We would not expect any of those to be positive in a set of bones, even if they were positive at the time of death, even if it was present.
Taking, for the purposes of my question, for the following hypothetical, the following facts. Assume that Kaylee Anthony died and was discarded on or about June 16th of 2008, approximately 6 months before the body was found.
Yes.
At the stage that Mr. Mason was asking you about 4 months earlier, which would have been August, so the body's been out for 2 months. What would be the body's condition after 2 months?
Well, it's probably be skeletonized. Certainly would be skeletonized by then.
So if the body had been found in, let's see, August, would you expect that it would have been skeletonized with very little soft tissue?
Yes, I would expect it to be skeletonized.
Would you expect internal organs to be completely
gone?
Thank you. No further questions.
Recross as to those issues. Okay, doctor, you may be excused.
Look at that smile as she's, oh boy. Woo.
State may call his next witness.
Dr. Michael Warren.
Yeah, I do like some of the contention here. It's been a little boring, so we need something to wake everybody up.
Could you please tell us your name?
Michael Warren, W-A-R-R-E-N.
And how are you presently employed?
I am Associate Professor at the University of Florida and Director of the C.A. Pound Human Identification Laboratory.
Can you explain to the jury what the C.A. Pound Human Identification Laboratory is?
The Pound Lab is named after the gentleman who endowed the laboratory. It is a working forensic anthropology laboratory. We're responsible for consulting with medical examiners in cases in which the decedent has been skeletonized, burned, fragmented, or otherwise unrecognizable.
And how long have you been the director of that laboratory?
About 2.5 years.
Kind of give us, if you would, your educational and work history leading up to your becoming the director of the Pound Human Identification Laboratory?
Okay, I had a prior career as a paramedic for 15 years. I returned back to graduate school in 1991, received my master's and PhDs at the University of Florida, training under William Ross Maples, forensic anthropologist. I did 1 year postdoc after I received my doctorate in the panel lab, and was a visiting professor until I was hired onto the faculty in August of 2000 as an assistant professor.
And did you work as an assistant professor at the University of Florida until you became an associate professor and then took over as the head of the laboratory?
That's correct. Since the year 2000 up until I became director, which would have been in January 1st, 2009. I was working in and out of the laboratory, consulting on cases, but also doing teaching and research in the Department of Anthropology.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert to give opinions in the area of forensic anthropology?
I have.
On how many occasions, if you can approximate?
Probably 16 or 18 times.
And in what type of jurisdictions? Just in the state of Florida, other states, federal?
There's been 2 other states, Alabama and New York, but mostly Florida.
This time, Your Honor, I would submit Dr. Warren as an expert in the area of forensic anthropology.
No objections.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're Dr. Warren, we accept as an expert witness in the area of
Now, do you have I don't know if you call it a specialization or a special interest in forensic anthropology involving children?
My doctoral research was in fetal growth and development, the effect of pathology on linear bones of children, but that was during the fetal period. Any other interest I've had has been involved in determination of age at the time of death, both in juveniles and adults.
Now, did you become involved in the investigation of the death of Kaylee Marie Anthony?
I did.
How did you first become involved in this investigation?
I was contacted by Dr. Garavaglia and Dr. John Schultz on December the 15th in 2008 to come down and assist in the analysis of the remains.
And did you travel to the District Medical Examiner's office for that purpose?
Yes, sir.
Now, in addition to examining the remains, did you also examine photographs taken of the remains as they appeared when they were found?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to one specific area of that. Do you recall, either from the photographs or what you were told, that what the position of the mandible was in reference to the skull when it was first found?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes.
What was that position?
The mandible was still articulated at the glenoid fossa or mandibular fossa of the cranium. The mandibular fossa at the TMJ, the jaw joint.
So you say articulated, what does that mean?
It means it was still in place, it was in situ.
You can slow it down just a little bit.
I'll do that.
It'll be of great assistance to us.
Okay, thank you. Why is that noteworthy?
Well, that particular joint is a regular type of synovial joint with an articular disc. It's a very lax joint, and that joint allows movement of the jaw in 2 different directions, both as a hinge and also to move anteriorly. There's nothing to hold that jaw in place once the soft tissue is decomposed. So on surface depositions, on cases in which remains are found on the surface of the ground, it would be very rare to find the jaw still articulated with the rest of the skull.
And in your experience, in cases that you have worked over the length of your career, have you ever had a case in which the jaw, in an above ground deposition, was still in that position in the skull?
Yes.
And what were the circumstances of that case?
These are cases that I worked when I was doing some human rights work in the Balkans, in Bosnia, and I think also probably in Kosovo, in which the decedents had tape over their face.
Other than that circumstance, do you consistently find that the mandible has disarticulated from the skull?
Yes.
And is that your experience, or is that experience? Withdraw the question. Now, you're familiar with the photographs of the position of the tape in reference to the mandible and the opening for the nose, the nasal aperture, is that correct?
The photographs, yes, sir.
Now, can you tell from the photographs whether the tape in life would have been over the nose and the mouth?
No.
Why is that?
The tape had moved.
Now, did you attempt to determine whether it was possible that a single piece of duct tape of the type on the body would have been sufficient to cover both the nose and the mouth, even just one piece?
I did.
Overruled.
What efforts did you make to determine whether a single piece would have been sufficient to cover both the nose and the mouth?
2 methods. I consulted the literature, the scientific studies that have been done on growing children to try to figure out the distances, the normal distances between various landmarks on a child's face. The best piece of literature I was able to find involved
I believe he's referencing the research he used in order to render his conclusion, not the conclusions of others.
Well, Mr. Stein, just tell us what you did, Doctor.
Right.
Without telling us what the
I'll
literature
rephrase.
says.
Did you research the literature to determine estimate ranges of the distance between the tip of the nose and let me rephrase. Which anatomical features were you interested in for this purpose?
I was interested in the nasal aperture, the very bottom of the nose, and on the skull that's called the nasospinality. So it's a point that we use when we do measurements. So it's basically the very root of the nasal aperture. And I'm also interested in the bottom of the teeth and oral airway.
And were you able to get estimates based upon Kaylee's age of what that might have been?
Estimates, not using those exact landmarks, but in particular one landmark that is from the middle of the eye down to the bottom of the chin.
All right. Now, what was the other method that you used?
I used a method called video superimposition.
And explain to the jury what has video superimposition been used for in forensic anthropology normally?
It's primarily used to exclude the possibility that the remains in question are those of a particular decedent.
How do you do that if that's your purpose?
You would take the skull that you have of an unknown decedent that is in the laboratory, and you would take a photograph or a video of that skull, and you would take a photograph of the person, the putative decedent, the person that law enforcement or the medical examiner thinks that person may be.
Your last word, I didn't understand it either.
I'm sorry.
Putative.
Excuse me?
Your last word that began with a P.
Putative.
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 Putative. The suspected decedent.
Slow it down, Doctor. It'd be very helpful.
Okay, I'm sorry. So you take the skull at that point, you also take the photograph of that individual, and using a comparison method where you are able to superimpose that image on top of the skull, using anatomical landmarks, you may be able to make a statement on whether or not it's possible that the photograph is of the person that is the unknown skull that you have.
What type of things are you comparing? You said anatomical landmarks, like what?
You usually would use something like the bottom of the teeth. We also use what we call osteometric points. So there are various points on the skull that we use when we do our metric analyses. So when we measure with calipers, we use certain anatomical landmarks. So it may be the edge of the orbits. It may be what we call, there's a point at the root of the nose that we use, the top of the head, and the contours of the skull.
Now, in this case, identification of the skull was not the issue that you were addressing, correct?
Correct.
How did you utilize that process in seeking information as to whether the tape could have covered the nose and mouth?
I used that technique in order to scale the photograph of the skull with a photograph that was provided me by the FBI of the tape. Both of those images had metric scales in them, so by superimposing one image on the other and making those scales the same size, we're able to know that those two images are, in terms of scaling, correct.
So that would help you put the tape over the skull, but how do you then determine how it would have been had the face been there?
Well, we would go back to the original techniques that we've normally used superimposition for. That is to take the photograph of the skull, the photograph of the decedent, and then scale those using those anatomical landmarks.
So you're, in essence, making the photograph of the live person the same size as a one-to-one with the photo of the tape.
Correct.
Using a skull as the vehicle to do that.
Exactly.
In this case, were you able to do that?
I was.
And did you review earlier State's Exhibit QH marked for identification? We showed it earlier here.
Yes.
Okay. And does that fairly and accurately depict the video superposition showing that process?
It does.
And would it help you in explaining what this tells us about the ability of the tape to cover the nose and mouth?
It would.
This time you ought to move to State's Exhibit QH, the one file shown in the movie file.
Noted previous objections by the defense, and you renew those at this time, Mr. Baez?
Yes, sir.
It will be received in evidence as states numbered.
Is it you?
Okay, prior to publishing this, I need to give you the following instructions, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. This evidence is to be used only to illustrate the expert's opinion. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the expert's testimony. You may proceed.
Okay. Okay, it's published to the jury now. Okay. Dr. Warren, in the video we just saw, we see the outline of the tape being moved up and down on the photograph. What is the reason for that?
To show that we don't know where the tape was, that it could have been higher, could have been over both the nose and the mouth, or it could have been lower than that.
So there is a position demonstrated there where the tape would have been only over the mouth and not occluded the nose.
That's right.
But based upon that video and your own research, would the single piece of tape, if applied in the position shown on the video, been sufficient to have covered the nose and mouth and made breathing impossible?
Yes.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Please report, Mr. Ashton. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Dr. Warren.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you were hired in pretty early in this case, were you not?
When you use the term hired, I was consulted, yes.
Okay. You were consulted fairly early in this case?
Yes.
But you never saw the duct tape while it was attached to the hair mat?
That's true.
And that's where it was attached to the hair mat?
Yes, there were strands of hair that were adhering.
And the photograph that you used to do this, what is it, a flash movie of sorts?
That's a QuickTime movie from a Photoshop program.
And Photoshop's something that you use to design websites and things like that?
It can be used in a lot of different applications. I'm not sure if you can use it for that.
Okay. However, it doesn't give you precise measurements and things like that. That's something that you did based on your experience.
It should give you very precise measurements if you're scaling. I mean, the image is the image. So,
however, the photograph that you have of Kaylee, you grabbed that from the internet.
Correct.
And you don't have a scale on that photograph.
Correct.
In fact, you don't even know how old Kaylee was when that photograph was taken.
That's correct.
And sir, the only reason you've shown this to this jury is because I guess it's to demonstrate that it's possible that this could have occurred.
Correct.
And when we say this could have occurred, I mean, it's possible that a piece of duct tape could have covered her mouth and her nose.
Yes.
Okay. And you're not testifying in any way that that's actually what happened.
No, I'm not.
Okay. And when you say it's possible, it's also possible that it was not.
Correct.
In fact, it's a form of speculation, is it not?
It's a form of demonstration to show a possibility, yes.
Which is a form of speculation since you don't know, right?
Right.
Now, sir, you can't testify that this duct tape had anything to do with Kaylee's death, can you, sir?
No.
In fact, you can't even testify or base anything scientific that that tape was associated with Kaylee after her death.
Can you
I'll
ask that
rephrase the
again?
question. Sure, sure. You don't know if that duct tape had anything to do with the disposal or the death.
True.
Okay. And in fact, I'm gonna draw a model here, and I'd like to see if you agree with the facts.
Okay.
You understand that Kaylee was found on the surface, correct?
Correct.
And that below the surface was the hair mat.
Correct. No.
Above the surface, I meant, sorry.
Yes.
Correct? Sorry. And then after that was the mandible.
Yes.
And then above that was the skull.
Correct.
Okay. Now, generally speaking, when a person's alive, their hair is on top of their head.
Correct.
So somehow, actually, I forgot to mention, the duct tape was also found in front, like that, attached to the hair, correct?
Correct. Across the front.
Okay. These multiple problems. Sorry. Does everyone see that okay? And it looked pretty close to the screen. Everyone see that okay? As I mentioned earlier, sir, the hair is generally upheaval, correct? Sure. Is that better? I don't want to exclude any. No. Everyone can see that okay? Okay.
I cannot.
Oh.
Yeah.
How about
That's
this?
good.
Let me stand out, Your Honor.
Witness can stand down. Sir, when you stand down, you're going to have to face in the direction of the court reporter so she will be able to see and hear you.
Now, sir, as we mentioned, the duct tape was attached to her hair, correct?
That's my understanding from observing the photographs.
Okay. And that's really the only thing, let me rephrase that. It was your understanding, too, based on consultation and the evidence at the scene, is that at one time, her skull was inside of 3 bags, correct?
Objection. Hearsay, speculation. Who?
Sustained, but rephrase your question.
Yes, sir. Based on the evidence that you were given to make your to form your opinions, it's your understanding that Kaylee Marie Anthony's remains at one time were in 3 bags, correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
And it is the understanding that there is a canvas bag. Were you able to see that canvas bag?
Only photographs.
Okay. And that canvas bag had a shape, like a round cylinder shape, correct? Like that, as an opening?
The photographs that I saw were not clear in terms of what the opening looked like.
Okay. Were you able to see the handles of the bag?
I don't recall handles.
Okay. Do you recall if that bag, are you able to close that bag?
Again, I've only seen photographs of the bag, so.
So you have no idea as to whether the bag was closable or not?
I do not.
Okay. And you have no idea as to whether this tape was used to wrap Kaylee's remains or whether the duct tape was in the anatomical position of which it was found, because of course you did not see the remains as they were decomposing.
Objection. Compound argument assumes facts, not evidence.
Sustained, rephrase the question.
Yes, sir. You have no idea the placement of that duct tape.
The duct tape was at least over the mandible and some portion of the maxilla.
Okay. Now, but that's because it was attached to the hair, was it not?
I make that statement on the fact that the mandible was found articulated with the skull.
And while we're talking about the skull, there's absolutely no way that the hair would have gotten underneath all of this because the body wouldn't have decomposed in that way. Isn't that true, sir?
Objection assumes facts, not evidence. I can explain more to the bench.
No problem.
Thank you.
Sir, I'm going to show you State's Evidence 218. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Now that's a photograph where you can clearly see the hair mat, correct?
Correct.
And that hair mat was on the floor off of in the wooded area off Suburban Drive, correct? When the skull was found, the hair mat was on the floor, correct?
On the surface.
Yes, on the surface, excuse me, on the surface. And right slightly above it was the mandible, correct?
Based on the photographs that I've seen, I was not at the scene.
I understand. But based on what you know.
Yeah.
Okay. So in order for the hair mat to be underneath the skull, it's clearly underneath the skull, is it not?
Yes.
Okay. So in order for the hair mat to be underneath the skull, on the floor, something had to have made it either roll there or put the hair in that position, correct?
Yes.
And the duct tape also made its way in that direction with the hair, did it not?
Toward the surface, you mean?
Correct. Toward the surface. Correct. That's what I meant. Okay. May I get a photo?
You may.
Thank you.
Now the video you showed, again, of the possibility that that duct tape could have been in that position was quite graphic, was it not?
It was.
Okay. And was it to try and appeal to the jury's emotions when you asked Mr. Ashton to do that?
Objection.
You may. Yes. Members of the jury, would you step out for a minute, please?
I love this judge. He's always got that like funny smile on.
You may be seated. You may proceed with your proffer.
Yes, sir. Dr. Warren, you testified earlier that it was under your suggestion that this movie be prepared, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you had that discussion with Mr. Ashton, was it for the purpose of appealing to the jury?
No.
Was it for the purpose to demonstrate to the jury something of a graphic nature?
No.
Was it for the purpose of getting sympathy or getting the jury angry?
No.
And it was just for the mere possibility of showing that the duct tape could have possibly covered the nose and mouth?
That's correct.
No further questions.
Okay. Check and see if the jury's ready to come back in. All right, why don't y'all take a 5-minute break and we get started at 20 minutes past. Okay, you may be seated. Okay, let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, assistant state attorneys, both sides ready to proceed. Okay. All right, let's return to jury. State recognized presence of jury. Yes, sir. And does the defense?
Yes, sir, we do.
Mr. Baez, you may continue, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Warren, I just have a couple more questions. You're aware that another piece of Henkel duct tape was found 9 feet away, correct?
I was not aware of that.
Oh, okay. Now, the possibility of this demonstration that you did, that was just, of course, one possibility, correct?
Overruled.
One possibility.
The demonstration, the QuickTime video that you did, that was just one possibility. It's demonstrating one possibility, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And there are other possible scenarios that could be involved with both Kaylee's death, correct?
Correct.
And also the duct tape, correct?
In terms of the position of the duct tape over the face, no.
No, what I'm saying is that there are other possibilities, since you don't know the history of where the duct tape was originally, there are other possibilities that could involve that duct tape.
Of course.
Okay. And you don't have any QuickTime movies of those, do you, sir?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Doctor, do you have an opinion as to whether the duct tape was placed on Kaylee Anthony before decomposition?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
It was placed on prior to decomposition.
What do you base that on?
On the fact that the mandible was found
Overruled.
on the position of the mandible still articulated with the rest of the cranium. On a surface deposition, skeletal elements get moved around. They get moved around by scavengers, insects. That mandible will always become disarticulated unless it is held in place by something.
And in this case, can you see anything holding it in place other than the duct tape?
No, sir.
Now, you're not saying the duct tape was actually stuck to the bones.
It was never stuck to the bone, no, sir.
So how does the duct tape during decomposition keep the mandible in place?
The mandible is probably stuck to the soft tissue as well as the hair, and then when the soft tissue decomposes, the duct tape stays in place and supplies some sort of support for the mandible.
Now, Mr. Buck, could we have Public States 218, please, Your Honor, in evidence? States Exhibit 218, the photograph. Pull it up.
Well, that's important. The duct tape was put on pre-decomposition.
You need the
Definitely hurts the defense's position here.
Now, Doctor, this is the photograph that you were shown by Mr. Bies. I'm going to publish it to the jury now. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, this photograph shows that the hair, in fact, is not under the mandible, but posterior to the mandible. Is that
correct? It's under the base of the skull.
Not under the mandible.
Correct.
Now, how, during decomposition, does the hair end up not on top of the scalp?
The hair is attached to hair follicles on the galeal or scalp tissue. When that tissue decomposes, it tends to slide down, and so it's not uncommon to find what essentially looks like a bird's nest of hair settled around the base of a skeletal element or skull.
As we see here around the back of the base of the skull?
Yes.
And is that something you commonly see in decomposition elements where the hair basically just falls back and creates a nest?
Correct.
Just like that?
Yes, hair preserves fairly well. It lasts a while. It preserves fairly well. It lasts a while.
No further questions.
Mr. Bias?
We can bring it back up. Yes. Okay, yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Bias?
Yes, sir.
218?
218.
Okay, publish.
Can you see that, sir?
Yes.
Can the ladies and gentlemen of the jury see? Now, there is significant root growth underneath the mandible as well, correct?
I do see some roots there.
Okay. And roots underneath the mandible can also, in conjunction with, well, actually, let me ask you this. You see roots also attached to the hairnet, do you not?
I do.
Okay. The roots could also contribute to keeping the mandible in place, could it not, sir? As it is demonstrated in this photograph.
That's possible.
Okay, we can publish. And the statement that you say, oh, if I can have just a moment.
Right.
have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Does active decomposition inhibit plant growth?
No.
Could those roots have grown?
Calls for an opinion outside of this witness's expertise.
Sustain, establish a foundation. I'm going to answer the question.
I'll just move on to another question, Judge.
Okay.
I guess what I'm going to ask you is, can the roots can't grow in the hair until the hair has already fallen off the skull, correct?
Sustain unless you establish a foundation as the base of his knowledge and his qualifications to give
Well,
an expert
okay.
opinion.
Are you familiar at all with plant growth involving decomposition? Is that something you normally see?
Yes.
Okay. You're not a botanist?
No.
But have you had experience in evaluating plant growth in the context of taphonomy of remains?
Yes, and locating grades and changes in the environment in general.
Now, I guess my question is, Mr. Baez asked you if the roots in the hairball could keep the mandible in place. You said it could, correct?
It's possible. I would say roots can would keep a mandible in place under certain circumstances. I would say that's possible, yes.
But what has to happen before the roots can do that in this case? What would have to happen? Does the hair have to first fall off?
Yes.
Okay. My point is, until that point, there's nothing for the roots to grow in.
Correct.
So the only thing that could be holding the mandible in place is what?
The tape.
Thank you.
Any additional questions?
Two areas that he covered that I'd like to ask you on. Number one, you're not a botanist.
Correct.
And forensic botany is a whole other field, correct?
Correct.
And you would defer to a botanist as to those opinions.
Yes, I would.
Okay. Second of all, you can't, based on the evidence, the limited evidence that you have, know the tracking of that duct tape, can you, sir? Because you don't know where it was originally at to begin with.
The tracking.
Yeah. Where you can't testify as to the positioning of the body at any point in time, can
No.
you, sir? Okay. And you can't testify as to where the hair was at one time or another.
No.
And all we have at this point are photographs that you've observed of duct tape stuck to hair.
Correct.
No further questions.
Okay, may the doctor be excused. Thank you, Dr. Warren. You may be excused, sir. State may call in next witness.
Swear or first tell the truth, nothing but the truth.
Michael Vincent, V-I-N-C-E-N-T.
Sir, you've testified in this case prior to today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You're a crime scene technician with the Orange County Sheriff.
Yes, ma'am.
In connection with this case, did you recover certain entomology or insect evidence from the trash that was located at one time in the Pontiac Sunfire that you discussed during prior testimony?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Your Honor, if I may approach the witness with OO and OP for identification.
You may. Yes, sir.
We have to take a look first at OO for identification. Do the records of the Orange County Sheriff's Office, or does your memory allow you to recognize that item?
Yes, it does.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This is one small vial containing maggots in a preserved solution.
Was that an item that you collected, sealed, placed into that envelope for ultimate transmission to a Dr. Counsel?
Can I refer to my report real quick?
May the witness utilize his report to reference his recollection as to what he did with the information?
You may.
Okay, this is the vial that contained maggots, correct. It was in the trash bag.
Did you collect that from the trash bag and send it to Dr. Haskell?
I have in my report that I collected it, but that's not my initials on the envelope.
All right. Good. May I have your scissors?
Great.
Yes, these are the maggots that were collected from the trash.
Do the records of the Orange County Sheriff reflect that you sent that item then to Dr. Neil Haskell for evaluation?
Yes, ma'am.
May I show you what's been marked as OP for identification? Have you take a look at the item inside that packaging and tell me if you recognize it as something that you collected?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
What is it?
This is bug insect eggs called pupae. It's in the late stage of their life cycle.
You collected that item, sealed it, and sent it to Dr. Neil Haskell for evaluation?
Again, it was sealed by Jenny and shipped by me, yes, that's correct. It was sealed by Investigator Walsh and shipped off to Dr. Haskell by myself.
You're talking about Jennifer Welch.
Well, yes.
Those are all questions I have to say.
Cross-examination.
Mr. Vincent, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
These items of evidence were taken from the garbage bag, correct?
Yes, sir.
And these were collected from you on July 16th?
What was collected?
These pupae?
No, they were collected on August 28th.
However, you processed the vehicle on the 16th of July, correct?
No, I did not process the vehicle.
Was it July 17th then?
When you're referring to, what do you mean by processing the vehicle?
You inspected the trunk, inspected the items that were found in the trunk?
Yes.
And you're aware of the ability of entomology to be a useful tool for law enforcement, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I just heard you describe to Mr. Rain-Burdick that the insect puparia of this item of evidence was in the later stages.
Yes.
Okay. And it's your understanding that an entomologist can look at the stage of where maggot life is and be able to determine the life cycle of that specific maggot, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to outside the scope of the witness' expertise. The foundation has been laid for the witness to be able to answer.
I think the foundation has been laid by this witness's testimony and his knowledge of the collection and such.
Collection and objection sustained.
May I ask him if he has knowledge of that, Judge?
We attempt to establish a foundation.
Yes, sir. Sir, you have some training in entomology, do you not?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you went to a course at the University of Florida, did you not?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And this course taught you that there are different stages of a maggot and other insects?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And an entomologist can take these stages and give you a pinpoint even of a time of death, correct?
Yes, it's possible.
Okay. And you were aware of this type of evidence when the car was collected on and inspected by you on July 16th, were you not?
No.
You didn't see any insect activity either in the garbage bag or in the trunk of the car on June 16, 2008? I'm sorry, July 16, 2008.
I didn't, no.
So you didn't see any insect activity in the trunk of that car when you first saw it?
Not in the trunk of the car. There was none that I saw.
All you saw was insect activity in the garbage bag, correct?
Sometime later, correct.
No further questions.
Redirect.
Redirect, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Vincent. State may call the next witness.
Mayor.
Robin Maynard, ROBIN-MAYNARD.
You may proceed.
Thank you. In December of 2008, were you employed as a crime scene investigator with the Orange County Sheriff?
Yes, I was.
Were you one of the individuals who assisted at a site off of Suburban Drive during the recovery of the remains of Kaylee Marie Anthony?
Yes, I was.
As part of the assistance that you gave to other crime scene investigators there, were you responsible for documenting the collection of entomologic or insect activity that was present at the scene in December of 2008?
Yes, I was.
Was that evidence collected over a period of several days?
Yes, it was.
I may have OX for identification. And for counsel's reference, that's page 8 of the report.
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as OX for identification. Have you taken a look at this packaging and tell me if you recognize it as something you've had contact with in the past?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's my label with my handwriting, and the evidence seals have my initials on them.
What is this item and when was it collected?
That's pupae. It was collected 12/14/08
Where?
at the 8900 block of Suburban Drive.
As you collected each of these items of insect evidence, did you relay that information to other crime scene investigators on Suburban Drive?
As I collected those items, I consulted with Dr. Neil Haskell after, at the time, over a period of days that I collected. I don't understand what you mean other crime scene investigators.
Did you document the location of the collection
Yes.
with other investigators?
Yes, I did.
Would you have been the individual who placed it into this package and sealed it and then allowed later transmission of the evidence to Dr. Haskell?
Correct.
If I may have items PT, PU, PV, PW, PX, PY, PZ, QA, QB, QC, QD, QE, and QF for identification. For counsel's reference, page 14.
You may.
All right, I'm going to show you these in sequence, starting with PT, PU, PV, PW, PX, PY, PZ. I'll go to the Q items in a moment. Can you take a look at each of these items and tell me if that is entomologic evidence that you collected from scene on Suburban Drive in December of 2008?
Yes, they are.
Were you the individual who would have collected the item of evidence, placed it into the packaging, and sealed it for later evaluation by Dr. Neil Haskell?
Yes.
6 series of questions for QA through QF. Can you look at those packages and tell me if those are items of entomological evidence that you collected on Suburban Drive in December of 2008?
Yes, they are.
Do each of the items that you reviewed so far have an indication on the exterior of the location on Suburban Drive where the item was collected?
Yes, it does.
May I have PH through PS for identification? I'm going to show you PH, I, J, K, L, and M for identification. Have you take a look at the packaging of each of those items and tell me if those are items of entomological evidence that you collected and packaged from the scene on Suburban?
Yes, it is.
Do you indicate on the exterior of each of those packages where on Suburban that piece of evidence was collected?
Yes.
Would you have been the individual who then sealed it in the package and sent it or consulted with Dr. Neil Haskell about the evaluation of this evidence?
Yes, it was.
Show you what's marked as PN, PO, PP, PQ, PR, and PS for identification. Have you taken a look at each of those packages and tell me if that's entomological evidence that you collected from Suburban Drive in December of 2008?
Yes, it is.
Do you likewise indicate on the exterior of the packaging the location on Suburban Drive where the item was collected?
Yes, I did.
When collected, did you then place the item in the packaging and seal it pending further evaluation by Dr. Neil Haskell?
Yes, I did.
If I may approach the witness with what's been marked as KV for identification.
You may.
Thank you. Ma'am, can you take a look at KV for identification and tell me if you recognize the packaging?
I do.
How do you know that it is something that you've had contact with in the past?
It's my label with my handwriting and my initials on the evidence seal.
Do you indicate on the exterior of the package what was placed in that item?
I do.
What is it?
Piece of cardboard mat with pink raised heart-shaped material attached.
Where was that item collected?
It was on one of the lanes in the remains of property search. One of the lanes, there were lanes, so when you do a search, there's a search area, and I identified things through each lane and how many feet north or south it was to that lane. So this was collected in one of the lanes of the search area.
On Suburban Drive?
On Suburban Drive, yes.
The item was collected by you and placed into this package and sealed?
It was.
Any other questions of this witness, Your Honor? Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Ms. Maynard.
Good afternoon.
The entomological evidence that you collected, this was under the direction of Dr. Neil Haskell, correct?
Correct.
And there were multiple people doing this operation, were there not?
There were.
And it was thoroughly done.
Yes, it was.
In fact, it was so thoroughly done that Dr. Haskell even told you, stop, I have enough.
That's correct.
Okay. And the item that you just identified with the cardboard, that was found in one of the lanes.
Correct.
And there were all kinds of items found on all of these lanes, correct?
There was multiple evidence that was found in the lanes, yes.
And when we say evidence, we also are talking about beer bottles,
Correct.
beer cans,
Correct.
some tires.
Yes.
There were also these concrete pavers nearby, correct?
I'm unaware of any concrete papers. They didn't have anything to do with my area of responsibility.
There were so many items there in that area, it got to the point where you stopped collecting items because there was so much debris in that area, correct?
I was the lead in charge of sifting, so I was not in the actual primary search area. I had set up sifting stations west of the primary search area.
But you were there. From what you saw, there were plenty of items there, correct?
Correct. The items that I had to deal with were items that were being sifted. So if they were bigger, they really weren't a part of my responsibilities at the scene.
It appeared to you by being there that people threw things there all the time. It was a common dumping area. There was plenty of debris.
can't say it was a common dumping area. There were multiple items in that wooded area, correct?
That have nothing to do with this case. But that's fine. We'll throw the question. This area is also across the street from an elementary school, correct?
I don't believe it's directly across the street. I believe the elementary school was further to the east.
The actual building is a little further to the east, correct?
Correct.
But it is right next to a elementary school, correct?
It's down the street from the elementary school.
Kids walk to school there?
I didn't see any children walking to school there.
Just a second, ma'am. Do you have personal knowledge whether kids walk to school or not?
No, I do not.
Okay. Objection sustained.
You don't have any personal knowledge as to whether children walk to school?
Objection sustained.
Yes, sir. I have no further questions.
May the witness be excused. Thank you, ma'am. You may be excused. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the time is now approximately 1 past the hour of 5. We're going to recess for today. We will start back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. The dessert lady, how was that?
And we are also going to recess till tomorrow because I still got to get out the video on Alan Jackson's letter about Commissioner Cox. So we have to take a little earlier than normal break here. But we did get through, what was this, day 13? I think it was day 13, or what was this, day 14? So we are really getting through this trial. Should be closing with the prosecution hopefully soon. Move on to the defense case and then move on to closing arguments. And then we'll all be able to take a fresh look at this and see whether the jury got it right. All right. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you at the next video.